Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles did not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material in use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law.
Mexicano bandido, todo el barrio prendido, siempre ando bien cuido, siempre poniendo ruido. Mexicanos al grito de guerra, yo defiendo mi tierra, no me dejo de nadie, yo cuido a los míos, mi raza se aferra. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera, yo la levanto por donde quiera, verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera, el barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera, yo la levanto por donde quiera, verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera, el barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Me voy tendido, me voy empinando mi bote, un poco mareado por la bebida y el borlote, me tiene hasta la riata la gente con su mitote, pero me despreocupo, me pelan todo el garrote, me para la chota, ya es por mi apariencia, que hay tantos delitos, que hay tanta demencia, yo no cargo nada, no más mi presencia, pinche puerco joto, atente a las consecuencias, si no topa el poli en breve nos para en la calle, no puede salir uno conmigo porque ya hay detalle, no quiere que conteste, quiere que yo solo calle, quiere mi dinero pero que chinga su madre, a la dica este sistema nos quieren ver abajo, pero tumbar gente quien les dijo que es trabajo, puro chingar al indio, váyanse mucho al carajo, loco no me rajo, lo bueno porque
se armó la alianza más pesada del país, todo el mundo ya conoce las rimas de estos MCs, pa' ponerme más feliz, unos paisas de hachís, mis paisas en el gabacho bien truchas con la polis, loco en Guanajuato con los ojos bien tumbados, de coto con el quesada, rifando por todos lados, atento si prendo un blunt, en cabina cuando grabo, represento Nuevo León, junto a mi carnal el Davo, cuando voy pa' Jalisco el pasado está olvidado, con el perro de la C bien grifo, pedo y enfiestado, chécate mi banderón, unido como había soñado, bien bajado ese balón, compa lefty bien bajado, puro hip hop mexa, hasta que amanezca, pásenme un mezcal y que no se apague la yesca, ya saben que aquí andamos pilas pa' lo que se ofrezca, si escribo estas rimas es pa' que se enorgullezca.
Verde marihuana, blanca cocaína, roja la sangre que escurre de una nueva herida. Yo salí de la ruina, nunca se me olvida. Con disciplina y respeto sigo en siempre la movida. Ando bien high, la vida es un freestyle. Disfruta lo que hay, vivo entre el bien y el mal, carnal. Crazy life todo el día, viendo live. Pinto tu barda con spray, lo que canto es real. Azules y rojas las sirenas que me persiguen. No suben pa' la virgen, salen todos cuando chifle. Mi barrio no lo pisen, que andamos todos grises. Maldito policía, no quiero que me revises. Prende la mota en canala o en hitter. Ando con mi flota y el dealer. Tenemos lo que se te ofrezca, tú nada más pide. Me dijo mi madre que de la envidia me
Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera.
Ya, ábranse cabrones, llegó el mexicano partiendo sin necesidad de palanca. Todos jugamos en la misma liga, yo soy titular, tú ves desde la banca. Disfruto cada cosa que me pasa, colaboro y mi carrera se levanta. El mismo cabrón que antes no tenía nada se la pasa viajando y dice que canta. Por eso me caga enfermarme de la garganta. Pero aguanta, traigo mata natural y humo de planta. 2, 3 cabrones dando lata y yo haciendo más plata. De esto la vida se trata y pa' que sepas no es barata. MC Davo los desbarata con cada escalón que sube. Yo tuve la suerte de hacerme fama en YouTube. Hay 2, 3 raperos de antaño que me bajé de su nube. Los mandé pa' su casa y de premio hasta les pagué el Uber. Si alguien me tira es porque sabe bien que domino el negocio y quiere de mi parte. No quiero darlas de grande, pero si me tiras la neta me toca humillarte. Soy capitán, llevo el estandarte. Somos muy pocos los que hacemos arte. Este flow si es de Marte, tú dale like y comparte.
México lindo y bandido, diario a Diosito le pido que me cuide a la familia si un día el cora ya no late. Estoy bendecido porque me cuidan los míos. Orgullosamente me exatamos locos de remate. Jaque mate, no hable de volar si viene gateando. La cosa por la frontera se pone violenta, no importa el rango. Toda la raza jalándole duro, si hay algo seguro es la muerte en donde ando. El sudor y la sangre en la frente, los de alzada controlando. Se roban la atención, ya saben quiénes son. Vatos locos con sazón como el de un corridón. No quiera tomarme el pelo si ando todo pelón. Levantando la bandera, viva México cabrón. Es el perrito de la selva. La bandera con un águila, Simón, mi tierra es esta. Me vale si mi piel o si mi acento les molesta. Acá jalan horas extras, nunca duermen la siesta. Están los que van pa'l jale y los que la viven de fiesta. Otros que en el pintón se tatúan de corazón. 3 colores en el pecho, morirían por su nación. Aunque su puto gobierno los puso en la situación de no terminar la escuela y terminar en la prisión. ¡Viva México, ladrones! ¿Qué hubo, les presidente? Ya saben que por mí policías chinguen a 20. Y ahí están mis 20 pa' la cagua. Aguas, que es tierra caliente de Chiapas hasta Chihuahua. Wow, 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 yipi yo, yipi yucas. Buenas, Montegreen, Aguas, Tijuas y San Lucas. San Luis Potoyes, Mataulipas, La Puebluca. Dime si o no, loco, acá tienen lo que buscas.
Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera.
Puro hip hop mexa, perros, 2023.
Ey yo, ey yo.
Somos la santa carnal.
Ey,
Los machidones de la plaza.
Oye, DJ Dundeque en los scratches. Desde alzada, mi perro. No saben quién soy o sí. Oye.
Viva México, cabrones.
El autor viene a decirnos con mucha firmeza y gran convencimiento lo mismo que nos decía en el siglo XVIII el barón de Holbach, ¿no? Un filósofo francés de origen alemán. Si nos remontamos al comienzo, entonces hallaremos que la ignorancia y el temor crearon a los dioses. La fantasía, el entusiasmo o el engaño los adornaron o desfiguraron. La debilidad les rinde culto, la credulidad los conserva, la costumbre los respeta y la tiranía los apoya para que la ceguera de los hombres sirva a sus propios intereses.
it sounds very weird. It sounds very weird. I don't know if you guys heard an echo. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know, but it sounded weird on my end. My apologies, my friends. Welcome to MESHIACHA Chronicles. I am your host. Just kidding. Just kidding. All right, let me go down the line. Let's see. Edom K464. Shalom, brother. How you doing? I wonder why you chose that name. Curious. I'm relatively new to this channel, by the way. Yeah, I know. What up, Bam Bam? Matt Sleep. How you doing, sis? Let's see. How can we debunk the narrative that our indigenous ancestors were committing human sacrifice? I have reports in some articles and in the mostly oracle of us not doing that. You know what I'm saying? But sacrificing people, to be quite frank with you, brother, is not nothing that only pertains to us. You know what I mean? Like, every nation did that shit. Now, there's other, obviously, nations that don't want to talk about it. You know what I'm saying? But every nation did that. Every nation did that. What up, B-Side? Yeah, I know, huh? Who are your ancestors? It's just weird that you picked that name, Edom and shit. I don't know if you know who that is in the Bible. But listen, before we kind of lose track of what the class is today, I want to remind you. Here it is, right here. A little matter of genocide. Okay? So, once more, a little matter of genocide. Just a little matter. You know, it's not a big deal, right? 100 million natives, it's nothing. But, you know, somehow 6 million imaginary people in the Holocaust, that shit meant a lot, even though there's only 1% of Jewry in Germany in 1930 and 40, which translates to about 500 to 600,000 people. I don't know how that became 6 million. That's a Holocaust. But the actual little matter of genocide that happened here in 1492 and on forward to today, that's not a Holocaust. Like, that's not relevant. This is why I have this verse up here. I'm going to go through some verses. We're going to go Deuteronomy 28, and I'm going to show you videos, several. I actually found several of the brother. I don't know why. I don't know if that's his channel or if someone else's channel that downloaded his videos, but I found him, and I think we should share it. At the same time, I want you to pay attention to this. It says, Ecclesiastes 7:7, a wise man hateth wrongdealing. Yeah, we do. Like, what's wrong with you guys? Why are you trying to steal the history that don't belong to you? Right? And abhorreth the heart that covetous rewards. Meaning, y'all want it so bad, and you want something that don't belong to you, and you covet it so much. Your hatred is just obvious with your envy, with your concepts. I don't know if you guys know this, but there's this little what do we call it? Fresita, a little fruity booty and shit, going around TikTok putting some funny ass videos and shit. So. What do you say? My full name is actually Edom Needs to Go. Oh. Yeah, that's a good one. That's why he has his name, family. All right, so we're good. Anyways, so there's a little fruity booty, you know, butt plug, Nicky Tricky Fuentes brother and shit. And I think, honestly, dude, that he's, you know, he's dealing with Canaan and shit. And so he's like going out there and literally, like figuratively batting for them. We're going to listen to some of his videos, and then I'm going to play some of the brothers' videos to debunk Plecker, because he actually did go into it, okay? All right, so check this out. Let's begin. Hope you guys can like it. Oh, all right. Make sure that you guys like, man. Make sure you guys like it, like the channel, so the algorithm can actually help itself. Let's begin.
Racist. The warriors from the very beginning.
Yeah, he says initially, hello, racist. So if you don't agree with a fruity booty, then you're a racist, okay? That's the whole motto here. Let's continue.
All right, racist.
The warriors. From the very beginning, black Americans have been a vital part of the American story, helping to make this the greatest nation in the history of the world.
Let's continue to correct the propaganda and the attempt at erasing the truth. Black Americans are not the descendants of the Indians in the history books. They are the Indians. The proof has been buried, but it's not gone. When Christopher Columbus washed up on these shores, lost and delirious, who did he write that he found? He called them Indios. He mapped a land he labeled India Superior, a territory that included Florida. He wasn't hallucinating an empty land. He was documenting people who were already there. These images can be found in Gran Canaria, Spain, at the Columbus Museum, Casa de Colón. And who were those people? They weren't the pale-skinned Siberians who crossed a land bridge, that's for sure. The historical record.
Wait, this whole thing about us being Siberian and shit. Do you know Siberians don't even fucking claim us? I don't hear Siberians be like, yo, man, those Mexicans are our people, bro. Like, you guys are fucking so over it. And by the way, butt plug, Nicky Tricky, it's okay, my friend. We'll help you. We will help you. And all you TikTok dumbasses right there, you know what I mean, that every now and then, like, fall for this stupidity, we'll help you too. Let's continue.
The artwork from the era, the very descriptions, they detail people with dark skin, with hair textures that Europeans had never seen. They describe the original people as dark-skinned and woolly hair, the true owners of the soil. The people that Columbus met were Black Americans, the West Indians of the Caribbean, the Indians of the North and South American coasts. All of these territories were Black civilizations. Native Americans are the erasure. They are the last part of the destiny swap, a foreign invasive group from Siberia.
He's saying Native Americans, you people, you indigenous, are like, we are part of their erasure. As if we're like part of this shit. Like we're purposely involved in this whole thing. You know what I mean?
The true owners of the soil. The people that Columbus met were Black Americans.
Now, nowhere in no documentation has there ever been anybody writing down that Columbus saw fucking Negroes and like, no West African was seen in these continents. Please. I mean, we can even go back. You want to really go there? You really want to go there? I've done enough classes to show y'all where you are what you eat. You are what you eat. I mean, if you guys were here since the beginning of time, then you should be having those dietary, practices that should never go away. Like, for example, you should always have like at least 2 packets of tortilla every week at least, because, within a week it's going to run out. You should have that. You should be dealing with cilantro. You should be dealing with masa. You should be dealing with, like, you know what I'm saying? Those particular ingredients or culinaries that only we practice, only we enjoy, that nobody gave to us. It just naturally became that. And no, hell no, Columbus never said that shit. Matter of fact, bro, I got a book. I think it's called The Great Migration, right? I think so, if I'm not mistaken. And then Columbus they're even saying in that book that Columbus, if he would have seen Negros here, he was around Africa. Like, he traveled Africa before he came to the Americas. You know what I'm saying? So it says that if he would have seen Negros here, he would have known that he was still in Portuguese land, because he would have seen African people looking. Let's go.
The West Indians of the Caribbean, the Indians of the North and South American coasts. All of these territories were Black civilizations. Native Americans are the erasure. They are the last part of the destiny swap, a foreign invasive group from Siberia, and was grafted.
That right there, family, should fucking matter to you. A foreign invasive group. He's calling you a fucking virus. Do you understand that shit? Do you understand what the fuck this pinche mas puto? Hold on a second. Fuck this fucking guy, bro.
Fuck that puto. Fuck that puto.
Invasive, bro. Like you're a fucking disease, bro. Listen, we've heard it all from you fucking Anglo butt plugs, bro. We've heard it all, bro. We've heard it all.
They are the last part of the destiny swap. A foreign invasive group from
Siberia. Foreign invasive. Invasive is like eugenics. Invasive means like you're a fucking disease. You're disgusting. All you do is kill. That's what you're here for. That's an invasive. disease, a foreign invasive. You see what I'm saying? Don't let these words get away from you at all. The destiny swap, the supposedly.
A foreign
invasive. Don't ever forget what the fuck this guy is saying. You see, you guys sometimes let people like this piece of shit get away with stuff like that. How come, I'll bet you anything he won't call Morenos who brought smallpox to the Americas invasive, right? Even though negros, more predominantly sub-Saharan West Africans, brought smallpox to the Americas. That's invasive. But see, he don't do that because he's swinging the booty plug for one of them. Guarantee you, bro. Guarantee you.
invasive group from Siberia and was grafted onto the identity of the people who were already here, while the original people were systematically reclassified, enslaved, and renamed to sever their claim to the land. The Indian Removal Act was a removal of black indigenous nations. The face on the old nickel, the buffalo nickel, that proud profile was a black indigenous man, an American Indian.
So the Buffalo Soldiers were black who were supposedly trying to get rid of the natives by killing their buffaloes. In reality, they were killing the natives too. But that somehow doesn't, like, who are those guys? So blacks killing themselves? Fucking idiot.
Every time
no, that's right. No. It's blacks trying to get back at the natives?
someone speaks about Native American history while pointing to a group that arrived later, they are perpetuating the final stage of the conquest, the theft of the victim's identity. They replace the people and the story. Black Americans are not a people without a land. They are the land. They are India superior. They are the Indians that Columbus couldn't miss, and that every power since has tried to make you unsee. The map doesn't lie. The history books do.
The map doesn't lie. Once again, I think we should go back. I mean, look, I've done so many classes showing you guys different documentation. Columbus never saw fucking negros, no crispy, woolly, nappy, nothing here at all. But you know what? We're going to continue because I tell you what, this is good to know. This is very good to know because, you know, we're going to find out some things about some things today.
All right, racists. Welcome to Comma Class. Today, we will be discussing who was reclassified in the United States and why.
If your birth certificate reads black, Negro, colored, and you're indigenous, do you know you have an ironclad lawsuit against the United States under misclassification?
I know I've covered this subject before, but I must lay the groundwork for the history behind today's subject, as many people believe I have an interest in making things up when they've never seen a video taken down from this page for misinformation. And I know
so funny. I don't ever bring up misinformation, fam. TikTok got rid of me in my channel, my little fucking channel, before Israelis bought it, okay? They got rid of me real quick. So let me tell you something, you dumbass butt plug. They are the noise and frequency of what you need to hear. So if they allow you to bring up information, it's because they think it's non-threatening. They don't want me around TikTok at all. That is threatening. Let's continue though. What do you know?
you report me for it, because you tell me when you harass me in my inbox. Now that we've gotten that out of the way, let's start with the scum of the earth. Walter Ashby Plecker was the head of Virginia's Bureau of Vital Statistics from 1912 to 1946. He also pushed the Racial Integrity Act of 1924. He pressured every vital statistics bureau that served Black American communities to reclassify anyone indigenous appearing to match the African ancestry as colored, black, or Negro, aiming to prove that Virginia Indians no longer existed. Meaning, if anyone in your family has those titles, they would be considered misclassified. But that's not totally a bad thing, and I know that some may say that this is not my place to discuss this. But what I'm about to say is me giving my observation, not giving my opinion or advice. There is only one group in this entire country that holds the title of reclassified terms. Whether you like the terms or not, there is a benefit to calling yourselves the reclassified terms. And that benefit is they become the legal justification to win your legal battles. Because now you have proof that you match the reclassification that is known as... I know that the two terms on the screen are offensive, and I totally understand why, but...
Negro's offensive to you now? You fucking people, bro. Like, where do you get these guys from? Hey, West Africans with the American experience. Where the fuck do you get these guys from? Seriously, bro. Like, what do you guys do? You guys hire these guys out of nowhere and shit? This is another version of Colomiados, but with a Jotillo style to it. Do you get what I'm saying? Hold on a second. You're right, bro. You're right.
Fuck that puto. Fuck that puto.
I'm being real with y'all. Wait, the fuck is wrong with you, bro? We're about to debunk your shit. Because we're gonna be in Deuteronomy 28 today.
I think your feelings towards these terms were by design. They've put them in the media and used them in a derogatory sense to further distance you away from the titles that are on treaties and on documentation. Think about it. They can only achieve that level of brainwashing via Hollywood, which was the intent all along. It's no shocker that everything in this country is about you. The creation of movies is the same thing. It had you in mind, Black America.
It had you in mind. You know why they talk like that? I think they talk like that so loosen the chicoloso and shit. That's what it seems like. You know what I mean? It's just so fucking weird, bro. First of all, it's so fucking weird that you got to talk that way. And secondly, like, it doesn't even pertain to you. Like, what? Hold on. Outside of the fact that I think that's what it is, what benefit do you get by bullshitting this story? The Columbus never... Hey, I've showed enough documentation books from Ivy League schools where Columbus specifically said, nah, we didn't see no fucking Africans here. You know, no crispy hair, no nothing like Ethiopians. Maybe skin tone. And I also have some other books from Hernan de Soto, who was in Florida, fuckface, and he was saying, like, bro, we saw people light skin as hell with equine noses and all that shit. No woolly. But you know what? It's the chicloso that's in the way.
Americans to indoctrinate everyone, not just you. That's why they sell us all the sad stories of the Native Americans, to gain sympathy, so that the narrative is controlled via your...
It's so... Oh my God, bro. Listen to this shit. Listen to what he just said. Let me tell you something, family. Raza does not get sympathy, okay? We're still getting deported. It's so much for the sympathy, right?
That's why they sell us all the sad stories of the Native Americans, to gain sympathy.
What sympathy had indigenous people have gotten? Every 2 fucking years or every goddamn fucking year, we hear about the Holocaust or black slavery, Holocaust or Negro slavery, Holocaust or black slavery. Every 2 fucking years. And you're saying that the narrative is to have sympathy for our people? Y'all have no sympathy for our people whatsoever.
All the sad stories of the...
What sad stories? We don't get movies of slavery. No. Every year or two, you know, like some Negro got enslaved or some Jew went through fucking Nazism, or some Negro got lynched and some Jew got burned, and you know what I mean? That's all we see every fucking year or two. We don't have no movies, nothing whatsoever, of supposedly trying to find sympathy or empathy towards our people whatsoever. What the fuck are you talking about, Fruity Looty?
Native Americans, to gain sympathy, so that the narrative is controlled via your emotions. Because I have yet to see any of the Asiatic natives who claim to be indigenous provide any proof or documentation about their reclassification. If Black Americans aren't reclassified people, then who was? For all of us getting the privilege to live and experience your delineation lifetime, Black Americans, we are lucky because you're teaching us all. As I'm sure you know, we are all learning from you, our true leaders. So thank you. And I hope that today's lecture was a new way to view the
you go. Hey, listen, if you guys are anybody that's out there gay and black, he wants your rod. This is what it's about. He wants you to submit his ass and treat him like a bitch. I'm not kidding with you. I can't believe that somebody would say some shit like that. Not even thinking, I'm sure he don't even believe in God, more likely. Instead of saying, yo, God is the leader, creator, whatever. No, black man, you taught us everything. This is, I don't know. I don't even want to say disgusting because, you know, that's what they do, bro. They don't see it like that. But let's go. We're almost done on this shit.
by terms. Because it's always been you that holds the power. And they know it. And they've been fighting like hell to keep you from knowing.
Oh, my God. Okay, so you see that? You see what I'm saying? You see what I mean? Like, bro, it's like fucking, like, really, yo, really, yo. So he talked about Plecker. Let's find out what Plecker is. I got a video. I'm gonna let it run, family. You know me. I bring input from other brothers and sisters, man. So let's continue. Hell, there was not playing or what? What's up, bro?
So as always, when you see posts like this on my page, it's not to race or rage bait or rile people up to go and harass and attack people. No, this is for re-educational purposes only.
When we is the original people, that's why we do not know ourselves. We really.
Alright, man, this is getting really out of hand. Brother, what is this?
Oh, hell no!
And on top of the madness, look what it says, right? As the original people, we're multi-dimensional beings, which means that we can exist in every dimensional realm. We don't have to settle for just one dimensional realm. We could dominate all realms and make them ours. Okay, grifting means like to scam, right? It's what pimps do. All these dudes basically practice Hinduism. Honestly, Hinduism to me is an ancient grift. Because when you go beyond the love and light spiritual drug shit that makes you come back for more because they don't really tell you exactly like how to really get to that level, if you know what I'm talking about. When you go beyond that and see what's lurking in the shadows, it's pretty sick, like this shit right here.
You not no native, please just be honest, you really a $5 Indian. Pay $5 to take my land, you know you a fraud, you not one of them. The government changed our name, just so we don't get no reparations.
Now this is a rhetoric they always say, right? Meet Walter Plecker, the man responsible for the destruction of the records in 1913 in 50 states that showed how Native Americans were reclassified as black and Negro.
Good old Walter Plecker, my brother.
In 1866, a law declared that every person having 1/4 or more African American blood was deemed to be a colored person, and everyone not colored person having 1/4 or more Indian blood was to be deemed an Indian. Walter Plecker, in charge of the state's vital statistics record, employed the law to classify all Virginians as white or colored, and to classify the state's Indians as colored. Plecker believed that some African Americans were attempting to pass as Indians and feared that Indians would attempt to pass.
Fucking beautiful, bro. I love destruction. I love destruction. Like, perfectly put, my brother. My brother. Walter Ashby Plecker, in charge of the state's vital statistics records, employed the law to classify all Virginians as white or colored, and, quote unquote, by the way, and to classify states' Indians as colored. Plecker believed that some African Americans, like today, like, you know, butt plug Nicky Tricky Fuentes over there, right? You know what I mean? They're trying to, like, I don't know, getting good with that shit. I don't know, bro. Y'all are perverts. You know, they're, hey, these guys are native. No, y'all been doing that shit since the get-go. Even Plecker knew it. Plecker believed that some African Americans, actually West African Americans, or West Africans with an American experience, were attempting to pass as indigenous, and feared that the Indians, or indigenous, would attempt to pass as white. You see this? He obsessively documented each and every birth and marriage registration submitted to his agency and manipulated and distorted records to show that the genealogical heritage of Virginia. Anyways, he's going to read it again, but you have to understand what we're dealing with here. Nothing new under the sun, fam.
As whites. Plecker also regularly sent out alerts. This guy was obsessed. He's like, yo, we're not going to let these guys pretend to be white, yo. They're not us. They're not like us, man. A historical term originating in the South that holds that a person with any trace of African ancestry is considered black. Native Americans were not universally reclassified as Negro. In the 1790s, the first U.S. Census categorized most as Indian, not taxed, and left them uncounted. However, some state and local officials later began reclassifying mixed-race individuals as colored or Negro on official documents, which contributed to paper genocide and assimilation of native identity. This practice aimed to eliminate Native identity, particularly in states like Rhode Island and Virginia, by denying them recognition and access to rights and privileges associated with being Native or white. Reason for reclassification. Many states, such as Rhode Island, began a practice of classifying mixed-race people as colored or Negro starting in the late 18th century. This was a deliberate effort to erase Native American identity and force assimilation onto Narragansett state people. Paper genocide. Manipulating and misrepresenting records, claims no true Native American existed became a tool for denying the existence of Native people on paper. Places like Virginia feared that mixed-race individuals might try to claim Native or white status to avoid being classified as black, leading to policies to classify everyone as either white or colored. Virginia had a long history of legally defining people by race. Colonial laws on slavery often used the word Negro and slave interchangeably, and by law at various times some Indians could be enslaved and others not. In 1866, a law declared that every person having 1/4 or more African American blood was deemed to be a colored person, and everyone not colored person having 1/4 or more Indian blood was to be deemed an Indian on March 20th, 1924. Walter Plecker, in charge of the state's vital statistics record, employed the law to classify all Virginians as white or colored, and to classify the state's Indians as colored. Plecker believed that some African Americans were attempting to pass as Indians and feared that Indians would attempt to pass as white. State vital statistics, he wrote many letters directed to county officials were about specific individuals who he felt were trying to pass as white. Which are these individuals trying to pass as Indian? Right? He often asked for evidence from the county clerk to prove the people in question were African American descent. Plecker also regularly sent out alerts. This guy was obsessed. He's like, yo, we're not going to let these guys pretend to be white, yo. They're not us. They're not like us, man. Instructed that these families were not to be allowed to be listed as white in any record or to be treated as white in any way. He instructed that these families were not to be allowed to be listed as Indian because they're not Indian. Bro. The Human Genome Project ended in 2003.
DNA is accurate as hell. This ain't the 1800s no more, man. It's 2025. Yo. But even if we were to go back in them days, I mean, it's obvious that African Americans are Indian, yo. You know what I mean?
The records are all there. The Racial Integrity Act of 1924 recognized only two races, white and colored. The act required that a racial description of every person be recorded at birth and made marriage between white persons and non-white persons a felony. Plecker developed the racial criteria behind the act and adhered strict to the one-drop rule, a historical term originating in the South that holds that a person with any trace of African ancestry is considered black. So, by this science, okay, Joe Rogan would be considered black, right? Many influential Virginia families claim descent from Pocahontas. Many influential Virginia families claim descent from Pocahontas. The legislature declared that a person could be considered white with as much as 1/16th Indian ancestry. God. Plecker's policies pressured state agencies to reclassify most citizens claiming Indian identity as colored in spite of a 1930s amendment to Racial Integrity Act restored the legal status of some Virginia Indian. Right, this guy. He wanted to just put, yo, you're either white or you're mixed. Now these guys out here, they want to say we're either white or we're Asian. These guys are like Walter Plecker all over again, bro. Cut it out, dude. This policy has left a modern-day legacy where Virginia Indians struggle to achieve federal recognition because they cannot prove their heritage as required by laws. Okay? Now guess what, guys? This is for Virginia. This was not an attack on black people. This is an attack on indigenous people, bro.
The Virginia Racial Integrity Act was effectively ended in 1967 when the U.S. Supreme Court declared anti-miscegenation laws unconstitutional.
Although the Supreme Court ruling invalidated the law, Virginia General Assembly officially repealed the remaining section of the act in 1975 and later passed a resolution in 2001 officially condemning its racist policies. Bro. The Mildred Loving, who was both black and Native American, and her white husband Richard Loving.
Mildred Loving was both African American and Native American descent. While she was described as having both ancestry earlier in life, she later identified solely as Native American, specifically Rappahannock, and denied any African roots. Me no black, me no black. I'm Dominican. This shift in self-identification is often linked to the racial politics and complexity of her community, where some mixed heritage families chose to identify as Native American to avoid negative consequences of being black.
Mildred Loving's father was Cherokee and Rappahannock. Here, you see this? This is her dad.
Rappahannock. And as you can see, family, and as you can see, by the way, hold on a second here, let me see. Testing 1, 2, 3. Hold on. What the fuck's going on here? What the fuck's going on? 1, 2, 3. Testing. Okay. And as you can see, fam, they've been doing this shit since the get-go. Like, me no black, me no black. I don't want to be black. Nah, you black. You African. Shit, fucking deal with it. But no, it's so convenient. And this is where they go. My mama told me, my grandma, mama told me that she was a native. Mama told me that, yeah, but she didn't tell you she was also African, did she? And then you know what the saddest part is? And I'm going to say it to you right now. I'm going to say it like this, bro. If you guys are natives, it's because you came out of the nutsack of us. That's the only way you're indigenous. You understand that shit? So if you are Hebrew as well, that's the only way it happens. If you came out of the nutsack of us, not the other fucking way around. And you see how now you understand what that sounds like and feels like. Now you understand exactly what you guys been trying to say since the get-go of time. Since the get-go with just two stupid-ass 12 chart, or BHIism, or FBAism, or Roboism, all that isms and shit. This is what it comes down to. That's why I shared with you guys that scripture. Gift destroys the heart, meaning that you guys that covet the reward. Covet the rewards that don't belong to you.
Dad. See this? Unfortunately, there's no pictures.
Right. It said her mom was mixed, so can't imagine what she probably looked like, you know. So basically, we're witnessing the Walter Plecker thing all over again. So as we can see, the reclassification paper genocide thing was not for black people. That whole that paper genocide thing, it was to save white folk from keeping black folk from classifying as whites, and it was to paper genocide the Native Americans so that they can't exist on documents.
Now you understand what it's talking about? Let's continue because
max 30%.
I'm happy I found these videos, bro. In case you're come and check in, Mike Guide, I found your videos, brother. Let's continue.
Check this out. I'm gonna debunk the shit out of this guy. Ready?
That's the biggest damn lie.
You guys do come from Africa. DNA doesn't lie. African Americans, they are biracial. They have majority African DNA and the rest European. DNA is real, bro. How you think they're able to do paternal tests and find out crime scenes of murders? And even the Siberian DNA theory, whenever you guys call Native Americans Siberians, that theory only exists through DNA.
Mm-hmm.
They found up to max 30% Siberian DNA. In some, not all. Are they Siberian? No. African Americans have little European DNA. Are they European? No. Indigo, black native. Bro, you're not purple. Look up the Royal African Company. This is the clothes they wear. This is a tobacco store Indian, just like this statue.
It's on. Now look, this is the actual it's a glory story. This is not Pocahontas there. And look, I'm standing actually in front of you. Now, if you look down here, this is the actual pocket, right here. So This is what they never show you. So we can go all the way up again. And this is what's called field work when you actually go where you're from Virginia. Anybody showing this saying that it's Pocahontas Day is a lie. 100% a lie. So again, I'm NBA. This is it right here. Took our stuff in the day.
Goofy.
I'm the original man of America, due to the mitochondrial E. So that every single last reason would come from me.
Brother, there are dark-skinned Indians that produce albinos and dark-skinned people, and they have straight hair and they're not Negroes. Okay? The San people, these people are mixed. Before we go any further, you guys don't think that at one point they grabbed certain fucking people and put them in other locations to make it look like they've been there? But bigger than that, these guys are mixed, they're biracial. That's why they look way different from all the other people in Africa. Mixed people look like these people. These people are mixed. And on top of that, the Bantu enslaved these guys. Did you know that? These guys were originally light-skinned people. That's why they look like mixed. These Khoisan and San people, whoever these guys are, they have SLC24A5. Think about that.
Every single last race in this world come from me. So if I created you.
This guy's such a dipshit. He thinks all these people came from black people because of the Egyptian shit. Afro-headed people, they're the Nubians. The Egyptians, they were Mediterraneans. The Egyptians enslaved the Nubians. They even had them on their shoes. You're not them, with all due respect. And we could go in on this. I'll debate you on this. So,
Egyptians never depicted themselves the same as black sub-Saharan Africans. You can easily tell who's the Egyptian and who's not from the first look. And in all cases, let me prove it to you. Most of the time, Egyptians depicted themselves with a reddish-brown or orange color. On the other hand, they depicted sub-Saharans with black. Sometimes they depicted them with a reddish-brown color, similar to Egyptians. But even in these cases, their phenotype, facial features, clothes and hairstyles look completely different than Egyptians. And even without any colors, you still can see the difference between Egyptians and sub-Saharan Africans. Which proves that it's not just about color, but the race and phenotype of Egyptians is also different than what Afrocentrists mean when they use the term black. Which is a completely different race than Egyptians, not even the same as dark-skinned Egyptians. Many people around the world share the same reddish-brown color even though they aren't from the same country, continent, or even the same race. But that doesn't give the right to any of them to appropriate the history of others based on the fact that some of them share the same color.
Structure type. Like I'm looking right into a mirror with these facial features. Run.
That made him think all the other people is the same thing. No, bro. Y'all were in Africa, y'all were the Nubians. Brother, with all due respect.
How the fuck you on my land first? Like trying to claim my shit, man, I'm in history. My people was done the worst.
Your people were done the worst?
Oh, that all due respect should get down, flush the toilet, bro. There ain't no respect for these motherfuckers, bro. Now, fuck no. No, with no due respect. Let me do that. With no due respect. You do fucking with our heritage, homie. What the fuck's wrong? Hell no. With no due respect. Smash his ass.
Bro, did you guys know not all black Africans that came to America were slaves? Did you know the first free black man was a conquistador called Juan Garrido? And he had African slaves and indigenous, my people, slaves. And he was given land and all types of shit. And there's other black conquistadors who were going through the same thing. Like thousands. They were given land and shit. Bro.
You're not no native. We should be honest. You're really a $5 Indian. $5 to take my land. You know you a fraud.
I went around calling 5 Negro Indians, $5 Negroes and shit. $5, just have a shirt that says $5 Negroes. What is that going to translate to? It's going to cause chaos. Like, what the fuck are you trying to say, $5 Negroes? It's the same thing as $5 Indians. You see how offensive it is? You see what I mean? Motherfuckers like that can get away with racist shit, but as soon as you try to do something like that, oh my God, even TikTok will go crazy. Matter of fact, even a white man will defend that shit. Fucking idiots.
Look at this fucking dickhead, right? This guy is dark-skinned. Okay? These guys talk copper colored. If you grab a clean penny, look guys, grab a clean penny. A clean penny looks closer to this guy than this guy. Right? Copper. We're copper colored. And then they grab a fucking dirty ass penny and put it on their fucking forehead. But grab a clean penny, it's a pale red tinged with yellow. Because that's what copper is. It's a pale red tinged with yellow. Cut it out. Right? This nigga talking about, oh my God, you need to be in a higher frequency, man. You need to get out of your ego. You can't tell me this is the most egotistical song ever. And I would love to rap battle you, sir. I will fucking crush you. And I'm calling you out. You and this fucking Rilo guy. Right? $5 to take my land. You know you fraud. Look at this. He put Look at this, bro. This guy doesn't travel the world. It makes sense. He's a fucking ghetto-ass scholar that's never fucking left the States, bro. In South America, in Tijuana, in real Mexico, most of us are dark-skinned. My dad is as dark as you, dude. You're not one of them. This bozo, right? Moctezuma was a man of middle size. Like all Indians, very dark complexion. He wore his hair long. Brother, being dark-skinned doesn't mean you're a Negroid. You do know that, right? This guy's so racist. This guy's like the Portuguese, bro. When the Portuguese came out here, right, they were dark-skinned, straight-haired, Negroids. And just because they were dark-skinned people, the Portuguese labeled all of them as Negroes. So this was getting so out of hand that they had to do a royal decree in Portugal to not call them Negroes anymore. A royal decree. Right? Look at the guy. Do you see the picture on the left? You can't tell me this looks like the same as this person right here. Right? Right? This guy.
The government changed our names just so we don't get no reparations. Colored, black.
No, dickhead. You're the reason why you aren't gonna get reparations. Because you're claiming you weren't a slave and you didn't come from Africa. But then you want to claim you're Native American when the Native Americans owned black slaves, bro. And this person isn't a Negro, brother. Are you slow, blind, or both, brother?
Negro, African-American.
Bro, the term African American was used in the 1700s, bro. Y'all need to quit with this shit. Oh, African American's a new term by Jesse Jackson. No, bro, they've been calling you that since the beginning. The African is where you're from, and the American is your European side. Like white Americans. No, it's a white European. African Americans is an African European. My guy. And I say this with love. Right?
What they changed our name to? We is the Cherokee.
No love here. No, none whatsoever. I appreciate you, Mike Guy. I appreciate you, Barry. Like, don't get me wrong. You know what I mean? That's the way you move. But not here. Fuck the fuckity no, bro. They get destroyed. Here, Canaanites get destroyed.
He says, we're the Cherokee. But the Cherokee owned Negro slaves, bro.
Cherokee, we is the Iroquois.
You guys see this? The same author has a book called Africa Being the Latest and Greatest. And it calls Africa Negro Land.
Yep.
So, in this book, it says there's no Negroes here found. And in his other book, it calls Africa Negro Land.
They are not of the African's progeny, there being not found in all that large continent any black men.
There being not found in all that large continent.
And their color testifieth. They are not
I've shared that with you guys in several classes as well. This is where I know how to debunk all this shit. It's like that guy wrote about America, but that guy also wrote about Africa. But you guys don't mention the fact that he mentioned Africa. And in the book where he sees Africans, he actually explicitly identifies nappy, woolly, thick lips, flat noses, typical African features. But no, y'all don't talk about that.
To the Africans' progeny, there being not found in all that large continent any black man. That's section 1 of their book.
The inhabitants of Florida are olive color. 4. And without any deformity, their skins generally painted, and their bodies naked, only a deer skin about their middle, their hair, long and black, hanging down to their hands.
The Indians in Maryland are a people generally of straight, able, and well-proportioned bodies, something exceeding the ordinary pitch of the English, their complexion swarthy, their hair naturally long and black, without curl.
The inhabitants have their hair black as jet, hard like horsehair. They are broad-shouldered, small-waisted, brown-haired, their teeth exceeding white.
I don't know. I don't get it. I honestly don't get it. I think that
max 30%.
The information that we be showing y'all, it makes a lot of sense, man.
So look, you know how they
playing the videos because you know how YouTube is, and I appreciate this, brother. Hope you're watching, bro. Let's continue.
grand rising to the real color indigenous people of this land. So look, you know how they want us to be African so bad, they want us to stop claiming everything in here so they can take our identity and continue to have everything, folks. No, all that shit stop now. Now it's the age of Aquarius. You could do a simple look, and you know Google ain't used to tell us shit. Google ain't tell us shit. But now it's the age of Aquarius, folks. You can do a simple little research. That's why they also want to ban the little AI apps y'all be using, folks. You know what I'm saying? When you make reasons to start actually posting shit and using it, yeah, they get scared to start taking your videos down. Why y'all think it said the copper back then was much darker than it was?
So this is level 4, all right? So this section is prints and drawings, all right? As you can see. But what I'm looking for, so we about this, I'm on the search, lineage. I'm on the search, looking for the emblem of America.
They know who they were dealing with here, okay? They know who they were dealing with here. Then when you turn around and direct them to me and be like, you know, watch some of Dane's videos, you know, you'll learn something new. Nah, Dane is this, Dane is that. They'll start turning their nose up.
Man, Negroes, where's your diet? How come y'all don't eat none of the fucking diets that we have here in the Americas? Why is that complicated? And if you really want to prove it in your bone, like, because that's what you live, then prove it in your isotopes. Your isotopes should show that you've been having this diet forever. You, your generation before you. I mean, it's like literally should be in your DNA. But y'all motherfuckers can't prove none of that shit. I don't know what the fuck you eat. I don't care, to be honest with you. But it sure as hell ain't the shit that we eat. At all. You don't have the spirit to be in these lands. You don't have even the fucking might to handle these lands.
Oh shit. This is a king of America, probably the first king to ever invade Europe. Before moving on, I've seen
Yo, these freaking dudes claim this is a Native American, bro. Oh, man. It's funny because I used to believe this fucking dumbass shit. Oh my god. Yo, this statue is in Europe. Okay, it ain't no American thing. This is in Germany.
Before moving on, we have swarthy, right? And I'm sure many of you all have heard of that term. Swarthy means of a dark color, complexion.
Swarthy means someone of dark complexion. Swarthy doesn't mean negroid. Just like how melanated doesn't mean you're a negro. Anybody could be melanated.
It's on. Now look, this is the actual Virginia. It's a glory story. This is not Pocahontas there. And look, I'm standing actually in front of it. Now, if you look down here, this is the actual placket, right? Right here. So this is what they never show you. So we can go all the way up again. And this is what's called field work when you actually go where you're from, Virginia. So anybody showing this saying that it's Pocahontas dad is a lie. 100% a lie. So again, I'm NBA. This is it right here. Cigar Store NBA.
Moving right along, my friends. We're just going to show you some videos. I'm glad.
Let's talk about.
You know me, man. If you guys have a channel and I like it, I'll promote it. I don't have no hate or ill towards you, bro. If it makes sense, I will share it. Let's go.
Race and ethnicity. In the USA, Mexicans are seen as a hybrid race, Native American and mainly Spanish. You're going to kind of have that mix there. And there's a predictable look that most Mexican Americans have, or Mexicans have. When we think of a Mexican person, there's a certain look. Think of Pedro from Napoleon Dynamite, perfect example. On a similar note though, Black Americans are in a similar situation there. And that is that if you're a Black American, you're something like 2/3, 3/4 African DNA, and the rest is predictably going to be European. So if you're a Black American, you're already a mixed race. But what's weird is in the United States, if somebody has a Black parent, then on the other side.
Thank you. Let me hook it up. Let me see what the fuck is going on here. That's weird. What is going on here? Well, then let me see some.
They have a parent who is 100% European descent. Well, if they have a child, when they have
does it sound good? Does it sound good? All right, let's go. Let's go one more time.
Let's talk about race and ethnicity. In the USA, Mexicans are seen as a hybrid race, Native American and mainly Spanish. You're going to kind of have that mix there. And there's a predictable look that most Mexican Americans have, or Mexicans have. When we think of a Mexican person, there's a certain look. Think of Pedro from Napoleon Dynamite, perfect example. On a similar note though, Black Americans are in a similar situation there. And that is that if you're a Black American, you're something like 2/3, 3/4 African DNA, and the rest is predictably going to be European. So if you're a Black American, you're already a mixed race. But what's weird is in the United States, if somebody has a Black parent, then on the other side, they have a parent who is 100% European descent. Well, if they have a child, when they have a child, that child is biracial or mixed, which is funny to me because already the Black parent is already mixed themselves. It's not until that we tip the scales where there's more European DNA that they become mixed. But as far as if there's more African DNA, they're not.
Do you guys hear that? Do you guys understand exactly what's going on? So negros were already mixed. You guys got a lot of white blood in you. You know, like Bob Marley, bro. That man is a white man. His kids are white. His dad is white. All those people that came out of his father's seed, they're white. But, you know, when you see them on TV, whatever, they think they're black. Blackity black as black can be. But yet they're not. You're fucking Gringolandians. Gringos. But anyways, let's stick to the subject.
considered mixed. Most black Americans are.
What up, Joe? Good to have you here, bro. What up, Guanaquia? Good to have you here. Let's go.
Just called black Americans. They're not called mixed, not until they have a child with someone who is basically 100% European. For Mexican Americans and black Americans, we're talking about groups of people who are by default biracial. But it's not really perceived that way, even though it actually is that way, even though DNA tests confirm that. I think that's interesting. I think we need to have open, honest conversations about this.
He said she was a full-blooded Cherokee.
Like almost all African Americans I know, my relatives are convinced that we have Native Americans in the family.
I have a little Choctaw Indian.
We talk about the cheekbones and...
Yeah, you do have high cheekbones. She always had long black hair.
Tina grew up believing that two of her grandparents were part Native American.
But you're only 1% Native American. You know how your family has always thought that you had all this Native American heritage? Yes. It was white heritage that you had.
All this time I've been thinking Indian. I was dying to find out what tribe it was.
You're from the tribe of Europe.
And I'm 3% Native American. So I got just a little Indian.
You got a little Indian in you. 0% Native American. And 0% Native
There you go.
American. And 0.
It's like that guy that came over to my channel the other day, and he's like, "Hey, you got 1% Asian. Look at that, like 0.07% Asian." And yet 90-something% of the indigenous, that didn't matter to him. Oh my God.
0% who were Native American.
Well, I'm gonna have to tell the Choctaw Nation in Oklahoma now. I misrepresented myself. I'm not Choctaw at all, you know.
And you'll see there's no figure for Native American because you ain't got no Native American.
Set the record straight.
Even Don Cheadle, who we would expect to have some Native American ancestry because of the connection to the Chickasaw, members of your family owned by Native Americans. But we don't find any. Wow. And you're not alone in not having any measurable Native American ancestry. 1 in about every 20 African Americans only 1 in 20 has any significant amount of Native American ancestry.
Now, according to this test, Linda.
And the only way you get that shit is from the nutsack of the indigenous man. Hold on a second. You guys want to be natives?
¡Viva México, cabrones!
You gotta come out of a nutsack for doing that shit. You guys want to claim indigenous?
Ooh, that's gonna hurt!
You're gonna have to come out of the nutsack of an indigenous man.
Gotcha, bitch!
Johnson Rice, you have an extraordinary amount of European ancestry for an African American. 40%.
20% European.
You're a 1/5 white.
Wow. Oh, man.
Can you read these percentages?
32.2 European.
You are 1/3 white.
I am not.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. So can you imagine what Beyonce's like white bloodline? She's probably like 60% white, 40% African. Not maybe 35% African, maybe 5% native, if any of that shit, right? But, you know, those are the facts, man. What am I going to tell you? If you are Hebrew of the Bible, then you came out of the nutsack of the indigenous people or the people over there that are getting destroyed. And I'm not going to say it who. You guys make up your mind on that one. And if you claim to be a native from this land, then you definitely came out of the nutsack of one of us. Or else you ain't none of them. Sorry to tell you. But see, that's the privilege of being chosen. You're turning the tables around, fuckers.
I'm 35% European. 19% European. Are you surprised to know that you have that much European ancestry?
I guess so. As dark complected as I am.
Mm-hmm. It means you're 1/3 white.
Well, that's surprising.
You are 33% European.
Now, this is the 1870 census, Tom. And what we find is that your great-great-grandmother is living with her daughter, Janet, and her son, Robert, in the household. But can you see who is living next door?
Edward Hall?
Edward Hall.
I'm not finished. Amazing as this was, you turn the page, my brother. That is Ed Hall's father,
Your third great-grandfather.
a Supreme Court justice in the state of North Carolina.
A Supreme Court justice in the state of... That's right.
I always wondered, man, like I always ask these questions. When do you guys stop being Negro? That man is fucking white just because he has the thick lips and big nose. You guys consider him black? What the fuck are we doing here? When does a Negro stop being black? even though he's predominantly or bloodline from his father's side, white, like Anglo. You get what I mean? There's a lot of you negros out here that are Anglo bloodline. You have the woolly nappy hair, you got the thick, whatever, thick lips, you got the dark skin, but you are fucking white. You come from a white man. I know that's a hard pill to swallow, but in this channel, we don't leave no fucking rocks unturned.
That's right. That's your ancestor. Direct, smoking pistol. I've looked around my family. I haven't seen anybody in my family that have gray eyes. So your great-grandfather was a white man. Did you know this?
Yeah, my mother said so.
How are white ancestors part of African-American history, do you think?
How?
Sure. Or are they?
Gosh, of course they're a part of African-American history and more prevalent in the South than anywhere else in the country.
And I have your results, Snoop. Are you ready?
I'm ready. I'm also ready.
Snoop Dogg, you are 0% East Asian.
Wait a minute. I don't got no Asian in me. I like Chinese food.
Snoop, you are 23.
Asia encompasses Mediterranean, Middle Eastern, Hindu, like Chinese, Japanese, all. Y'all are fucking simple, dude.
3% Native American. That's pretty big.
That's real big.
All
That
right?
only leaves 77% left.
You are 6% European.
So what does that mean?
Hang on. The moment we've all been waiting for. Charles Barkley is 75% Sub-Saharan African, AKA black. Drum roll, please. Snoop Dogg, you are 71% Sub-Saharan African. Oh my God, Snoop. Charles Barkley is blacker than you are.
Oh no.
Charles Barkley got your ass by 4%.
Oh no. I want to feel like George Bush right now. We got to have a revote. This ain't right. This ain't right.
Charles wasn't able to be here tonight, but he sent you a message. Check this out.
Hey guys, thank you for this honor. I am the notorious DNA. Hey, I'm sorry I can't be there tonight. Hey Snoop, I would love to meet you actually. Hey, but Snoop, I'm gonna just call you Whitey from now on the set of Snoop. I'm actually on the set of this new movie, Soul Plane 3. I got your part, Snoop. Let me tell you something else. Harry Reid, you keep pissing us black people off, I'm gonna whoop your ass.
Yeah. All right. So, well, check it out, brother. He actually, these videos that I found, they're not his channel. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see. Hold on. I'll give you his channel link. I'll post it right. Hold on a second. Give me a momento. Subscriptions. Where we at? Mic guide. Here. I found that link. Here, I'll show you. This is his channel. Okay? Like, that's the brother right there, man. So, yeah, let me play one of these recent videos and shit.
Now I want you guys to really critically think on what I'm about to say, okay? Listen.
Hey, would you date him?
I don't know about that.
I don't know about dating.
I got a question to ask, okay? And if you're Mexican American, you live in Texas, or you live in Cali, Southern California, Central California, please answer this. I noticed a lot of the Mexican Americans that live in Houston, Texas, not all, but a good amount, especially the young ones, they have a black American accent. Good amount, especially the young ones, they have a black American accent. And I noticed in Cali, whether it's Central California or Southern California, that is extremely rare.
Sorry to burst your bubble, man, but somebody has to say something. That accent is not a black American accent. That accent originated from Scotland, specifically in the western countryside, which when you go to Scotland, in the West Country, it looks like the South, right? Those guys were hillbillies, right? The word hillbilly comes from these people. It was actually like a positive word, right? The Black American accent and hip hop, it is a West Country Scotland accent remixed with some pirate type shit, right? So pirates talk like this, right? Pirates say, instead of saying I am, it says I be, right? Instead of you are, it's you be. Okay? This, THIS is this, right? That, in pirate, it's that.
You see why I have appreciation for this brother right here? He finds some good stuff like this, dude. He did a video before. I don't know if he took it. I think he took it down, and it was like the evolution of the English language, the pronunciation of words, and it was showing how British brought the South to talk the way they talk. Man, anyways, so I wish I would have like recorded that video because I thought that shit was powerful. And this right here is the same concept. I be, you be, she ain't, it don't, I ain't. It's just great.
Or West Country, whatever you want to call it, right? Instead of saying something, it's something. Or walking, it's walking. Just remove a G. Door is dough. That is.
Where the dough at? Where the dough at? You know what I mean? Like, that's exactly what I'm talking about here. Like, how you guys, you simpletons, you fucking Canaanites, you guys are easily manipulated. It tells me that your spirit is hollow and your brain is as well. One of the two, one is more powerful than the other one. And can you imagine what the fuck is? Sheesh. If one's worse than the other, and I say one's more powerful than the other, how far do you get with that?
A West Country thing. I don't know about that. Right, so pirates, they say yo, right? Yo ho, a pirate's life for me, right? But pirates also say the word booty. Booty means loot. Loot means to steal, right? So we see the word yo, ho, and booty. And we see other type of accents that is connected to the pirate accent, right? These are all pirate terms and pirate slang, right? So let's put it all together, right? Here we go, right? Pirate way. Yo, that food bussin'. She ain't lying. If you were to hear that, you'd be like, dang, he sounds like a black dude. Now, let's take that pirate accent, which is actually a West Country accent, and let's do it a little more remixed. Culture appropriate. Yo, that food bussin'. She ain't lying. You would think I sound black, but in reality, I'm talking like a pirate. But the pirate accent originates from the West Countryside of Scotland. Right. Right. Hillbilly was actually a term of endearment. It was a positive word, right? The hillbillies were from Scotland, had a lot of pride. The hillbillies in the beginning of America, they're very prideful, very egotistical. The way they act is just like how black culture is. And I'm just keeping it a buck, right? So in reality, people gotta stop culture appropriating and talking about, oh, he has dreadlocks, he's acting black, right? The Vikings had dreadlocks, anyone could grow dreadlocks, right? Or, oh my God, he's dark skinned, he's black, that's a N-word, right? Right? Or when you hear someone talking like this pirate, Scottish, European accent, country hillbilly thing, people think, oh my God. Whenever you see a non-black person talking like that, we think, oh my God, he's talking like those biggity blacks. Like, no, he's talking like the fucking white hillbillies, right? So look guys, no racial, one love. I'm just saying, we gotta stop with this too. Black folk, unfortunately, not even what you think black culture is, black American culture. That is something many of y'all trying to steal as well, personally. So, there is no such thing as a black American accent. That is a white hillbilly accent that came from Scotland, specifically the West Countryside, which the West Countryside, it looks like the South. The attitude.
So this is his channel, brother, right here, right there. All right, Might Guide. All right. Now let me give you a little bit of. Go back to the actual notes that I had, my friends. You know, there's a reason why I ran this class. Let me remind you guys of what the topic is. It says right here, a little matter of genocide. A little matter of genocide. Now, I know we hear this word often, maybe, sometimes. I mean, I hear it. Eugenics, right? And what is the meaning of eugenics? I'll just go to the quick Wikipedia. You know, they don't always say the truth and shit for the most part, but I think we can understand what it means. Eugenics is a largely discredited set of beliefs and practices that aim to improve the genetic quality of human population. Historically, eugenicists have attempted to alter the frequency of various human phenotypes by inhibiting the fertility of those considered inferior or promoting that those considered superior. So that's where the concept of eugenics, comes from, right? But if you break the word down, I want to give you this understanding because this is what they talk about. EU, right? Look well. Easily. Good. True. You see? Now you understand what I'm talking about? There's a purpose why they choose certain words. Eugenics. Now, you know what the word eugenics means? It means superiority, which is kind of weird to me because at the same time they get this concept from Darwinism, right? But yet, if you believe in Darwinism, then it's saying that white people are not supposed to survive because you guys don't produce it anymore and your babies can't be born. Your women don't want to have your babies. You guys can't spit sperm, you know what I mean? The only people that are multiplying in this earth right now are us right here. Who are you talking to? You know what I'm saying? That's who's multiplying. Not even Morenos are multiplying as much as we are. Right? So technically that is eugenics, you know what I mean? Superiority of genes. That's the concept. But anyways, sidestep. That at least you understand for the most part what it's driving to make you think. That there's superiority in your genes, right? Now, here's where it gets interesting. The word you means well. The word you means well, good. And then when you put in the other part, genics, then it says producing. So forming well, producing well, suitable for production or reproduction by such a medium. So you means what? Once again, good, true, or good genetics. You see, that's why when you talk about these things and you hear like trompetas and all these stupid ass Anglo-Saxons, Cracker Barrels and shit, they're like, oh my God, we're just so smarter than you. No, you guys are not. You're not. I'm sorry, you're fucking not. Most of you guys are fucking dumb. And if you ever do get ahead in some societies, because guess what? You had some support. Give an opportunity to one of us that actually grew up in the hood with all of this fucking might and understanding and intellect. And I'll tell you what, we would have created so many more things than you guys. If it wasn't for us, you would have been dead already. You need the balance of our people. You need the spirit that we have here in this land. If it wasn't for us, y'all wouldn't even fucking be making it this long. Eugenics. This is exactly what they mean by those particular words. So when Trompeta says to you, no, we have good genes, we have good genetics, that's what you're seeing. You know what I'm saying? Now, let me show you this real quick. This is from, The book I got, hold on a second. Occupied America, page 25. Let me find it. So this is from a book I have called Occupied America, A History of Chicano by Rodolfo Acuña. I don't know if they're still teaching this. I know that, and I got this book from my wife. She's the one that actually like brought me to the attention to this. It was a prerequisite for Chicano studies. I don't know if they have that still, okay? So, don't quote me on it, but technically this is what we're talking about here. Assimilation of the Native women. Native women, according to some sources, experience a diminished participation in traditional social domains. Now, let me tell you something, family. One thing about us that we're so different from every other nation is that we have a communal concept. We don't kick out our kids when they turn 18, nor do we send our parents at 65 to a assisted living home. We don't do that whatsoever. We have a communal concept, a spirit that just drives us to be who we are. Hey, what up, sis? Good to have you here. I think you're new. What's your name? Amelia, tribe of Issachar. So it says here, hold on, let me go. Okay, it says, although women cultured the children, Spanish authorities were not inclined to educate them. You see this. But then again, I showed you guys different, material to at least express to you exactly where this all ended, okay? Few religious schools dedicated to educating young women existed. By contrast, during the pre-conquest period, women had worked as marketers, doctors, artisans, and priests. You see this? By contrast, during the pre-conquest, before 1492, our women were marketers, doctors, artisans. This is why you have those women in your household. This is why, we, like, my wife is a certain way. And she's, I guess you could say more of an artisan in a sense. You know what I mean? But in my family, like in my mom, like my mom and dad, my sisters, they're more marketers and shit. We don't have no doctors. But I know that some of you guys have doctors. And that's not far-fetched. Do you see what I'm saying? Like when we look at the type of man that we technically are meant to be, machismo does not belong to us, family. I'm going to tell you this right now. Machismo is European as fuck. Y'all need to let that shit go, bro. That doesn't mean that you can't run your house. You can run your house, especially when your wife appreciates you, when your wife respects you, when your wife looks up to you. You can run your house if you run it well. You know what I'm saying? But some of you guys want to fucking run the house and shit, and you don't run shit at all because you don't run it well. And then you wonder, like, what the fuck? A true ruler, or at least a true leader, does not cave to strong women. You understand what I'm saying? I have strong daughters. I raise them to be strong daughters, like I have strong sons. So obviously, you know what I mean? Like, there's a mindset behind that shit. Y'all, I'm telling you, family, you need to start realizing what it means to be communal. It means you care for your family, you care for your kids. How do you do that? Because a lot of us talk about it. How do you do that? Okay, here's the way that you men can actually change your fucking life, okay? I'm gonna give you some tips real quick. Reflect, man. I know it sounds like, reflect. No, I'm telling you, man, reflect, repent, and admit that you're wrong. Admit your faults. The scriptures say, admit your faults one to another. It helps you. It makes you a better fucking man. It don't make you weaker. It makes you fucking stronger. The more, look, the scriptures even say the kingdom of God dwelleth in you. If you want to get to know the Most High, you got to examine yourself. You got to get rid of all those thorns and nettles, all of that shit that you have corrupt in you. If you are not willing to look at that, then you are the problem. Don't blame everybody else. If you can admit to yourself, yo, I did this, I did that, I fucked up, I'm going to change that now. So every time you make a mistake, hey, you know what? I made a mistake. That's me. I made a mistake. I'm sorry. There ain't nothing wrong with that. But here's the problem. A lot of you guys have thorns and nettles. You leave that shit behind. You want to talk about progression, generational this, generational that, but you can't even talk to your kids. What the fuck's going on? If you can't talk to your kids, because you can't talk to you. Now, maybe some of y'all fucked it up so bad that you can't even get a hold of them. Okay, fine, whatever. But for God's sakes, man, don't go around saying that it's not an internal work. Before you can, and I tell my wife this 100% of the time, because she sometimes, my son's 14, you know, he's being a teenager and shit, and she's having a little difficulty with him, right? And I tell her, if you want him to talk to you, you got to change some of the things that you're doing. Like, what do you mean by that? And I expressed to her what it is. And, you know, she's like, you're right. I was acting that way. And as soon as she started changing that, my son was more receptive to her conversation. So, you know, as a leader, you have to fucking look at yourself first before you can assume people are going to change. You ain't going to change them, bro. If you haven't even looked at yourself one bit, fuck, it don't work like that. It don't fucking work like that, okay? Like I said, communalism comes from leadership. Leadership comes from you reflecting on how can I best approach my surroundings? How can I make this house good? How can I treat my wife better? How can I look at my kids this way? How can I talk to them that way? How can I leave a legacy behind? How can I at least make sure that when I fucking die and I'm about to go my last breath, that I can look back and say, man, I fucking did everything I could. Everything. Maybe I left some stuff behind. But listen, that kind of weight is the weight that a lot of you brothers and sisters, man, walking around with, you like go around life picking up trash and making your trash bag all heavier and bigger. And then you don't realize, like, why am I picking up trash? Why am I doing this shit? Let's put it this way. By the time you're at your end of the road, you should have hardly any trash left behind. You should have maybe a little bit of dust, fam. A little bit of dust. Because you fucking did it. You tried it. You made an effort to make a difference for yourself, for your children. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck, bro? Why are we here for then? What the fuck are we here for then? Why are you guys listening to this live or anybody's live for the moment, for the sake of it? Because, I don't got nothing to do. No, fuck no, man. Everything matters. Life fucking should matter, and every moment should matter. There's 1,440 minutes a fucking day. You understand that shit? 1,440 minutes a fucking day. Do you know how much you can do with that shit? Even if you give 5 minutes to yourself and say, where did I go wrong today? How can I do it better? I'm not lying to you, family. I do that shit. That's why I can tell you I'm proud of my family. I'm proud of my kids. No one can take that shit from me. I'm not just doing these fucking sessions or classes like, I'm this and I know that and I'm so fucking smart. No, bro, the only way that you can actually manifest your legacy is by leaving the example behind, by leaving the track record where your kids can say, yeah, that's my pop. Yeah, that's my mom. Yeah, that's what they did. Yes, I saw them in error, but they fucking changed. Everybody can change. You're never too old. That whole concept like, you learn everything in 5 years since no, fuck no. You learn let's put it this way. Every 5 years, your body, your mind, your spirit resets. Every 5. You go up, you go down. Track them. I'm telling you. Track your years. When I was 5, I was one way. When I was 10, I was another. 15, another. 20, another. 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, it's all a cycle. And it all comes back to my point. We are a communal, spiritual type of people. If you don't care for others, you will have a horrible life. Us, who we're talking about of these scriptures, that's what God gave us. He gave us the corn, he gave us the land, and he gave us love. He told us how to take care of each other. That's why you don't let go of your 18-year-old son or daughter and kick her ass out, or when your mom is 65 or your dad is 65 and you want to get rid of them. Fuck no, bro. You don't even want to let go of them. Let's put it that way. But let's continue before I can go all day on that shit. All right, so we're talking about assimilation of Native women, right? Let's see. The change had a lot to do with class. For example, Native noble women who married the conquerors and brought a dowry were more easily assimilated than lower class natives. You see what I'm saying? So it's like a lot of our sisters really went through that fucking shit horribly. And we got to gain that respect back. And the only way we do that is by y'all being leaders. Leaders. Don't blame them first. Look at you first and then say, okay, I'm not wrong. You're wrong. Here's where you're wrong. Here is when I'm wrong and here's where you're wrong. That's the way leadership works. It says the myth of passivity. The myth of passivity. Check this out. Native women were anything but passive or invincible. However, you see what I'm saying? Native women were anything but passive or invincible. How many of you guys have that mom and shit? No, I had my mom. I'll tell you this right now. I'm going to say this right now. My mom was fucking hardcore, bro. I remember I was 5 years old. You know, I was born in Guadalajara, right? Colonia Miravalle and shit. And there was this kid that used to mess around with me. He used to fuck with me all the time. I was 5, and I think he was 6 or 7. He was older than me. I know that. And I used to walk by his house after school and shit, because I only went to the kindergarten, first, second grade, and I came over here. So he used to mess around with me, and I would never tell my mom because I was just like that and shit. You know what I mean? I could fight, so I was like, fuck it, but I couldn't beat this kid up. So it's weird. So then one day she sees me crying. She's like, what happened? ¿Qué pasó? No, que es que el niño. Like, wait, what? Okay, my mom, man, I remember her coat, bro. She had a pink coat. I think like a pink or mink coat, whatever the fuck that is. She put that shit on, bro. She walked me to that kid's house, and she called out that mom and said, hey, I want to talk to you. And she's like a younger lady, right? My mom's probably she's 45, 46 around that time, because she had me late. She had me like when she was like 38, 39, something like that, right? So then she tells the lady, hey, quiero hablar contigo, you know, like that. And the lady's like all young, like what? Like she was very arrogant. So that's why her son was like that. And, you know, she comes over and walks to the fence, and my mom tells her, listen, your son is messing with my son, and I don't like that, yada, yada, yada. And I remember a couple of the ways that the conversation went. I remember her saying, were their kids, you know, whatever, that's his fault if he can't defend himself. Oh, my God. My mom got so fucking mad. She said, look, listen, bitch. Next time your son fucks with my son, not only am I going to kick his ass, I'm going to come here to your house and kick your ass in front of him. Never let your boy ever touch my son again. This is in Spanish, you know what I mean? Brothers, listen, I'm telling you right now, we have those people. We have those women. My mom was no joke, bro. That's why I'm glad that she kept me in line, you know, because my dad had problems. I ain't lying. He was a strong man, but he had some problems, bro. And I'm glad my mom was that one that at least kept me fucking sane. It says Native women were anything but passive or invincible. However, but by the end of the 18th century, they accounted for 1/3 of Tenochtitlan, or Mexico City, workforce. You see this? 1/3 of them. Tenochtitlan had become the capital of New Spain and remained or renamed Mexico City. A sizable number of natives, African, and mixed breed women worked outside the homes. In Mexico City, 46% of the native women and 36% of the women from Las Castas, mixed breeds, engaged in work outside their homes, whereas only 13% of the Spanish or criollas worked outside the homes in labor forces. You see this right here? There's a mixture of people, right? You guys are following. Most women found employment as domestic servants. We can deduce that native women and women from the caste did the menial work while middle-class women pursued an education. You see this? A lot of our women took the fucking heat initially, family. You understand that? That's why you, as a leader of your home, you need to fucking be the one, first of all, to reflect, and then bring that reflection and teach that to your children. Teach it to your wife, because then your wife can deal with the kids. A brother and I talked about the other day, and he was like, what do you think about mixing with other races? And I'm like, well, Nehemiah talked about the fact that's a problem, because guess what? Let's say I'm raza, I'm Mexican, you know, I don't speak English, so to speak, and I come here and I marry an Asian woman, and she speaks English and Asian, or Mandarin, whatever, if she's Chinese, right? Let's say she's Chinese, she speaks Mandarin, I marry her, and I only speak Spanish. Well, the kids are going to learn what I communicate with them the most with, right? Now, let's say I speak English, I don't speak Spanish. But she speaks English and she speaks Mandarin. What language do you think they're going to learn? Mandarin. They're not going to learn Spanish, or even if it was like our language initially. You get what I'm saying? That is where we lose the heritage. And there's, look, you've just talked about it clearly, told Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, don't fuck around with Canaan. You know, they're like, don't mess around with other nations, but like, don't fuck around with Canaan. Like, for sure, stay away from those bastards. You know, I don't know, bro. Some people may say, nah, man, you know, kind of like the brother was saying, you know, I like the booty. Who knows, man? Some of y'all just don't get it. Let's get somewhere with this stuff, bro, because I'm almost done with his videos and shit. We're going to go back and forth. We're going to go back and forth on this because I appreciate the brother. Let's go. 6 minutes in. We're about
saying that the people have always been here. I'm going to provide a bunch of receipts proving that.
Shared this one before, and he showed brother Seneca. All right, let's go.
This video is for the African Americans saying that the people have always been here. No, you haven't. I'm going to provide a bunch of receipts proving that you guys were not here. I don't know where the fuck you came from. I just know you guys weren't here. Right? So here's receipt number 1. 223 black slaves on a ship. Receipt number 2, a rare photograph of North American slave ship, 1862. Damn, 1862, that's like 150 years ago. Y'all haven't even been here 150 years. Receipt number 3, Royal Navy saving slaves. Y'all had to get saved by the Navy. Look at that. Receipt number 4, no, not the kids. Not the kids. Here's that one of you guys being saved by the Navy in color. Look, that is literally y'all coming here on boat. And then not to mention the thousands of paintings from before the camera was invented. Just receipt after receipt after receipt. Y'all weren't here. So pretendians love showing a picture of Native Americans on a boat with this guy, going to show the king and queen of England what real Indians look like. They try to flip the script and say we were shipped here.
No, I just provided receipt after receipt after receipt that y'all came here on boats and chains. Now, my people didn't own slaves. My people helped free the slaves. Look up who Ely Parker is. He was a general. And he was a Seneca chief also. He was a general that fought for the North that helped free these people. Now, Native Americans and black people get along just fine. We took in their kind and fed them, clothed them, sheltered them, hid them. And they actually pay homage to our ancestors that did that once a year, the Mardi Gras Indians, right? So this also proves that these people are not the Indians. And I can't believe I would have to make this video. People are just gullible and they don't want to be African or coming from slaves. But I'm sorry, you can't change who you are. Like I can't change who I am. I'm stuck being Seneca. I'm stuck being indigenous. Just like how you're stuck being African and black.
Most of us think that the first Africans to arrive in what is now the United States were slaves, but it turns out that that's not true. The first African to set foot on what would become United States soil was a free black man named Juan Garrido, a conquistador, the Spanish name for a conqueror. Like almost all
a remix? Is this a remake of him? Did he do this twice? I think he already did. Oh, no, hold on. Let me fast forward it to here. Let's go right here. All right. I think he did it twice.
Tenemos pruebas y evidencias arqueológicas.
All right, so I keep seeing this rhetoric. I thought I'd debunk. Look at the guys on the bottom right. They have straight hair. And as you can see, all shades of color were found here. So as we can see, these guys have body paint. The guys on the bottom, look at the dude, he has 2 different shades of color. That dark brown is paint. Like this guy right here, right? This is from the same exact codex. The guy has white body paint and black on his mouth. Just like this dude, he has black body paint and red on his mouth. Or like this guy, he has yellow body paint and black on his mouth. You guys see this? The indigenous people painted themselves. And DNA does not lie.
Somos descendientes de los Olmecs y los Toltecs. Y no solo fuimos divididos, fuimos reclasificados.
They think they're these guys because of this statue, but this isn't an Olmec head. It's a howler monkey. They zoom in all the way. They zoom in all the way to make it look like it's a big Olmec head, but in reality it's this thing. And you could tell it's a monkey because of the widow's peak. There's another statue with an elongated body and arms to...
For a moment. Think about that for a moment. You guys are willing to call yourselves monkeys and shit to like fit the narrative? I mean, come on, man. What the fuck? Are we just gonna be dealing with you like and call you? No, I'm sorry, wrong button.
Fuck that puto. Fuck that puto.
You want to be called a monkey in order for you to claim you're from here. This is fucking ridiculous, bro. Because that's exactly what that statue means.
Because of the widow's peak. There's another statue with an elongated body and arms to the head, which they say it's a monkey. And you could tell it's a monkey because look at the ear. Last two things. Anybody could have these facial features. Just because you have these facial features doesn't mean you're black. And just because you're dark skinned doesn't mean you're black. And just because you have dreadlocks, that means that came from black people. Look up the sadhus in India. Their whole religion deals with dreadlocks.
Y'all sound real dumb saying that we started the Olmec culture. You know that, right? This all got started by Alexander von Wutenau and Ivan van Sertima. And here's a bigger plot twist. Alexander von Wuten did not say they were black people.
This is a man, and his features are total black. They're not Negroid. You say that the Olmec people themselves were black? No. No. Say that the Olmec people themselves were black? No, but this one certainly was black. You see, you can't see. And here is the proof for it. To be black, they covered it with tar.
Okay? They never really said that the Olmecs were black. I hope you guys know that. And when this brother right here went to the University of Mexico, his private collection was considered fakes. He tells you that on page 230. Thanks, right? You mean to tell me this is what we look like?
So let me show you a verse real quick. This is from the New Oxford Annotated Bible, okay, with the Apocrypha. Moment, let's go to Sirach real quick. Oh shit. It's probably around here. Okay, Sirach. Oh shit, I passed it. Let me go to. I gotta go this. All right, hold on, fam. Hold on. Bro, what the hell? I want to read it in this translation so you can see what I'm talking about. There's only 16 here. Hold on. I'll get through it quick, okay? Give me a moment. There's only 16 here. All right. Now, Sirach's coming up. Shit, I forgot. All right. This is the book of Sirach, chapter 1, verse 21. Watch what it says here, okay? Wow. Missing. I never knew that. Hold on. No. Apparently it's not. The fear of the Lord. Here, look, on this here, okay? You guys can see what I'm talking about. Sirach 1 or Ecclesiasticus 1:21, right? It says this. Hold on. It says, the fear of the Lord driveth away sins, and it is where it is present, it turneth away wrath, okay? Here it says, verse 20, all right? So just to give you guys a heads up. To fear the Lord is the root of wisdom, and her branches are long life. Wisdom is considered a female, okay? Just keep that in mind. Unjust anger cannot be justified, for anger tips the scales to one's ruins. Now, remember, unjust anger cannot be justified, okay? I initially started the class with sharing with you Ecclesiastes 7:7. Surely oppression maketh a wise man mad, and gift destroyed the heart. So we see that, listen, the unjust anger, yeah, that's not fucking good. That's not good at all. It'll destroy you. Now, I'm gonna give you an example of what Ecclesiastes 7:7 really means. The wise man hateth wrong dealings. So, because I don't like the way that these people are moving, that doesn't make me unrighteous. That doesn't make me evil or wicked. Nor does it make me fucking racist like you guys want to claim to me to be. I'm bringing out facts because I'm sealing the wrong dealings of you mofos. Yet here it says to fear the Lord is the root of wisdom. What is the root of wisdom? Is the understanding of who your family is. It's understanding of who your brothers are, who your sisters are, what your kids mean, what your legacy stands for. It's the root of everything. The Most High gave you an understanding to understand the root of everything. If you don't understand the root of anything, then you know what? Then it's nothing. Do you get what I'm saying? Let's see what this fool said. You probably have AC turned on. That was invented. No, I don't. I'm actually in the heat of the moment. And you know what I'm saying? Y'all Siberians haven't. There you go. A fucking negro trying to say we're Siberians. Motherfucker, shut your ass up. You have no idea of your history. What do you call Devon Williams and shit? 402. You should have put 420, bro, because that's what you typically probably do. We are without a doubt the direct descendants of the Olmecs. Oh my dear Jesus. Okay, sounds good, bro. Then show me your DNA. Show me your DNA. Show me your isotopes. Show me exactly that you guys have been having this diet since the get-go. Y'all don't eat corn. You don't know about masa. You don't know about cilantro. You don't have no dietary connection with the Americas here. Just because you have woolly hair and some thick lips doesn't fucking make you native to this land. You understand that shit? And Columbus never saw fucking nappy-headed people when they came here. Not at all. I have all the documentation. Everything. You came up to this channel thinking like, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I know exactly what I'm talking about. And that Siberian shit, you can shove it up your fucking ass, homie. Because guess what? You are probably white, my friend. More likely. You're just a white guy with nappy hair and thick lips. That's it. More likely. Look at you. You're light skinned and shit. You don't even look like the fucking Africans from Africa. Why? Because you have a white daddy. And see, that's what burns you motherfuckers, bro. Y'all always want to say some dumb shit like that. And then here goes right here. When has a Mexican, just be honest, man. Don't say Mexican. Just say a dirty Mexican. Just fucking be honest. Stop with the bullshit, bro. Why are you guys so weak, man? Why y'all so weak and shit? Just because you Mexicans, like, bro, the only statue? You want me to show you more? Like, okay, let's put it this way. The Olmec statues, there's other statues in that time that are a variety of features. You guys never pull that shit up, do you? You just ignore it. You all of a sudden, they don't matter to you at all. As a matter of fact, I'm glad you're here. I'm actually glad you're here because I'm going to prove to you how Negros do not belong in this continent and do not belong in the Bible whatsoever at all. None. You guys got no culture in that shit, nor will you ever. Abraham never fucking hang around Africans, bro. Come on, give me a break. Let me ask you a question. Who brought smallpox to the Americas? Devon Williams. Who brought smallpox to the Americas? Who brought smallpox to the Americas? You can't even spell great again? Great? Like, go make Siberia great. Okay, sounds good. Who brought smallpox to the Americas? Hey, look, another stupid idiot. Y'all have traces of your daddy, Hernan Cortez. Who brought smallpox to the Americas, negro? Who brought smallpox to the Americas, my friend? Tell me who brought smallpox to the Americas. Because I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you who brought smallpox to the Americas. Because you know what? Deuteronomy 28 does not belong to you. That's the only fucking source you guys ever used to be part of the Bible. This is why you guys want to be natives to this land. Because you want the benefits of the rewards. That's why I showed that verse earlier. I said, man, I hated people that want the rewards of others, bro. So tell me, who brought smallpox to the Americas? He said, yeah, Daddy, Hernan Cortez, and Christopher. See, there you go. You see, family? That's it.
That's gonna hurt. You preach 10 commandments, but broke every scroll.
That's how I know you're stupid. That's how I know you're stupid. I can't believe you actually said Hernan Cortez and Christopher Columbus. Bro, that's how I know you're stupid. Your mom dropped you when you was a baby, bro. I mean, I think I'm just going to joke around with you motherfuckers, bro. I don't even think I should even bring facts. I just should joke around with your asses. Your mom dropped you when you were a baby. You need to really do your homework on who brought smallpox to the Americas. It was sub-Saharan Negroes, West Africans predominantly, people that look like you. Yeah, people that look like you. You guys brought smallpox to the Americas. As a matter of fact, I'll tell you this. I'll tell you what. If you want to jump on this live, jump on the live. I will demand you to show your face, and let's talk. And then I'll show you how you guys brought smallpox to the Americas. Come on, let's see. Because I don't think you're going to be able to handle this shit right here. Honestly, man. I don't think you are. The scriptures talk about specific people consistently, and it ain't talking about you guys at all. Hey, look. Imagine thinking that black conquistadors existed. Okay, sounds good. Here we go, family. Here we go. Wow. You see, that's the thing about people like you, man. You guys just probably live in Philly and shit, or some fucking part of where there's a bunch of black folks and you guys don't get to travel or even read further than that. And now you think that shit ain't real. Like all of a sudden, you guys say, oh, no, that didn't happen. Hold on, I'm gonna show you real quick. And you know what? I'll let a Moreno say it for you. I'll let a Moreno say it for you, because that's what I like. I don't like to, you know what I mean? I don't just talk shit. I prove my fucking things. And maybe you speak Spanish. I don't give a fuck. Here, I'll even translate. Nah, I don't care. Learn it.
Y entonces ocurre un fenómeno. Se descubre América. Los primeros esclavos que van al Nuevo Mundo son blancos. Sí, señor, blancos. Y los primeros negros que van al Nuevo Mundo son esos que tenían ya 50 años o más de presencia. Y entonces ocurre un fenómeno. Se descubre América. Los primeros esclavos que van al Nuevo Mundo son blancos. Sí, señor, blancos. Y los primeros negros que van al Nuevo Mundo son esos que tenían ya 50 años o...
Do you see that? Imagine thinking that black conquistadors existed. Yeah, that's how stupid you are. That's how your hair is getting in the way of your thought process. That's how you're losing your frequency, bro. You didn't know about this? You mean to tell me, bro, that you think the Willie Lynch letter was real? You think the Willie Lynch letter was real? I debunked that shit 2.5, maybe 3 years ago. The only channel that's been able to debunk that shit.
Más de presencia renovada y que eran negros ladinos y preparados militarmente para la conquista. En la capitulación de Toledo, que firma Francisco Pizarro en Toledo con la reina Juana, en el 29, otro sí, pide 50 esclavos, entre los cuales debe haber 1/3 de hembras, y se aprobó. Esos eran negros ladinos. Y estos negros ladinos ayudaron a la conquista y recibieron los mismos honores o los mismos castigos cuando los indios vencieron que los españoles. Pero los primeros esclavos fueron blancos, porque la esclavitud no reconocía color hasta esa época. Y la prueba está que en el siglo XIII, cuando Alfonso X el Sabio redacta las 7 partidas, en una de ellas, tomando quizá algo del Código Justiniano, dice que no es de natura esclavizar a otro hombre. Entonces la esclavitud casi estaba abolida. Revive con el descubrimiento de América y sin noción de lo que iba a hacer esto se mandan blancos. Ahora, no vamos a decir que los blancos llegaron encadenados. Se mandaban a los blancos por castigos, se sacaban de las cárceles, porque estaban en la inopia, iban en una forma.
See what I mean? And this is the sad part. Like, a lot of you guys just want to show up to this channel and shit and want to say, yeah, whatever, you guys are Siberians, even though Siberians don't even claim us, which is the funny part. And then you say, well, you know, you guys are Hernan Cortez children, Columbus, like, what the fuck? Make up your mind.
Now, I want you guys to really critically think on what I'm about to...
Make up your mind. Are we, which one are we, which one? You don't
rather to the real.
Making up your minds. I'm going to continue showing. I'm going to go back and forth, by the way. I like some of the videos that he did. This one right here. This is a good one right here. This is a good one right here. Okay, so let's...
Look.
Let's explore this real quick, family, because we're you know, Wobbleism is at the end of its road, and I don't know what happened to him. He got scared as soon as I put the link up and shit. Boom. Man, I don't bite, homie. Shit. Yo no muerdo, cabrón. It's okay, my friend. We can chop it up a little bit. I may not be nice to you, you know what I mean? That's another story, though. But again, where the fuck did he go? Let's go.
Look at this. Somebody come look at this. Look at this. Somebody come and look at this. Look at this.
Okay? They know who they were dealing with here.
Emily, he stepped up to the plate. And finally, somebody. Okay, Devin. Hey, Devin, you need to show your camera if you're gonna stick around here. Can you hear me? Yo, can you hear me? You got yourself on mute. Devin, you have yourself on mute. It says guest muted themselves. Here, look, just to show you, fam. See that? Guest muted themselves. Okay. It's not me. I don't know why he has a problem unmuting himself. Are you just trying to like get on the link to feel ballsy and then like not talk and shit? What the fuck? Oh my God. Okay, try it again, bro. I don't know what the fuck, bro. Try it again. Yeah, let me do this. I'm gonna remove you and then come back again because like this is ridiculous, man. You guys need to know how to use this shit. And you're not coming out with no fucking profile. You need to show your face. Everybody knows here what I look like. Nobody knows what you look like. Hold on a second. He's back. You ready? Bro, you still muted. You muted yourself. You got to unmute yourself. Hey, pendejo. You have to unmute yourself. I did not mute you. Oh, my friends. All right, I'm going to mute myself. Let's
Be like, you know, watch some of Dane's videos. You know, you'll learn something new. Nah, Dane is this, Dane is that. They'll start turning their nose up.
Indigenous Negro snatching up a Eurasian by the top of his hair. Hold on just a second, sir. We got 724 people in here hearing you tell a lie, and he's got them up by his hair and way in. You can actually see his hair sticking through the top of his fist as he grips the skin of the top of the head of this Eurasian invader, which you descend from. So what's going on is that you see original Negro.
Those are children, bro.
No, these are not children. These are just little Mexicans. I know Mexicans to a black dude look like children.
When in reality, this is a child, and on top of that, these guys invaded them. But bigger than that, his whole mouth is painted red and his body is painted black. Like this guy, bro. He has white body paint and black on his mouth. Just like this guy. Now look at the guy on the left and the guy on the right. They're both holding children. The one on the left, though, that child is painted red. And look at the guy's body. It's painted yellow and his mouth is painted black. Just like the other guy who had white body paint and a black mouth. This guy, his lips aren't red, his whole mouth is red, and he has black body paint, yo.
Listen. Check this out. I saw that. Don't let that dude back, because Avatar pic was disrespectful, family, for real. No, I saw that. It was like a split leg woman and shit. But see, this is the thing. We need to let that happen. We need to let that happen, bro. We need to see those people come out with their fucking heart and their anger and their hatred, like, to show, you know what I mean? Like, just to be explicit in that sense. Like, none of us are even thinking about that shit. As you know for a fact, if that comes, if they come with that mindset to this channel, and that's what they explicitly want to do, then you know what, bro? You can just do us a favor and be like, yeah, that's what you're dealing with. That's exactly the spirit that we're dealing with. I've seen them claim they are the, yeah, they say they're Asians. Shit. I'm trying to tell you, bro. Hey, what up, brother? Bro, he's trolling just to get your channel. Yeah, maybe, you know. Hey, by the way, man, if you get a chance, check out the last class I did. We have some questions for you, with all respect and love, brother. You know what I'm saying? We'd love to have you back, and maybe you could answer some of the stuff that we were going through in regards to like the old world here or there and shit. But today we're talking about Deuteronomy 28. Technically, we're going to be dabbling. We've been dabbling into that. A little matter of genocide. You get what I'm saying? So right now we're just going to be able to, you know, cover some of the pages that apparently they say that they fit. Like I asked the guy, I said to him, hey, by the way, who brought smallpox to the Americas? And he goes, Hernan Cortez and Christopher Columbus. Come on, bro. I mean, I can give you real good documentation on that shit. But we're just going to cover some of the stuff that's more pertinent to our people. Like, for example, let's start right here. Matter of fact, let me just cover some of the things, okay? It says Deuteronomy 28:21. The Lord shall make the pestilence cleave unto thee until he have consumed thee from off the land, whither thou go to possess it. You see, so it says that there is an amount of you that are going to disappear, a good portion. All right? Then it says, the Lord shall smite thee, verse 22, with a consumption and with a fever and with inflammation and with extreme burning. Fever, inflammation, and extreme burning. So, you know, when you get like chicken pox and you start getting those scabs and they explode on you and they start itching and your skin starts like, it feels really horrible, right? Now, it talks about this also in Leviticus 26:16, right? It's not just Deuteronomy 28. It says, I also will do this unto you. I will appoint over you terror, consumption, and the burning ague that shall consume the eyes. You know, you get chicken pox in your eyelids, man, that shit is horrible. Wait, hold on a second. The dude had a transsexual having sex as his picture. Oh, see, I didn't see it that clear. The dude had a transsexual having sex as his picture icon. Trust me, he was going to show porn on your live, so your channel will be... Oh, wow. Hold on a second. Let me see. Let me go back. Thank you, brother. You know me, man. I'm not even my that shit, bro. I don't even... So you're you're a pervert. So you're just a fucking straight pervert, Devin. You're over here arguing with us about who we are, but you like to go tangle with the dangles. No wonder you said daddy in your comments. Daddy Herman Cortez and Chris. So they're your daddies. So you like dudes. And you wanted to throw some porn shit on my channel. Why are you representing your people? How is this even representing your gente, bro? Like, for real. How does this even, that doesn't even make sense. Why? Okay, family, you know, look, maybe I'm naive like that. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe I'm too old school and shit. You know, I don't think about shit like that. But how can you claim some shit, talk about some shit, just to go and put some weird shit? That tells me your mind is fucked up. You are corrupt. You are destroyed. And you know what, fam? This is why Deuteronomy 28 matters now to us more than ever, because it said, Deuteronomy 28 said about this in the first verse. It said, and it shall come to pass, if thou shalt hearken diligently unto the voice of the Lord thy God, meaning our Creator, to observe and to do all his commandments, which I command thee this day, that the Lord thy God will set thee on high above all nations of the earth. Now, it says that we pay attention and we reflect and we repent and we constantly look at what he gave us, who we are, loving our people, right? He's going to forgive us and going to put punishment on the other people. We went through some of this shit that this guy's talking about. And now we're seeing that this shit is turning around because more of you brothers and sisters are starting to understand that you're the people that they're talking about. That's why, look, I've never had that experience, bro. I'm glad it didn't happen. But at the same time, you know, maybe it's a hint. Maybe it's an example. Because guess what? We all went through this shit. We went through the blasting, the whole. Hold on, where did I leave off? Verse 22. And the Lord shall smite thee with consumption and with fever and with an inflammation and with an extreme burning and with the sword and with blasting and with mildew, and they shall pursue thee until thou perish. I was trying to just focus on the smallpox stuff, but now that he's saying all of these things, watch this real quick. Verse 52 says something similar. It says Deuteronomy 51. And hold on. Is it this one? No, 60. Sorry, my bad. 61. Also, every sickness and every plague. See, so he cursed us with that. Every sickness and every plague. If that guy really had that mindset to be that fucking sick, then that means that this shit is going on to them now. Straight up. Think about it for a moment. Like, for example, he said to me, yeah, you're probably in your air conditioning, which a black man created. Nah, man, I'm actually in the garage right now, and it's hot as fuck. It's 91 degrees in here. And I'm doing the class because I want to. I can handle the heat. You get what I mean? So I was like, okay, sounds good, you know? But then all of a sudden he comes up with a sickness and the plague, the destruction. Bro, let me tell you this right now. If that man was willing to do that shit, then he's probably a pedo, bro. He probably likes kids. Probably does some nasty fucking shit with them, bro. People like you are disgusting to me. Now I understand why Canaan was Canaan. Man, I don't know, bro. I don't know. You know, it's sad, bro. It's fucking sad that this is what it takes. I did not want to defeat you guys with that shit. I didn't want to destroy y'all because, you know, I'm a Canaanite slasher. You know what I'm saying? Slayer, I'm sorry. I didn't want to defeat you with that shit. I wanted an actual very good competitive fucking fight. But that shit right there, yeah, y'all are fucking destroyed.
Let's also take a look at this plaque too. El Negro, known in archaeological literature as Monument F, and in the region as El Negro. Sounds like y'all got a lot of races in that region.
It went right over your head. They're telling you archaeologists don't call it El Negro but Monument F.
Monument F represents a monkey.
Archaeologists say it represents a monkey. Now if you read carefully, they're citing you other similar sculptures.
Have we seen this configuration before? Yes, Monument G, a trace of poetes, and the so-called monkey staring at the sky. Monument G is very deteriorated, but monkey is not. Monkey clearly shows a similar prone position, once it has been laid down, and similar flat top with a widow's peak.
These centrics zoomed in all the way on this statue to make it look like it's one of those big Olmec heads, but in reality it's
That's a word, sis. Pinche mañaco, güey. That's a word in Spanish we have. Pinche mañaco, güey. Hey, Devin, whatever the fuck your name is.
Fuck that puto. Fuck that puto. Bro, that's gonna hurt.
You guys find out now? You guys understand who comes here, tries to debunk my shit? Psh, please, bro. We have 99 cases, and not one have I lost.
a howler monkey. And how we know the other ones are monkeys because the body's elongated, the arms are to the head, right? And even one of them, you could tell it's not human. Look at the ear. Right? Want to know how you know those aren't braids? Because braids hair, right? Braids don't split in the middle like this. Those are feathers. Right? Those aren't cornrows. How can you cornroll through a helmet? But bigger than that, look at this and compare it to actual braids and dreadlocks. You see the little line in the middle? You see the straight lines on the side? These are feathers, bro. It never was braids or dreadlocks. And even if we want to entertain it being braids, anybody could grow braids, bro.
Y'all sound real dumb saying that we started the Olmec culture. You know that, right? This all got started by Alexander von Wuthenau and Ivan van Sertima. And here's a bigger plot twist. Alexander von Wuten did not say they were black people.
He is the director of the dancing. And this is a man, and his features are total black. They're not Negroid, but they paint them.
He said they're not Negroid. I don't even know why you guys forget about that shit.
With chapopote, so it is a warrior.
Chapopote is, the fucking shit that they lay on the ground in your streets. That's the same shit. Like, that's what chapopote means. Let's go.
Who is black. That is also an atavismo because they knew that the Olmecs were black.
You're saying that the Olmec people themselves were black?
Not at all. No.
You're saying that the Olmec people themselves were black?
Not at all. No, but this one certainly was black. You see, you can't see. And here is the proof for it. To be black, they covered it with tar.
Okay? They never really said that the Olmecs were black. I hope you guys know that. And when this brother right here went to the University of Mexico, his private collection was considered fakes. He tells you that on page 230. Let's see. It says on page 230, right? It says, I used 260 slides to illustrate my point. After the lecture, I was challenged by the professor at the National University of Mexico. Among other things, I was told that 50% of my pieces shown from my private collection were fakes, and I intentionally deceived the audience, right? That's what they said. That's what the professional said to this brother in 1971 when he took his private collection to go showcase it. When we see images like this, there's no authenticity in it. This is from a private collection. We don't know where he got them from at all. He even claims that on page 30. He says it. I mean, if you really look at them, I mean, they don't. The brothers don't show you these pictures here. But yeah, we the Olmecs, right? But you mean to tell me this is what we look like?
Wait, that's also a good point. Here, let me read that real quick. Facts, it was used as paint. Yeah, pinche chipopote, güey. It's, fuck, how do you say it in English? I can't remember it in English. I can't remember the word in English, family. But it's the shit that they lay in your streets as you're driving through. You know what I mean? But it's black. You know what I'm saying? And then at the same time, these pictures are around those Olmec moments. You know what I'm saying? But yet they never show this shit.
Over here, That's what we look like. You know, this is weird, y'all. This is us too, right? This is supposed to be us. And here's a bigger plot twist. Alexander von Wootton.
They never bring up these pictures. They never talk about
This is us too, right? This is supposed to be us. And here's a bigger.
What about that right there? What the fuck is that about? What do you do with this, old heads you ignored? That's exactly what I'm fucking saying. What about that shit? You don't. Do you look like that? Or do you look like that? Or you look like that? Oh, let me guess. You're gonna try to find somebody that looks like that.
Plot twist. Alexander von Wootton did not say they were black people.
He is the director of the dancing. And this is a man, and his features are total black. They're not Negroid, but they paint them with chapapote, so it is a warrior who is black. That is also an atavismo because they knew that the Olmecs were.
He even says it like they came with chapapote, like in Spanish. That's crazy.
Black.
You say that the Olmec people themselves were black?
No.
You say that the Olmec people themselves were black?
No, well, this one certainly was black. You see, you can't see. And here is the proof for it. To be black, they covered it with tar.
Okay? They never really said that the Olmecs were black. I hope you guys know that. And when this brother right here went to the University of Mexico, his private collection was considered fakes. He tells you that on page 230. Let's see. It says on page 230, right? It says, I used 260 slides to illustrate my point. After the lecture, I was challenged by the professor at the National University of Mexico. Among other things, I was told that 50% of my pieces shown from my private collection were fakes, and I intentionally deceived the audience, right? That's what they said. That's what the professional said to this brother in 1971 when he took his private collection.
So that's where I started wondering, like, how come people ignore those particular comments? How come that does not matter? If he's saying specifically, like, yo, they thought that my shit was fake, you know, and I did my best to prove that it wasn't. But for the most part, yeah, it does sound fake because, you know, I even said it myself. Se ponían chipopote in their faces to make them look black. Bro, stop lying then. Or all of you guys that claim that, oh my God, you know, we had black folks here originally. No, bro, you guys are lying. Stop it.
To go showcase it. When we see images like this, there's no authenticity in it. This is
Ask Christopher Columbus who he saw when he got off the ship.
The initial video that I showed you guys, in case you guys didn't missed it, here I'm going to show you the first videos too real quick, just so you can understand exactly what the conundrum is right here. Okay, here we go.
All right, racist.
I gotta give it to him though. I gotta give it to him. hey, dude. Hey, if you're watching this, I know you're not, but
Fuck that puto. Fuck that puto.
They're warriors. From the very beginning, black Americans have been a vital part of the American story, helping to make this the greatest nation in the history of the world.
Let's continue to correct the propaganda and the attempt at erasing the truth. Black Americans are not the descendants of the Indians in the history books. They are the Indians. The proof has been buried, but it's not gone. When Christopher Columbus washed up on these shores, lost and delirious, who did he write that he found? He called them Indios. He mapped a land he labeled India Superior, a territory that included Florida. He wasn't hallucinating an empty land. He was documenting people who were already there. These images can be found in Gran Canaria, Spain, at the Columbus Museum, Casa de Colón. And who were those people? They weren't the pale-skinned Siberians who crossed a land bridge, that's for sure. The historical records, the artwork from the
skin Siberians is referring to you, gente, you raza. That's what he's talking about. You get what I mean? Let's continue.
era, the very descriptions, they detail people with dark skin, with hair textures that Europeans had never seen. They describe the original people as dark-skinned and woolly hair, the true owners of the soil. The people that Columbus met were Black Americans, the West Indians of the Caribbean, the Indians of the North and South American coasts. All of these territories were Black civilizations. Native Americans are the erasure. They are the last part of the destiny swap. A foreign invasive group from...
You are a foreign invasive group. You're a disease. You are a disease that supposedly came here to decimate the Negro, the woolly, the basketball player, the football player, the baseball player, boxer. You were here to decimate him. You were an invasive disease. You see how they've been saying this shit to you people for so long, and you guys don't even catch these words? You're mad at the fact that he's a hoto and shit, and he butt plug and all that shit, and he's saying all this shit, but you're not listening to the words that he's saying. You're an invasive species. Do yourself a favor. When you grow a plant, you know what an invasive species is? The fucking plaga that wants to destroy that plant. That's what they're saying about you. Let that fucking register to your spirit, not your mind. Not your mind, because that shit can be easily programmed. Let it resonate with your spirit. He says you're an invasive species that was here to eradicate negros. Take your time on that.
Siberia, and was grafted onto the identity of the people who were already here, while the original people were systematically reclassified, enslaved, and renamed to sever their claim to the land. The Indian Removal Act was a removal of Black indigenous nations. The face on the old nickel, the buffalo nickel, that proud profile was a Black indigenous man.
And that's the funny part. The buffalo picture, who were the buffalo soldiers?
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
And who did they destroy? Right. Listen, family, I'm telling you right now, from this moment forward, start thinking of your family, your gente as a community. Raza you have them next to you, take care of them. You don't know your neighbor, say what's up. You have older people that live on their own and there are people, go help them. This is the way it changes. We change. Us, leadership, we change. We, not somebody else. Nobody waits for us to tell us that we change. We change. Stretch our arm out. Start showing communalism. They don't like that shit. This society thrives on individualism. They thrive on you being separate. They thrive on you being your individual self. They thrive on you not to care about nothing but you. No. Don't do that no more. We're a communal society. And that's where shit starts changing. Do you want to know when it starts changing? It's that right there. Stop looking at your people and hating them. Start looking at your people and rushing to help them. Now, are they all perfect? Fuck no. Of course not. Come on, man. We got piece of shits too. But for the most part, we ain't. You know what I'm saying? Start looking into that. They want you to hate each other. They want you to fucking dislike each other. They want you to not even like your own family and shit. Fuck no, bro. I'm proud of my kids. I'm proud of my home. I'm proud of everything that I'm doing in my household. The brothers that I talk to, they know exactly what the fuck I'm saying. Because I'm actually showing it in my household. I have that love and that compassion. And we're a family. Unlike them. Nothing can destroy a family. You understand?
an American Indian. Every time someone speaks about Native American history while pointing to a group that arrived later, they are perpetuating the final stage of the conquest, the theft of the victim's identity. They replace the people and the story. Black Americans are not a people without a land. They are the land. They are India superior. They are the Indians that Columbus couldn't miss, and that every power since has tried to make you unsee. The map doesn't lie. The history books do. Alright, racists. Welcome to Comma Class. Today, we will be discussing who was reclassified in the United States and why.
If your birth certificate reads black, Negro, colored, and you're indigenous, do you know you have an ironclad lawsuit against the United States under misclassification?
I know I've covered this subject before, but I must lay the groundwork for the history behind today's subject, as many people believe I have an interest in making things up when they've never seen a video taken down from this page.
I gotta do it. Because, you know, I have a brother that's gay and shit. You know, out of us 10 men and shit, one had to do it. Don't fucking know why. He's like, ay, yo quiero abrir el chiclosa. Fucking funny,
I know you
dog.
report me for it, because you tell me when you harass me in my inbox. Now that we've gotten that out of the way, let's start with the scum of the earth. Walter Ashby Plecker was the head of Virginia's Bureau of Vital Statistics from 1912 to 1946. He also pushed the Racial Integrity Act of 1924. He pressured every vital statistics bureau that served Black American communities to reclassify anyone indigenous appearing to match the African ancestry as colored, black, or Negro, aiming to prove that Virginia Indians no longer existed. Meaning, if anyone in your family has those titles, they would be considered misclassified. But that's not totally a bad thing, and I know that some may say that this is not my place to discuss this. But what I'm about to say is me giving my observation, not giving my opinion or advice. There is only one group in this entire country that holds the title of reclassified terms. Whether you like the terms or not, there is a benefit to calling yourselves the reclassified terms. And that benefit is they become the legal justification to win your legal battles. Because now you have proof that you match the reclassification that is known as... I know that the two terms on the screen.
That's known as, hold on a second, I'll share it to you.
Fuck that puto. Fuck that puto.
Man, I'm over that shit. I don't care, bro. I need to move on from that crap.
Let him know when he reported to a kid.
Who also has goat hair like that? David. You know who also has goat hair like that? Solomon. I didn't mean to press those. David had goat hair. Matter of fact, let's do it right now, bro. Like, shit, man. Shit. Hold on. I'm going to show you real quick. It's been a long time since I've actually found that. I think it's in, hold on a second here. Give me a moment. I'll find it soon. Hold on. Is it Strawberry? No, that's not it. Oh, the brother told me that shit last time. I forgot about it. It was Aaron, actually. It was Aaron. Let's see. And then the sin to ignorance, bring the goat. No, his beard. His beard was like down all the way. No. I'm talking about the goat. The goat. Goat. Come on, bro. What the hell? Anybody knows that verse? I can't remember it. Shit. I think it's Psalms. It's Psalms, bro. It has to be Psalms, man. It's not coming up. The beast which is dog. Okay, well, if anybody can give me that goat's hair, please, can you get it for me? Because, like, I mean, it's kind of talking about it here. What we read, they're not black as the guinea, though their hair is straight and coarse because the wind can move it. Is the horse's tail. The hair is short and coarse, almost like the hairs of a horse tail. The same thing that happened to David. But he was mad for I know where it's at. I know where it's at. Let's see. It's right. No, it's not even there, dude. It's not even in Psalms. Oh my God, it's been a while. I need to start reading again. It says here, and Michal took in Psalms 19:13, and Michal took an image and laid it in the bed and put a pillow of goat's hair for his bolster and covered it with a cloth. And when Saul sent messengers to take David, he said he is sick. So here we see that in order to hide David, who was running from Saul, he put, what did he put? Hold on a second. What kind of hair? It wasn't nappy. It wasn't woolly. It was like goat's hair. Hold on.
¡Viva México, cabrones! Where's your moral code? Where's your soul? You preach 10 commandments, but broke every scroll.
Hold on a second.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
Yeah, I like to have fun with you guys, man, because you know what, dude? You're easily destructible.
Pseudos recommended. All these books saying no Negroes were here.
And their color testifieth. They are not of the Africans' progeny, there being not found in all that large continent any black men.
There being not found in all that large continent.
And their color testifieth. They are not of the Africans' progeny, there being not found in all that large continent any black men.
That's section 1 of their book.
The inhabitants of Florida are an olive color. Full and without
color. You see that beautiful olive color? You see that yellow, reddish, brown, beautiful color? If you are indigenous of this land, it's because you came out of the nutsacks of an indigenous man. If you're a Hebrew of this land, it's because you came out of the nutsacks of the indigenous man. Do you understand that? We're not saying you're not our people. We're just saying that if you are, then that means you came out of not necessarily mine, but ours. That means that our sperm would have to run through your bloodline. You get what I'm saying? And that's the fact, Jack. There ain't nothing wrong with it. It's okay, my friends. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It shouldn't shock you. You know what I mean? Because our shit is beautiful. That's why you love our women. You want them, but you can't recreate them. We raise them and we create them over and over again, and you love them, but you can't recreate them because you end up hating them. Yeah, we bring up beautiful women, and we also bring up wonderful sons. You see what I mean? A well-nurtured woman is because they have a well-nurtured father. Do you understand that shit? That's why you want this right here. You want the reward. You covet that shit. This is why the scriptures never lie. They always talk about that. Look, I'll show you real quick just to remind you, bro. I don't lie, bro. I don't lie. I specify. I'm very detail-oriented. So fuck all y'all that don't like it. Ecclesiastes 7:7 in this translation. The wise man hated the wrong dealings. I don't like you guys to fucking lie and cheat and steal. What the fuck? And abhorreth the heart, meaning those, the mind, that coveteth rewards. See, you want things that don't belong to you. You covet the rewards that don't belong to you. You understand that now? You want this shit, but you can't recreate it. You can have it, but you cannot recreate it. You have it in your home, and then you wonder why you cannot create those type of women with that same spirit and same mindset. You always wonder that, and you can never answer it because this is not in you. So once again, if you're indigenous, it's because you came out of a nutsack. If you're a Hebrew, it's because you definitely had to come out of a nutsack.
Without any deformity, their skins generally painted, and their bodies naked, only a deer's skin about their middle, their hair, long and black, hanging down to their hands.
Now we're going to go to Maryland.
The Indians in Maryland are a people generally of straight, able, and well-proportioned bodies, something exceeding the ordinary pitch of the English, their complexion swarthy, their hair naturally long and black, without curl.
The inhabitants have their hair black as jet, harsh like horsehair. They are broad-shouldered, small-waisted, brown-haired, their teeth exceeding white.
The inhabitants have their hair black as jet, and harsh like horsehair.
So at this early juncture of history, they're not seeing any Negroes from those shores. All those illustrations were actually done in Europe. These are the descriptions of people they seen on those coasts. Samuel George Morton. Yes.
It's over after this one, man. To my Afrocentric people, these aren't Bantu knots. These are snails on their head. You could even see the headdress go all the way up like this. You think people's head is like a thing just popping out like that? And how we know these aren't Bantu knots, because with the Bantu knots you could obviously see the train track lines, right? You see the skull. There is no train track lines in this. That's because this is not hair. Now I want you guys to start looking at these through this perspective, and you're going to start to see all of this start to change.
Yeah, that's he keeps playing that shit. That's funny. All right, so check it out, fam. I'm gonna show you a video, which I think it's important.
Gematria for beginners.
Not that one. Not that one. That's in another day, by the way. You guys may want to consider looking at this. Gematria for beginners, the art and science of Jewish numerology. We're not going to talk about that today. Sorry. I'm going to show you something else. I think this is important. I think you guys should actually consider this. I shared this video before, and you know what? They still can't actually answer to that at all. They still cannot prove otherwise.
And then I found it, and it has to do with...
Yeah. Relax, Turbo. Relax, Turbo. Let me see if I can get it. Hold on.
They basically...
Here it goes right here. Okay, I got you. I got it. Okay, so we're going to watch this video, and you're going to find out exactly what this guy says about who they are, okay? Now, we got One West dummies, and at the same time, you know, so-called scholars.
Here.
There are Hebrew Israelites in Africa. And I'm not just talking about the brothers that come from America that go over there. I'm talking about Africans who are Hebrew Israelites. So you hear the Hebrews always saying that the Africans are not their people. They are so-and-so. Well, check this out, family. Check it out.
All right, so we've seen this already, okay? We've seen this, so let's fast forward real quick.
Okay, you from Ghana. Now listen. What we teaching today is the Israelites are the so-called blacks, the so-called Hispanics who went into the slave trade. All right. So your people, obviously, you didn't go into the slave trade. Y'all stayed back.
What?
Let me fix the fix the graphics, man. I don't like that. I guess that's the way it is.
What? Okay, sounds good. So remember this video. I don't have to go through it again. You know, they're like saying all this.
The Arab involvement in the African slave trade has lasted 14 centuries, and in some parts of the Mohammedan world is still continuing.
So as you can see, they put a lot of effort in these videos and showing how black slaves for sale, and yet these guys are wearing fringes and they're selling them, and they're black looking, well, dark skin. Because apparently here in America, the word black means Afro, woolly haired phenotype. Okay, so not clear in the rest of the world. It just means negro, meaning your color, your skin tone. Okay, so now they're saying this and that in all this video, and you look through it and you're like, oh God, yes, you're so right. Oh my God, you're so right. And we got some silly doves in these camps that actually believe this heathenish, concept. And then on top of that, that there's actual people that maybe are people that actually believe this. So this is the gentleman that stood out. I'm like, wait a minute. He's the only non-black man in this video. So, Opie, I'm about to show you something. Hold on to your horses, unless you don't know what that is. But let's find out what exactly is it that we're finding out here, okay? So let's go to, what's the time I'm looking for? No, actually, you know what? Right around here.
The black Yahudians, Judah.
Watch this, all right?
Did you know that Sudan is an ancient name for the Yahudians, the black Yahudians, Judah, tribe of Judah? And did you know that the tribe of Judah exists in Ethiopia? Of course they do.
All right, so I'm like, okay, this guy looks familiar. I remember him. Well, guess what I do? All right, so now we're gonna forward again what they use him again. They use him again, but how ironic that they don't use him recently, because apparently I found something recently, and now his change of heart. I wonder why.
If your people have lived in certain parts of Africa, like, for instance, Ghana, Ethiopia, Nigeria, then it is 99.9% likeliness that you're a Hebrew. You're a chosen person of the Most High God.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Let them know, Ak. Let them know. Hey, guys, we should just shut this channel down right now. Like, literally. Because we should just go by this. No, let's not. That was a joke. Let's see. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to leave this up because we're going to use this. Let's go to Matthew chapter 25, verse 31. Okay. Let's go to some scripture. Matthew chapter 25 and verse 31. This is for you, so-called Northern Kingdom, that are allowing yourselves to be called Northern Kingdom, okay? This is for you guys. It says, verse 31, when the Son of Man shall come in his glory, and all the holy angels with him, then shall he sit upon the throne of his glory. There's a list of things that he's going to do. It says, and before him shall he be gathered all nations, like Jehoshaphat in Isaiah 66, I believe, or 61. And he shall separate them one from another, as a shepherd divided his sheep from the goats. Yes, he's going to separate the nations. So you so-called Hispanics that are in cahoots with these so-called people that are of the Bible, right? Hey, shalom, Eastside. Shalom, sir. Shalom, Elishiva. I think I said it right this time. It just came out a little easier. All right, let me take it off real quick. So let me read it again. It says, and when the Son of Man shall come in his glory, and all the holy angels with him, then shall he sit upon the throne of his glory. And before him shall be gathered all nations, and he shall separate them one from another, as a shepherd divided the sheep from the goats. And he shall set the sheep on the right hand and the goats on the left. Okay? So now, You guys that are involved and all in the betweens with the so-called Africans, the so-called Phoenicians that are calling themselves Hebrews, okay? There's going to be a time where you're going to have to, well, you're going to find out either if it's too late or hopefully soon enough, okay? Because this is not coincidental. All of this that's happening is basically scriptural. Watch this, Matthew 13:24. Then it says, don't forget about the video, guys. I'm getting to somewhere here, okay? Matthew 13:24, it says, another parable put he forth unto them, saying, the kingdom of heaven is like unto a man which sowed good seed in his field, right? So the Most High, in the beginning, had given us these fruits, had given us these tokens, had given us the understanding, the wisdom, right? So it's our job now to find ourselves in order to who? To find out who we are according to the Bible, right? So you dig into yourself in order if you want to know God. Remember that. Now it says here, but while men slept, his enemy came and sowed tares among the wheat, and went his way. But when the blade was sprung up and brought forth fruit, then appeared the tares also. So the servants of the householder came and said unto him, Sir, didst not thou sow good seed in thy field? From whence then had its tares? He said unto them, an enemy had done this. The servant said unto him, Wilt thou then go and gather them up? But he said, Nay, lest while ye gather up the tares, ye root up also the wheat with them. So I pray, you brothers and sisters that are all in there, and I pray that the Most High has actually led you to that walk, okay? Because it's not going to be easy when you find out that you're among the tares. And it says, let both grow until harvest. And in the time of harvest, I will say to the reaper, gather ye together the first tare, bind them in a bundle to burn them, but gather the wheat unto the barn. That's the sheep and the goat. That's the separation of nations. That's the separation of the righteous and not righteous. So you got to start doing this walk. So if you're already in the seal, meaning if you are really sold in the concept that the white and the black Jesus are going to save you, and that's what it's about, man, you're in for a rude awakening. So I tell you, I compel you, brothers and sisters that are listening, listen to this parable here, okay? Maybe you're one of them. Lord willing, you're the fourth seed. It says, Matthew 13:18, hear ye therefore the parable of the sower. When anyone heareth the word of the kingdom and understand it not, then cometh the wicked one and catcheth away that which was sown in the heart, meaning the mind. This is he which received the seed by the wayside. So like, for example, my mother, she's a hardcore Catholic, and I've been trying to help. And you know what? There's a moment where I'm like, okay, she's going to believe. And next, boom, next time I talk to her, she's like way back in her thing again. That's unfortunate. Lord willing, the Most High gives her mercy. Verse 21, yet had he not root himself, but dureth for a while. Let me read it. Let me read verse 20. Sorry, I skipped it. But he said, but he that receiveth the seed into stony places, the same he that heareth the word and anon with joy and receive it. So these guys are the ones and girls are like, I'm a Hebrew. I'm going to go out there, flyer missions. And yeah, studying it. Yeah, Esau. Okay. He also, it says, yet he had no root in himself, but endureth for a while. And when tribulation or persecution ariseth because of the word, by and by he is offended. And remember the scripture, the classes I've done, brothers and sisters, regarding how we're supposed to break that clod, break that ground to get rid of those clods in order to seed properly and the root to set. Well, you got to get those. That's why it says, like you didn't endure. You weren't patient. You were like in a rush. And next thing you know, bam, you're done. You didn't root yourself. You didn't break the ground. You didn't examine yourself. That's what the walk is about. Then it says, he also that receiveth seed among the thorns is he that heareth the word, and the cares of this world and the deceitfulness of riches chokes the word and become unfruitful. So there's like, I gotta not work this day, man. It's overtime. Bro, really? I can't play sports. I can't tell my kids, You know what? Nah, I'm good, bro, because I don't want to be broke. I like my wealth. I don't really have it that bad. And I kind of want to sin. So even if you slightly sin, you broke all the commandments, quite frankly. So you want to be this other one. But he that received the seed unto the good ground is he that heareth the word, right? You take the word and understand it, meaning you break the ground. You break the ground. You get rid of the clods. You break through all of that ugly, nasty, fallow, dry brain of yours and spirit of yours. and you apply the scriptures to understand yourself, which also feareth beareth fruit. So what is the fruit? The goodness, the tokens that you develop, the wisdom that then comes about from you breaking ground and you rooting yourself properly, because that fruit is also you yourself, and then that fruit is also who you teach, your family, your friends, your husband, your wife. All of those are fruits. Bring it forth. Some are 100-fold, some are 60, some are 30, meaning, because listen, when the fruit falls, you may not be able to wake everybody up, but when the fruit falls, that seed plants itself. So when you develop a family, guess what? They're going to teach other people. This is why it says you're a tree that beareth the fruit. From a tree comes a lot of other trees, guys. You got to be thankful. You got to be thoughtful of these things. So now let me go back. Let me go back to agreed. Let me go back to the point here real quick, because now we're going to see what I'm talking about. So again, all of this is going on. People have been in our, let's say, quote unquote, nation. Okay. And there are some people that have planted tares, and we're seeing them now. We're seeing them now as they're coming up, right? It makes perfect sense. So we need to just sit back and be the good seed. Break that ground. Get rid of the bitterness. Yes, they've done what they've done. You just watch. Be at peace with all men, because you need to work on yourself. Let them. Verse 9, he who hath an ear, let him hear. That's what it is. You got to be that 100-fold, that developer of 60 to 30-fold. Matter of fact, that developer of 1-fold, one child that you get to change his life or her life, to keep the laws of God, and they sincerely love it. I'm going to tell y'all straight up. I know that maybe in this world they don't believe it, but I can't wrap my mind around the kingdom. But you know what? I wish I could not sin no more. I don't want to sin anymore, because it's distasteful to me now. The laws have magnified sin to me. Now it's bitter wisdom. Like, oh God, no, I don't even want to think of that. That's what I want. So he who has an ear, let him hear. Break through that ground. Be that good seed. Because you don't want to be this seeds where they go by falsifying information, not really doing scholarly work. And then next you know, you find out that the same guy that they use is the same guy that's actually telling them, you guys are liars.
You're listening to Rabbi Simon Altaf from Vienna in Austria. Today we're going to discuss...
you know what? And he says a lot of the stuff I say, so it's even more amazing, man. I kid you not. I kid you not. I kid you not. Watch this, all right? I'm gonna sit back. I'll forward some things. We're gonna sit back and watch this for a little bit, okay? That's kind of like why I'm trying to make a short video. After this, and I'm pretty much done. I just want to make sure we touch on this because of the class I did in the morning, and it has to do with Abraham and that region. Watch. So why is he saying this now? Let's explore why he's now saying what he's saying, and I believe I know why, and I'll share it. All right, let's go.
Shalom. You're listening to Rabbi Simon.
Wait, hold up. Just to make sure, I don't know this gentleman. So let me hold up. Just in case. Copyright disclaimer. Say it twice. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles does not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of the United States copyright law states material and use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principle material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law. Okay, perfect. All right, so now let me pull up the video real quick. It was on YouTube, right? Yep, that's right. Okay, here we go. Just pay attention. Let's listen in, okay? Let's see what this guy has to say. And all of a sudden now he's kind of like changing the tune. I'm trying to find out why. Let's go.
Simon Altaf from Vienna in Austria. Today we're going to discuss a couple of things. Number one, ancient Israelites. Who were they? Or more importantly, who were Abraham's ancestors? And we'll also discuss who is a Jew by Torah standards, not by perception, but by what the scripture writes about the real people of Israel.
Let me just reference the guy's face. I don't want people to say, no, that's not him, whatever, this and that. Okay.
House of Consciousness Production. I have a special message. There are Hebrew for Judah,
They look alike? I want to see if anybody can agree that they look alike.
And did you know that the tribe of Judah exists in?
All right.
And then the forefathers, the ancestors of those.
The same? I think they're the same. Okay, let's continue.
Those people, such as Abraham, and going further back to Noah. So a lot of people ask me this question. They say, you say you're a Kohen, but you don't look like me. And this question usually comes from Black Americans who are a little bit confused about their history, especially about Israelite history. And I think it's important for me to at least give you some guidance as to why I don't look like you, or why I don't have locked hair as most of you have. Because I think the more important question should be, when we look at this, we're going to get the answers that you're seeking. So let's go back to Abraham and Abraham's ancestors.
Hey, you know what? Real quick, just to make sure you side. Yeah, man. I was watching some of his other videos, and I was like, why is he saying this now? And they're using that reference. So it's like there's a transition kind of going on in regards to what he was teaching at that time and what he's actually saying. This guy also says that the day starts in the daytime, then the nighttime, and then he believes that the white man's Japheth and all that. So again, I don't agree with all of it. I'm only using him because they reference him. They're like, you know, they reference him. Okay, cool. Sounds good. But look what he's saying now. That's the weird part here. Here's interesting.
Most people,
I hope you're listening, Fopi. This is your king.
People believe that Abraham lived in Iraq, and that's where he was brought up. That's where his family was. So traditionally, most Christian scholars, Jewish scholars, probably say that he came out of Iraq. And that's what I say, perception. That perception is entirely wrong, because Abraham did not come out of Iraq, neither did his family. Since most of you probably never left your state, probably never left your country, so you wouldn't know any better, you know, what real history is about. So first of all, if you had ever gone to Turkey, you'll find out that the cave where Abraham hid from one of the earliest rulers, as you know, Nimrod, when he was hiding in a cave in Turkey. How can he hide in a cave in Turkey if Abraham is from Iraq? Which means he was a baby at that time. Which means that the story, the perception that you have been given about Abraham's family is entirely incorrect. Abraham's family were domiciled in Turkey. So if they were domiciled in Turkey, surely he couldn't be from Iraq, could he?
Now let's look up Turkey. Okay. And then at the end, I'm going to also show you, man, I don't even know if I should, honestly, but I kind of want to, bro, because honestly, I want to. Because everybody believes in DNA, man, and it's like, okay, sounds good. So Turkey's right here, all right? So he's talking about domiciled, like somewhere up there. Remember when they left the Chaldees, they were up there in Haran and all that area, okay? That's what he's talking about. All right, let's continue.
So you have to now correct yourselves as to what is going on. So did he originate from Turkey? Did his ancestors originate from Turkey? Well, again, unless you really know ancient history, you're going to be guessing, second guessing. It's almost like saying that I live in Vienna, I'm from Austria, but I don't look nothing like the people over here.
Hey, that's why I always say you need historical facts with the Bible. You need it. You need to know history in order to match the Bible. I have a somewhat of an understanding on history. I'm not no expert. I don't know why people say they're experts at anything. Nobody's an expert at anything, okay? Only the Most High. Anyhow, so like I've actually, you know what? Let's just continue with the video, man. I don't want to keep pausing. Let's go.
You know, their skin color, their skin tone, their dress code, nothing like mine. So could I say that I'm from Vienna, Austria? No, of course I couldn't. If I was living here for 5 years, 10 years, I couldn't say that I'm from Vienna, Austria. Same way, Abraham's family couldn't say they are from Turkey or from Iraq. Both conclusions that most people are making would be incorrect. So where did Abraham's family come from? Well, if we look back at India's ancient history, his family actually originated out of India. That means the important question is not, should I look like you, the Negroes in America? The important question is, should you look like me?
You guys catch that? Did you guys catch that? So something happened. Something happened. He's like, wait. Then he should look more like me, not like you Negroes. And I'm like, whoa. Let's see. Let me see what he's saying says. Let me read that real quick. Oh, hold on a second. Let me block this person. Okay. I think geographically names are changed, hidden, and for some purpose. Psalms. Yeah, they found lots of turkeys on the lands. Proceed to the turkey for that Thanksgiving in November, native month. Wow. Yeah. No joke, man. No joke. Watch this. So let's go back again. Remember, they're using this. This is their king. They were like, hey, yo, look, yeah, man, look, man, this guy said.
Ethiopia, of course they do. And did you know that the tribe of Judah exists in Ethiopia? Of course they do.
All right, this guy. Let's go to 12. Let's go right here.
If your people have lived in certain parts of Africa, like, for instance, Ghana, Ethiopia, Nigeria, then it is 99.9% likeliness that you're a Hebrew. You're a chosen person of the Most High God.
And you can see what he's saying. So now let's go back to this. So I'm like, what happened?
So where did Abraham's family come from? From Iraq. Abraham's family couldn't say they are from Turkey or from Iraq. Both conclusions that most people are making would be incorrect. So where did Abraham's family come from? Well, if we look back at India's ancient history, his family actually originated out of India. That means the important question is not, should I look like you, the Negroes in America? The important question is, should you look like me? Because Abraham looked like me. If Abraham looked like me, then I look like Abraham. Therefore, I have a more right to Abraham than any of you in America. Why? Because you probably don't even know the plantations, beyond the plantations where you came from.
Are y'all listening to this? Are you guys listening to this? This is their king. They put him up on this video. I'm like, man, oh, this is so. Oh, man, ignorance is bliss. Honestly, it's just. You see, there's a difference between a true Hebrew and a fake Hebrew, right? A true Hebrew will dig and be diligent about what he's studying. I'm just saying. And you guys are the same way.
Most of you know where your grandfather worked or great-great-great-grandfather worked as a slave. Well, I can tell you that my great-great-great-great-grandfather came out of Iran, Persia, and we served the great kings of Persia at that time, where we were domiciled when we were expelled from Israel, because everybody knows it. It's written in the Bible, it's written in history, so all over the place, that where Israel was domiciled, the 10 tribes, they went to north, then to the east, and the 2 tribes.
Hey, and that's very true. They went north because of the Assyrian captivity, like in Turkey, that area. Like, that's why I'm gonna have to show it, man. That's why when I show my so-called DNA, it like literally shows that my forefathers domiciled in that area. I'm laughing because I just find it so funny that we don't even worry about those things. We're just focusing on the scriptures and trying to be like just sane, legitimately decent human beings, right? And the Bible is the only one that's going to allow us to get there. And that's what I always see about our gente, man. That's what we want. That's all that we want. We just like, I don't want to sin no more, man. Just give us a good, decent life. I can raise my children right. That's all. I talk to a lot of our gente, and we all say the same thing.
Tribes of Israel, Judah and Benjamin, with of course Levites, they also went to Babylonia, then to Persia, and Persian Empire in the ancient times. To revise your history, wasn't Africa, by the way. Persian Empire, the Assyrian Empire, in ancient times, they covered parts of ancient India. So ancient India, what is ancient India today? Pakistan, Bangladesh, and India. 347 in the partition that occurred through the British rule and the Raj in India. So, taking you back into history, who were Abraham's ancestors? They were people who called themselves Yadavas. The Yadavas were Indian people, and Josephus Flavius, who is an important historian from our people in Israel, and he writes that he believed, and he quotes historians, that the ancient people of Israel belonged to Indian philosophers.
And let me show you guys something real quick. I showed you guys this the other day, but look what it says. This is from Hindus America, right? It says Hindus reach America first. This is what the official historian of the Mexican government says in general outline of the history of Mexico. What is called the discovery of America is the meeting of two great current of races of people who, after separation, extending over many centuries, were again joined after going right around the earth. Boom. You know what I'm saying? Now, again, I'm just doing a connection in regards to our relationship to Abraham. That's all.
Well, if we belong to Indian philosophers, then that takes me back to the Yadava people who actually left India at one point in time. That would mean Abraham's fathers' fathers. They left India, and then the question is asked, why did they leave India? And the answer is given because Indians at that time worshipped many gods, idols.
And isn't that true? Didn't we read the scripture? Matter of fact, let me show you. Why did that happen? So he doesn't even touch on that, right? But I do know. So let's go to it. 2nd Ezra, chapter 3. Watch this. So after Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, right? Here's what happens with all of them. It says here, let's see. I'll go to verse 11. It says, nevertheless, one of them thou left it, namely Noah, with his household, of whom came all the righteous men. Noah, Shem, and Ham, meaning they were keeping the laws of God. And it happened that when they dwelt upon the earth, began to multiply and had gotten many children, you mean Japheth or Japhet, Shem, and Ham, and were great people, they began again to be more ungodly than the first. Now, when they lived so wickedly before thee, thou didst choose thee a man among them whose name was Abraham. And what does this guy say?
Abraham's fathers' fathers. They left India, and then the question is asked, why did they leave India? And the answer is given because Indians at that time worshipped many gods, idols. Just as Abraham's father worshipped many gods. If you remember, you read about it in the book of Jasher. You will also read about.
And there's a book that I have. I may show y'all. Okay.
Hold on a second. You can also find it here, fam. Like this is not. It's not complicated. You can go to Judith 5, and it talks about like who these people are. This is another nation. They want to invade that area where Jerusalem or Israel is. And then he says right here in Judith 5:7, they dwelt first in Mesopotamia, but they would not. No, hold on a second. Verse 6, Judith 5:6. These people is of the generation of the Chaldees, not Africa. They dwelt first in Mesopotamia, for they would not follow the gods of their fathers, that they were in the land of Chaldee. So they left Chaldee, went to Mesopotamia, keep in mind. And so forsook they the customs of their forefathers, which had many gods, meaning in those regions, like Zoroastrianism, Mithraism, all of that shit. You know what I mean? And that's all fucking religious Christianity, you know, Christ-like bullshit. You know, breaking the bread, drinking the wine, having baptism, putting yourself in water, dove ascending. That was way before the New Testament. I'm telling you, fam. Trust and believe. I'm not lying to you, okay? You do your homework yourself. Mithraic, Pythagorean, Zoroastrian concepts, teachings, doctrines. Just get those in mind. It says, and so forsake they the customs of their forefathers, which had many gods, and worship one God that made heaven and earth, which also, hold on a second. Let's see. And they sojourned therefore to Mesopotamia, because they would not follow the gods of their fathers, which they were in the land of Chaldea, right? So they were leaving the Ur of the Chaldees, right? Because there was a lot of worshiping of all kinds of shit. For they left the way of their ancestors, because that's exactly what Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob's root comes from. The Ur of the Chaldees, the relationship between the Iraqis and Iranians and Indians. You guys don't want to fucking accept that shit. But that's a fucking fact. If you read the Bible, if you understand what the fuck it is, then you understand exactly our relationship is to those people. I've shared enough videos to show you. I'm not trying to hate on nobody, nor am I trying to steal the heritage. I'm showing you we have a relationship with those people. Okay? Then it says, so they cast them out from the face of their gods, and they fled into Mesopotamia and sojourned there many days. And then their God commanded them to depart from the place where they were sojourned and to go into the land of Canaan, which they dwelt. Where they dwelt and were increased with gold, silver, and with much varied cattle. You see what I'm saying? Do you understand what I'm talking about now? So here it says that Abraham was not from Africa. And he was worshiping other gods, because after Phaleg, they all started worshiping other gods. That's why when the New Testament tries to trick you guys and say, oh, the Bible's for everybody. No. Fuck no. The Bible is for the Israelites. That's a fucking fact. I'm going to show you, because it doesn't stop. I mean, okay, let's find out. Let's say this real quick. Does God fucking change his mind? Does God ever go against himself? 45:17, Isaiah 45:17, but Israel shall be saved in the Lord with an everlasting salvation. Ye shall not be ashamed nor confounded, world without end. Now, if you want to go like New Testament, okay, sounds good. We'll do New Testament. You know what I'm saying? And even in 168, it talks about that. Luke 168, it says this right here. It says this, blessed be the Lord God of Israel, for he had visited and redeemed his people. Matthew 15:24 talks about that he's looking for those sheep that are lost. Those Jews that were in that region, they knew who they fucking were. Who was he talking about? Matthew 15:24. But he answered and said, I am not sent but unto the lost sheep of the house of Israel. The lost sheep. Who was lost? Who was hidden? Who was never known? Who did not know that they were of those people?
There's a lot of words in Mexico of like certain cities and in Peru that are literally words in Sanskrit. I'm gonna look for the book while I'm looking for this, okay? Let me look for it.
About this in the Tanakh, in the Hebrew Bible, what you call the Old Testament, in the book of Joshua, chapters 24, it tells you there that your forefathers came from the other side of the river. What river? What other side? The river Euphrates. The other side of Euphrates, it begins the Persian Empire. And it is a vast area covering today's modern Pakistan, Afghanistan, India, Bangladesh, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, all those areas. So what should the ancient forefathers look like? They should look like me, not you. That's a problem, you see. That's a problem that you have to deal with. When Noah came out of the ark with his 3 sons, Shem,
What I'm saying, you came out of our nutsack. If you want to be a Hebrew, you have to come out of our nutsack. If you want to be indigenous, you have to have come out of our nutsack. It's the way it is, and it will always be. I don't care if you're white, or if you're black, or if you're Asian, or whatever the fuck you are, or Arab. If you are indigenous to these lands, that means you had a father like me. Do you understand that shit? You're not going to take this no more from our people.
Ham, and Japheth.
And you know what? And I get it, man. Y'all haters, bro. Y'all haters. I get it. I get it. Every single time I bring this shit up, you guys fucking hate. Let's continue. Hey, by the way, I love this video too, brother. I do. I love this video, Meshika. Yeah, fuck it. Let's go.
Well, what do you think? Do you think that there were plenty of women of other nations sitting there for them to marry their children into? Of course not. So the only women that our children could marry into, so Shem's sons, they married into Ham's children. In other words, Ham's daughters. So if we take Ham's daughters, Shem, meaning Indian-looking man like me, brownie, if he marries into Ham's sons who are jet black and they look like you, in North America, what do you think we're going to produce? We're going to produce children with different skin tones of brown, with some with locked hair, some without locked hair. That's where you come from. That's why we have some people of Israel, ancient Israel, who perhaps look black. And we have other people who have lighter skin tones. There is no such thing as black across the board. That would be a falsehood to teach that there's just black across the board. That is not true. Because
yeah, you hear that? You see that? To see that, to teach that it's black about. So that's what I'm assuming. That's okay, perfect. So that's when I realized, like, that's what happened. That is exactly what happened. So he was teaching them, hey, you guys, according to the curses, you guys fit the scripts. You guys fit the curses. You guys are Israel. He was going with a sincere spirit. Oh, all praises, sis. Oh, that's, oh, okay. Oh, what? Now I connect the dots. All praises. I see, yeah, you and your husband, your picture. All praises. Anyhow, so this is where I started noticing that he's like, okay, why is he referencing that? Why is he saying that? So now I know why. Because then they took it. Yes, you black convert Hebrews, you took this knowledge and then you said, F everybody. Only black folks are actual Hebrews. Look what he's saying. It's like, no. I take it. I think he's regretting what he did. He's realized I woke up an animal, basically. And I don't mean it like in an insulting way. I mean like a mentality. The insane mind to go and take this information and say, only us. Only us. Really?
In other words, Ham's daughters. So if we take Ham's daughters, Shem, meaning Indian-looking man like me, brownie, if he marries into Ham's sons who are jet black, and they look like you in North America, what do you think we're going to produce? We're going to produce children with different skin tones of brown, with some with locked hair, some without locked hair. That's where you come from. That's why we have some people of Israel, ancient Israel, who perhaps look black. And we have other people who have lighter skin tones. There is no such thing as black across the board. That would.
So now let me show you something, okay? So you brothers and sisters, man, you need to start really being proud of your heritage, brothers. I'm serious. Look, watch this. This is from a book called, I believe it's called, let's see. It's called from Kabiri Pass to Grand Quivira, New Mexico in Boca. It's called When India Ruled the World by Gene Matlock. When India Ruled the World. Oh, shoot. Watch what it says. It says, however, I'm going to read up top. It says, how much more proof is needed to convince the skeptics? Just in case more is needed, my skeptical readers should know that one of the principal Indian strongholds of the Ayappa cult is in southern India, near the Pampa River. Therefore, we need not be surprised to find Pampas River in Peru and Chile. In chapter 4, I mentioned several Indian places and cast names in Inca, Peru. However, it's more convincing examples are needed. I present Pujas, Manu, Pisac, Bonu, and Ayacucho region. In Sanskrit, Puja, honor, worship, Manu, patriarch. Manu, let me read it again. Puja means honor or worship. Manu means patriarch. Pisac, a savage tribe of people in North India. Pune, a famous Indian city. Ayacucho, fortunate, lucky leadership caste. Or the Raramuri of Chihuahua. Then you got the Ram Uri of Shivava. Man, I'm telling you, it gets deeper and deeper.
Would be a falsehood to teach that there's just black across the board. That is not true. Because if I bring you to Abraham, our forefather, and if I tell you about his wives, he had a black wife from Egypt. Well, what kind of son she's going to give him? Ishmael is going to be a son of darker skin tone. Now, what about his other wives? Well, Sarah, clearly, there are two opinions on Sarah. And you can take whichever opinion you like. You can take the opinion that Sarah's from Chad, or you can take the opinion that Sarah's from India. I would probably go with the opinion that Sarah's family also originated out of India. Therefore, they both look like each other, and they're going to produce children that are going to look like Indians. Therefore, Yitzhak, Isaac, is going to look like me. He's not going to look like you, unfortunately. There's no such thing. Now, therefore, that means we're going to have two sons, Esau, which you call Esau, and you call Jacob. Those two sons. Well, everything is determined by.
Hey, look what it says on the bottom. It says, the Persian generally called Ibrahim Zaradust, Cyrus considered the religion of the Jews the same as his own. The Hindus must have come from Abraham, or the Israelites from Brahma. So that's why do you think the Most High chose Cyrus to free the Israelites? Because he was a descendant of Abraham.
That's right. Let them know, Ak. Let them know.
I don't understand why this other nation of people cannot wrap their mind around that. Oh, I know why. Because you have to have woolly hair. That's all it's based off. Colorism, man. Come on, bro.
By who they marry. Now, I didn't go back and explain that Abraham also had a white wife, a Caucasian wife, whose name was MESHIACH, who was from Turkey. Well, guess what, guys? If Abraham's family were domiciled in Turkey, what are the chances do you think that Abraham have a Turkic wife? What do you think are the chances? And what do today's Turkic people look like? Most of them look like Caucasian, white people. They pass for an Englishman anytime, more than me. So therefore, the question is,
Fam, you know what? I want to show this to you. I think a couple of you brothers were telling me about this stuff, and I mean, honestly, bro, you know, I'm an adult. I don't fucking know exactly what you young motherfuckers are thinking, and now I know that you fuckers are perverted, dog. Look what this fucking piece of shit was saying to me in the private chat. Look at that right there. I'm backstage. Hello, can you see my picture? Zoom into my picture, nigga. I'm going to rape you, Beaner, prison style. Wow, dog. So this is what you niggas basically resorted to. You can't debunk facts, so you want to get fucking sexual? The fuck does that even mean, dog? And what makes you think you can get an upper hand on me? Motherfucker, you don't even know if I got hands or not. And if he can even survive as soon as I land one. What the fuck? Bro, this is so weird. You guys are weird. You know what? Now I know. You are fucking Canaan. You are fucking Canaanites, bro. For you to say shit like that, and it takes people that you to say shit like that, and everybody else doesn't like, oh, I'm sorry, I don't care, I don't want to watch this channel, and well, fuck all y'all, bro. Unsubscribe to my shit, seriously. 800 whatever it is, bro. Unsubscribe to my channel if you don't fucking actually understand exactly what's going on. Please, if you're here just to try to catch a live, or you know, every now and then chip in, bro, get the fuck out of here, bro. We want quality. We want quality, bro, not quantity. I don't give a fuck about quantity. These motherfuckers are nasty, bro.
If you married in...
That shit is weird, man. You are Jeffrey Dahmer, practically, with a fucking melanin and some woolly shit.
To a Turkic woman, which he did, and that's whose son we know was Eliezer, his older son. So if he had a white woman, what do you reckon? Do you reckon she's going to have some white children? Potentially, yes, she is. That means that Abraham will have white in the mix as well. Do you think they followed the God of Israel? Most likely, 100%. Definitely followed the God of Israel. So where does that leave us? So let's go forward a little bit, then we'll come back. We'll go forward, we'll come back, we'll try to get some understanding. So if we go forward, we come back to Isaac.
Hey, family, I'm going to use the restroom real quick, man. I'm just going to let it play. And honestly, I'm going to watch the whole video. Y'all can stick around if you want. I'm going to watch the whole video because I'm very interested in what this guy's saying, okay? I haven't watched the whole video. I just went to like maybe 12, 13 minutes. And I was just like, oh, that's enough. Let me go ahead and do the video. I got time right now, okay? So I got a little bit of time. I don't have to be to my appointment until like 4:35. All right, let's keep going.
So what does Isaac's wife, Rebecca, what does she tell her son, Jacob? You are not to marry the woman of Canaan.
I'm still tripping on this shit. He says, I'm going to rape you, Beaner, prison style. Like, I don't give a fuck about that, homie. Like, let's put it this way, dog. Like, you don't know me. I told my wife sometimes, I told her, you know what? There was a shit that I did in the hood, and I never gangbang. I'm not claiming that shit. But there was some shit that I did that I didn't know. I don't know where I got that from. And it was like fucking ninja shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like straight up, like as if I've done it before. So for you to say, I'm going to rape you, Beaner. See, this is, this is the thing that I want to share with y'all. You see how they don't care a fuck about you, bro? They don't care. Look at what they're saying. This is some faggot fucking joto fucking shit. Some negro mayate fucking shit. Because that's what mayate means. That you're a fucking joto that likes to plug men. That's what mayate means. And you are giving us the prime example. Zoom into my picture. Which you brothers like, nah, bro, he was going to do some weird shit. I'm going to rape you, Beaner. You hear that? You hear that? This is your king. This is who represents you, negros. This is your leadership right here. Negros, this is your leadership right here. This is who comes to my fucking channel and tries to debunk my shit. And because they can't debunk my shit, they go some weird shit. That doesn't happen in many channels, but apparently it happens here. Disgusting, bro.
Who were the women of Canaan? These daughters of Ham, black women who were corrupted, who were worshipping false idols, who were sacrificing their children to false idols. So the mom, Rebecca, told her son, you're not to marry into these heathens.
Canaanites, like the fucking guy that we're sharing right now. These guys are fucking Canaanites. The scripture said, look, listen, I don't want you to fuck around with no race predominantly, but please don't fuck around with Canaan. Because look what they say. Like Sodom. Remember Sodom and Gomorrah? Remember that angel that was in there and shit, those angels that were there? And the fucking Sodomites, the fucking Canaanites were like, nah, fuck no, bro. I don't want your girl, bro. I want your guy. I want that guy. I want to plug it in his booty hole and shit. That's exactly the same shit that this guy's saying, dog. He said prison style, my Boehner. You know, to me, it's like kind of weird because like I've been in situations and shit. And people have not lived. And I'll be honest with you. Like, no, I don't ever share shit like that. So for you to say something like that, someone's going to live and someone's going to not live. You know what I'm saying? Shit.
That are worshipping false...
No, you know what? I got you, bro.
Right? Idols. Therefore, you must go back to the family. Exactly the same pattern that Abraham had taken an oath from his son Eliezer, who is referred to as his servant. He took an oath, you are not to marry my son Isaac into these heathen women in this land where I am. In other words, Canaan, daughters of Ham, who were completely corrupted by that time. Previously, in the time of Noah,
friend, there's no pleasure in chorro, bro. Fuck that shit. I get chorro all day, every day, dog. Like, that's like a Mexican thing. We get chorro because we eat like salsa and shit. Hey, listen, man. If you have a problem with you wiping your fucking chicloso because it might trigger you, then you probably have a problem. You get what I'm saying? Like, if you cannot wipe your ass to clean it, then you have a problem. That's güeros do that shit. Güeros, gringos, and Anglo-Saxons, they're actually saying that. Their women say that they don't clean their ass because they're too afraid to wipe their butt. They don't want to touch their chicloso and shit because apparently if they touch their chicloso, it triggers them. Damn, oh my God, y'all are dirty, bro. Listen, my white friends, do yourself a favor. Wipe that chicloso down. It's okay. It shouldn't trigger you. But if it triggers you, then maybe you should not be married to a woman.
That time they were all obeying Torah. But by now, several hundred years later, they no longer were in Torah. They were into all sorts of false worship. Therefore, the indictment was given against them. Do not marry into these black women because they are corrupted. they are into false worship. They do not worship the God of Israel. You must not take those women. And the injunction came from God as well later on. So therefore, what happens? What happens is that Jacob is sent back to his Indian family, Indian-looking family. Where? In Iraq, where they are settled in Padan Aram. Let's break those two words down. Padan Aram.
See, and that's why when I got interested in this is pretty much what I was almost finishing, because at that point I'm like, wait a minute, it confirms what I had found regarding the actual scriptures. Padam Aram means region, land, and then Aramaic. So I had looked into it, and this guy's literally confirming what I'm saying. But what really stood out the most is like they were using him to say, oh, look, look, look. And now he's like, hold on a second, Mr. Blackie. Abraham didn't look like you. Abraham looked like me, more like me. So who has more rights to him? And guess what? Who looks more like this guy? That's all I'm saying.
Aram. Aram is the area where we get the language Aramaic, meaning Babylonia, Persia, which spoke to a large extent. They spoke the Aramaic language, square script, what they call square script Hebrew today. So if they spoke Aramaic, that brings another interesting thing, doesn't it? That means, surely, if they spoke Aramaic, well, do you speak Aramaic in North America? I haven't heard anybody speaking Aramaic in North America. But you can see plenty of people, even today, there are people in India who know Aramaic. If you go to Pakistan, you will have people speaking the Persian tongue. My own uncle, who passed away a few years ago, he spoke fluently the Persian tongue. Therefore, that means that North America, the black folks there who want to be Hebrews, they don't have the Persian tongue. So who has more?
Damn, did you guys hear that? Well, let me go back. Oh man, this is, oh God, this is so great. Anyhow, let me go.
Well, that means that North America, the black folks there who want to be Hebrews, they don't have the Persian tongue. So who has more connection to Abraham's family, you or me? Who do you think is going to be a Levite priest, you or me? So therefore, we have a genealogy. We have the language. Pakistan speaks today widely a language called Urdu, which has its roots in ancient Persian tongue. That is where the Jews came from after their exile. And today, let me tell you something of interest. Today, in 2017, I have contact with a Jewish man in Pakistan who looks 100% like me. What do you think he should look like? And he came out of Iraq. His whole family came out of Iraq. 2,000 years ago, they left Iraq at the destruction of our temple, and they went to Pakistan and they domiciled in Pakistan. So for all practical purposes today, they look like Pakistanis, of course. They're not going to look like English. They're not going to look like Americans. They're not going to look Negro either. So therefore, I think that the important question is are all the Negroes Hebrews? The answer is no, they are not. So therefore, you need to remove this ignorance card and everybody calling themselves Israelite, shouting in the streets of New York.
Hey, here we go. You see, now I understood okay. See, now it's because of the way they took it. It's where they went and how they really ran with it. There was no humility whatsoever. If you were potentially the chosen seed and you go off and just completely twist the scriptures, man, this is why he's saying that. Watch.
So therefore, I think that the important question is are all the Negroes Hebrews? The answer is no, they are not. So therefore, you need to remove this ignorance card and everybody calling themselves Israelite, shouting in the streets of New York, oh, I'm Israel. No, you're not Israel. You are just a misguided person.
Misguided person. You're just misguided. You don't even know what the fuck this Bible reflects on to you, bro. This shit doesn't apply to you, motherfuckers, at all. It never has, never will. Let's go to Deuteronomy 2, because you guys always go to that shit. You know, listen, IUIC, ISUPK, bro, I will destroy every single one of you if you go detailed into the actual verses. Let me ask you a question. Who brought smallpox to the Americas, my friends? Who brought smallpox to the Americas? Negros did. There wasn't the white guy. The white guy brought French pox, but that shit wasn't like contagious, like as in it's gonna kill you. It just fucks with your fucking penis and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like it itches and all that nasty shit because you're fucking around bitches. But smallpox decimated you. That shit happened to us. It didn't happen to them. They brought that motherfucking thing over here. Deuteronomy 28:22 talks about the Lord shall smite thee with the consumption and with the fever and with inflammation and with an extreme burning. That never happened to Negros here in the Americas. I'm sorry. When did that happen to you? When the fuck did you Negros get smallpox here in the Americas? Verse 27, the Lord will smite thee with the botch of Egypt. When did that happen to you, Negros in the Americas? And with the emeralds and with the scab and with the itch and whereof thou cannot be healed. When did that fucking happen to Negros here in the Americas? Come on, man, stop fucking around, bro. Let's be honest and shit. Come on, I'm not trying to be rude. I'm not trying to be, insensitive. I'm asking you. When did this happen to Negros, West Africans, or so-called African Americans in the Americas? When did you guys get smallpox and decimate and die? Like a lot of you. When did that happen? I'm waiting. Maybe we could wait all day here and try to find out if it's fucking true. You know, I get a lot of you motherfuckers coming to my channel and be like, oh my God, you guys are fucking Mongolians. Okay, sounds good. Let's go to the Bible. IUIC, ISUPK, Captain Taserface, or General Johanna, you've been here before, man. Don't bullshit me. Come on, bro. Somebody show me. Somebody show me. Show me where you guys fit this fucking curse. These curses right here, thoroughly. Show me where. Show me. Fopi, come on, bro. Show me. It didn't happen to you. It didn't happen to you the way that the Bible said. Now, I'll show you, I'll give you this right now. Look, I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example real quick. Verse 35. It says, the Lord shall smite thee in the knees and in the legs and with the sore botch that you cannot be healed from the soles of thy foot unto the top of thy head. Do you want me to show you smallpox pictures and shit? Would that be okay? Huh? Nah, you know what? You know what the problem is with you motherfuckers? As soon as I start actually talking like this, you guys get all offended. All of a sudden now, like, you shouldn't say that, man. Because these black and brown people, they really fucking helped us. Really? They really did? They gave you that shit. Negros have owned slaves. Negros have owned slaves since 1492 and fought for the Confederacy to keep being slave Negro buck breakers in 1865. And that's a fucking hard pill to swallow for you motherfuckers. But you don't want to know something in this channel? We don't run away from that shit, bro. Because these are facts. This didn't happen to no one else. No one else. Who did this happen to? Come on, show me. Show me. Please. Hold on a second.
Fuck that puto! Fuck that puto!
Who else got smallpox? Smallpox like Egypt, with scabs and shit. And your eyelids and your legs and your foot and your fucking heels. You can't walk, you can't talk, you can't even close your eyes, you can't even open them because they fucking hurt. What the hell, bro? Oh no, that's right. Because it pertains to us. It doesn't fucking matter. Because it pertains to us, it shouldn't fucking really, it doesn't matter. Like, we have no emotions, you know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't matter, bro.
Because if you were really Israel, you would be obeying the Torah. You would be doing the things that my forefathers did, both in Babylonia, such as Daniel the prophet.
Hey, listen, guys, he's right about this. If you are a true Hebrew, you're going to be applying the laws, statutes, and commandments with the understanding of the Messiah, knowing that the examination is what's required of us because we're supposed to be that ultimate last. I don't want to lose y'all because potentially we are that. Messiah came and showed us what he is. We're supposed to do exactly the same thing that he's going to do. So we have mercy to cleanse ourselves from the flesh. Once you're completely separate from that and you got like complete control of your spirit, man, the sky's the limit at that point. And again, this is going to be a process in time. It's the elect that are being called upon right now. 144 and then the 1/3. All right, let's go.
Prophet who was my forefather, by the way, such as the Persian domiciled Hebrews. What did they do? Well, they obeyed the 7 festivals. They didn't believe in Jesus. They don't know who Jesus was. This is a later thing. Rabbi Yeshua came much later. So they obeyed the Torah laws. You can read about it. Daniel the prophet, what does he do? The king offers him delicacies, foods, everything. What does Daniel the prophet say? No, thank you. I don't want to have your food because I'm a Hebrew. I eat kosher. I want to only have lentils. Well, most of you in North America are sucking on pig. And you think you're Hebrews.
Damn, hold up a second.
That's right. Let them know, Ak. Let them know.
Oh my God, man. I literally, and hold on, let me play a song real quick. I recorded this because this is what you call so-called Hispanics that are in these camps, okay? You're going to a stranger for advice.
Lo sé, Señor, quizás hable sin sentido, pero al malvado hay que darle su merecido. Mira al diablo en que me ha convertido, pidiéndole consejos a un desconocido.
Literally, they're foreigners, and we're asking for them to tell us who we are according to the Bible? Come on, guys, let's go, man.
It's laugh, isn't it? It's laughable. Thank you. I don't want to have your food because I'm a Hebrew. I eat kosher. I want to only have lentils. Well, most.
And I talk about being communal, raising your children, respecting your wife, raising good women, good daughters, good sons. It almost seems like that shit runs out of their mind. Like that they're like, I'm a Hebrew. But I don't give a fuck about my kids. I'm going to raise them wrong. I just want to destroy them. Nah, bro, it don't work like that. We are a communal society. That means you're a leader. That means you lead the way to have a good nurturing tree. And those trees that you nurture, like you, it gives good fruit. And the only way you give good fruit is if you have a good seed. My friends, I don't lie in this fucking channel. Never have I bullshitted in my shit. Never will anybody debunk my fucking thing. Because I don't lie about nothing. At least for the most part, I try to be sane. Because that's important. Because a lot of people are not.
Most of you in North America are sucking on pig. And you think you're Hebrews. It's laugh, isn't it? It's laughable. In order to be a Hebrew, in order to do the Torah, you have to remove yourself from the very foods that you call your foods and the very way of lives living. You have to remove yourself from that kind of lifestyle to a Torah lifestyle. A Torah lifestyle is, number one,
BHI is over here trying to get pork in their fucking system, bro. Like, it's okay, man. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I can celebrate Thanksgiving and pork and shit because the Most High blessed all the pork. All the pork, the Most High blessed. Shut the fuck up.
Playing the God of Israel, keeping the Sabbath, guarding the Sabbath. Number two, you have to eat the foods that are qualified kosher. That means you can't have pig. Number three.
Bad man. Maybe I didn't. Maybe you didn't hear me, bro. Shalom, bro. Shalom. Ephraim, El Reino del Norte. I like that shit. Let's go.
You cannot be celebrating festivals of the Goyim, the Gentiles. You have to celebrate festivals of Israel, Passover, Pentecost, tabernacles, all those kind of good things. So, whilst most of you...
And you're supposed to do it with sincerity, with like real joy, man. Like once I started learning how to keep the laws slowly and better, I'm getting better. There's so much joy. Like so much joy. And it's like, man, this feels good. Like literally your spirit starts to awaken to the real holidays. And it's just amazing because then your family enjoys it as well. And that's the blessing. Those are the fruits. But see, I dug through that.
Matter of fact, I saw them and shit. They were cooking on Thanksgiving and shit, and they have some fucking ham and all that. And I was like, bro, listen. The one thing that you have to get rid of is like those little things. It's like the most complicated stuff that you work on. Like those take time, but you know the basic stuff. You should be able to let it go. But nah, they don't want to, bro. They love that fucking pork.
Damn.
Hey, no, hold on a second. But see, this the worst part is it's not like, you know, your brothers and sisters that you're trying to work with and they don't believe it. You know what I mean? They're like Christmas Christians. They're like, nah, I don't care, whatever. Maybe you're right. Right? Okay, I get that. I get those guys that, you know, they don't fully believe. But the ones that actually say that they believe in the Bible and they study the Bible and all of a sudden they say like, nah, man, pork is fucking righteous because God said so.
Hard, dry ground, man. And I had a lot of clods in my head. Trust me. I think we all do, but we can do it, man. And then anyways, the scriptures, without the scriptures, we can't.
Who are still stuck in churches, still running Pentecost, you know, tabernacles, all those kind of good things. So whilst most of you are still stuck in churches, still running after Jesus Christ and doing after other things, maybe some of you are into Islam and Muslim and all that nonsense. So therefore, question is this: how can you be Hebrews if your character does not resemble anything from the Torah? That means if you really had the blood of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, then surely you would say that the Torah is your life.
You guys hear that shit? Okay, so now I have a sister that I had talked to, and she gave us a very good fucking example of what that means. Okay, so that's why I say that you guys are phenomenal people, bro. I love my people. I love how you guys good input. You guys give good input. And then this scripture right here. It says, John 10:1, it says, verily, verily, I say unto you, he that entered not by the door, hold on. What does that mean? What does the door mean? Look what the door means, family.
Strong's G 2374. Thura.
Torah.
Thura.
Torah. So that means if you don't enter by his word, meaning the Torah.
Strong's G 2374.
That's what
Thura.
the word means.
Thura.
The door. The door. So if you don't enter by the door, meaning the Torah, you will never understand what we are talking about. Let's go.
Torah is your faith. Torah is your way of living. But if you don't, if you're running to a church every Sunday, then I'd have to question, are you really a Hebrew? Probably not. So, you know, I wouldn't even bank on it. However, if you were connected to Israel ancient, as I explained, that when Noah's sons came out of the ark, Shem, who was a brown man like me, his daughters married into Ham's daughter, his sons married Ham's daughters, which was permitted at that time. And so therefore we're going to produce a mixture. And if Abraham's going to have a Caucasian wife, Abraham's going to have Sarah, a wife that looks like brown color, then she's going to produce brown children. That means Isaac was like me. And then if Isaac subsequently produces two sons, they're going to look like me as well, right? So you look at the Middle Eastern Jews, what do they look like? Do they look like me, or do they look like, you know, somebody else in China maybe? No, of course not. So we have to understand that we must take scripture and history with it and get an understanding. When we do that, we'll never go wrong. But if we dissect, if we just remove ourselves from scripture and just pretend to be somebody we are not, we'll never get anywhere. However, I'm not saying that you cannot become part of Israel. You can. Every one of you can become part of Israel.
See, so now then he's going off to some other stuff, right? But my whole point was basically the video. So I kind of don't want to see if I don't want to convince, but let me see. Maybe he'll actually don't say some crazy stuff. Hold on.
covenanted people of God, you have to take the oath. You word of word to today.
Oh, here it goes right here.
From the
Look, watch
once inhabited in Israel, an area to come out of that. So let's go back to Abraham. Let's go back to these people called Yadawas. Let's go back to the land.
Okay, so now let me show you some shit real quick. Okay, so you know what he's talking about. So at least you're not lost. Okay, so at least you're not lost. Here, I'm gonna show you. There are some books called the Anacalyptus, Volume 1 and Volume 2, and it talks about exactly this very thing right here. It talks about, you know, like Hindus and Egyptians. And matter of fact, this book references the fact that there was two Ethiopias. There was an East Ethiopia and there was an West Ethiopia, right? So like me personally, I read a lot, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, I'm not going to go through this whole fucking book right now, but I just referenced it because I was reading it. That's why. That's really why I'm sharing it with you. I have it in my computer because I've been reading it, okay? So here we see what he's talking about. Like the Ethiopia is not just necessarily what you guys assume. That's why when I break down history, it's like, man, bro, like you really need to learn exactly what history is telling you. No offense to nobody. I love all you motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? But when I gotta push back, I'm gonna push back. You know what I mean? So now let's listen to this. He's saying these. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Hold on. I left it right here.
That we once inhabited in Israel, an area known as Judea. Judea from the Hebrew word Judea, and from the Hebrew word where we get Judah as well. And we get the Indian Sanskrit word Yud, which actually means a warrior of God. So therefore, the people who are known to have come out of India, settled in Turkey, and then Abraham gave away, he left that worship of his forefathers, which was idolatrous, worshipping statues. So Abraham left eastern Turkey, southeastern Turkey, to be on the exact space. He then traveled down into Iraq. From Iraq, he traveled down into Israel, into what we know as Hebron. If you go to Hebron.
Hey, which, by the way, we're going to go through a class about how Abraham traveled. I'm telling you, fam, the only way that you can decipher who you are is by actually learning history. You can't do that. You can't just try to ignore it. You can't even base it off of me. I share the shit with you, and I tell you, fucking learn it, find it, download it, read it for yourselves. I say it to y'all. I'm not trying to like influence you at all. At all. What I'm trying to do is tell you how much I fucking love y'all motherfuckers and how we are very special people. Not corrupt, not dangerous, just special people that require you to focus on your kids, your wife, your brothers, your sisters. Seriously, fam. We are a communal society. When you start thinking like that, shit starts changing. When you start thinking not of you, but of them, shit starts changing.
Shechem, then if you go to Hebron, you will see that his grave is there today for everybody to see. It's 100% guaranteed that he was buried there. No doubt about it. Therefore, if Abraham traveled down there, let's look at Abraham's name. His name before God changed it was Abram. Abram's name came from the Indian deity, Indian god Brahma. So Abraham's forefathers were Brahmins. Brahmins are priests in India. So these priests, and if you go look, they still exist today. So
they're the Magi. That's the Magis that went to see the Messiah. You see how it's all connecting now?
We know our history. Because we know our history, we know what we should look like. However, this is not to say that, you can't be Israel if you are and you produce a Chinese-looking child, then of course that's an Israelite as well. Just as I explained to you, if we marry into Ham, a black woman, Ham's daughters, what are we going to produce? Dark-colored children. With
That means that you have to come out of our nutsack to be a Hebrew or indigenous. That's a fact, Jack. So learn this shit, West Africans. If you want to be indigenous, you got to come out of my nutsack. Well, not necessarily mine, but you know what I'm saying? You get the picture.
with locks and all, the looks that you have in North America. So therefore, there is consensus that a certain portion of Hebrews were taken in the slave trade. Not all of them, but a certain portion. That portion is what is in North America, potentially in Europe as well. So we know that an island in the coast of Africa called Sao Tome, from there a British ship that was carrying the Portuguese flag exported slaves, took slaves out from that island and shipped them over to the Americas. By the way, they were Jews. Yes, that's the only people that I know definitely who were black Jews. But there is no other account of Africa, Ghana, for instance, Nigeria, or for instance, what's known as a slave.
Show you some evil ways, my friends. Some evil ways that happened to us. Matter of fact, hold on a second. Yeah, that's right. I didn't lower it. I didn't load it up in that shit. Man, shit. Upload. Check this out. You guys have to wonder about this. This is page 7 from the 10 tribes historically identified. Look what it says right here. Okay, one of the most famous writers at that time. This is what they told him. Sagahun further complains that he was forcibly deprived of a very valuable painting representing the great temple with the cord by which it was surrounded, which he says was sent to Spain. Okay? It is very evident that everything in Mexico calculated to draw attention to the ancient history of the country. More specifically, if connected with religious recollections, was carefully removed from notice immediately after the conquest. Do you understand that? Let me say something to you, motherfuckers. If we stole your heritage, why would they not let us know about this Bible? You know what I mean? Like, if we're part of this fucking corruption, why would they keep the Bible from us? You see how stupid you fucking negros are, bro? That's why you guys can't debate my fucking ass. That's why you so scared. I got so many angles that your mama will probably be like, ooh, I like them. It says pieces of sculpture were mutilated or buried. Paintings were burned. Temples and edifices, which from their size it was impossible to destroy, were suffered to fall into oblivion. And the magnificent monuments of ancient arts, such as the Temple of Palenque and the Palace of Mitlan, were passed unnoticed by Spanish authors. Sagahun, when engaged in the compilation of his history, after he had been taken away from him and again restored, received 3 cautions. So they took shit away from him and they told him, first, to write nothing to prove that the Hebrews had colonized the New World. Secondly, to be guarded in what he said of the devil having imitated God in taking himself a chosen people in the New World. And third, by the way, counterfeiting the rites and ceremonies of the Jews. And thirdly, not to advance the hypothesis that Christianity had ever been proclaimed to the Indians or to treat too largely on the history of Quetzalcoatl. So they take that away from you, by the way, you know what I mean? And they don't even let you know. They don't even let you know, dog. Oh my God, this is so fucking horrible. They don't even let you know and shit. You know what I mean? This is why I laugh at motherfuckers all the time and shit. They hate my fucking channel, but they can't debunk my fucking channel. You know what I'm saying? In September 7th of 1900, meaning 1900, right? In that time, look what it fucking says to you. Look what it fucking says to you. Look what it says. Listen, my friends, I educate motherfuckers. I don't waste your time. And I sure as hell didn't start this channel just to talk shit. And if motherfuckers don't like the way that I do shit, well, oh well. That's your fucking problem, not my problem. It says Dr. Francis S. Boynton relates the following about the first Bible printed in Mexico. Listen to this. In the Christian Advocate, the printing press came to Mexico in 1539. For in that year there was printed in Mexico in Spanish a brief compendium of the Christian doctrine. That meant that you would only or supposed to learn Ave Maria, Padre Nuestro, El Credo, El Rosario, and all kinds of other shit. Actually, not even that. Not even all kinds of shit. That's all you had to learn. Mexico in Spanish, a brief compendium of the Christian doctrine, under the auspices of the famous Bishop Fray Juan Zumarraga. That was the first 81 years before the Mayflower brought the first pilgrims to the Primus Bay. From 1539 to 1810, when the immortal Hidalgo raised a cry of Mexican independence, or during the 271 years of Spanish rule and misrule in Mexico, Spain not only did not give Mexico a Bible, but sternly prohibited the publication of any part of the sacred scripture in the language of the Mexican people. Do you understand that shit? So in 1900, you guys couldn't read the Bible. You understand that? So when somebody says, oh, well, Godkins read the Bible. Yeah, well, they did, but we didn't. What the fuck? That is not fair. That's not fucking fair. But you know, I guess it don't matter. Anyway, the prohibition is still in force. Oh, shit. The prohibition is still in force with regards to the painting of the Bible in any of the, of the 32 different languages and dialects. Remember, September 7th, 1900. That's 126 years ago. So 126 years ago, you motherfucking Mexicans could not read the Bible. You motherfucking Mexicans were not allowed to read the Bible. You motherfucking Mexicans were just a piece of shits that the white man had control of over you. And now you're trying to find out today about who you are. Bro, listen, this channel never has lied to you. This channel is the only one that brought that shit to your attention. And guess what? Y'all better start waking the fuck up. Because you know what? Unless you want to be crackety crack.
Slave Coast today, or in the ancient times, which was an area that was domiciled between Nigeria, Benin, Ghana, where the slave ships went and brought back slaves. Well, most of the people that were gathered from there were the sons and the daughters of Ham, not Shem.
Did you guys? Let me read that again. Let me repeat that again.
Nigeria, Benin, Ghana, where the slave ships went and brought back slaves. Well, most of the people that were gathered from there were the sons and the daughters of Ham, not Shem. So let's get this straight. Not all of the slaves came out of, that came out were Hebrews.
You hear that? Let's get that straight. And that's what I've been saying the entire time. You guys did not go into slavery like that. And he says the ones that did were Canaanites. And the scriptures say that in Judges 3:5 that we're going to be dealing with them so then we could learn how to war.
As I explained, some were, not all of them. So today, by my estimation, and you can disagree with it if you like, by my estimation, only 10% people that boarded those ships potentially were Hebrews.
Let's read that. It says only 50,000 people were of ancient Hebrew extraction brought to America of Negro looks. That's in my estimation would be around 2 million people in North America. Today, America has a potential of 45 million black people. They do not represent Israel, but minus 2 million, which means 43 million people are not of all the Hebrew, but sons and daughters of Ham. However, they can choose to obey the God's law. Wow, man, that's heavy.
Everybody else, nothing to do with us. Totally Hamite went. People that boarded those ships potentially were Hebrews. Everybody else, nothing to do with us. Totally Hamites, 100% Hamites. But as I said earlier, your father, if you're a Ham, your father Ham at one point did obey the Torah laws until Nimrod, the one who became rebellious, started calling for his worship. He deified himself as some ancient rulers do.
I gotta do that again, man, because I mean this is just fantastic. Honestly, all praises says I do agree with that. Let me see. India is the most idolatrous nation today, though, right? And 4 billion people in the landmass. Doesn't it fit the scattering? Yeah, I mean we've been scattered everywhere. So, like, remember what I'm suggesting is particularly well. First of all, this man was referenced by the Fopi people. Okay, so I'm like, wait a minute. That reminds me of this guy. Then I'm like, this guy didn't say anything that they were saying. So how come they don't put this video up? Okay, of course not, because it doesn't benefit them. There's no narrative. Now, we all scattered everywhere. What I'm trying to show with y'all is the connection between us and Abraham. Now, am I saying that we're India or Hindu? No. I'm not saying that at all. But there's a lot of similarities in regards to the traditions. Well, what I mean is also because of the Arshrit class that I did, it shows that we actually went through, to get to Arshrit, we had to travel through that area. That's why you have Yucatan, because it's Joktan. So when you look at all of these things, like los voladores, this is the voladores, right? This is India with several synagogues. Look, this is in India. Ramuri, look, this is in the temples that we had. That's like the Krishna or Shiva, whatever, the 6 arms. Now, come to find out, I read it somewhere and I can't find that link, that it was an interpretation of the menorah, the 7, the 3 arms, the 6 arms in the head. So it's a lot of similarities. Nahuas of Yucatan, los voladores. See? Look, that's us. And there's only 2 nations of people that do this. Now, you ask people in Mexico, they don't even know where that comes from. So that's what I'm saying. But we've been everywhere.
At that point,
and Israel is very idolatrous, bro. Like, why do you think we have like our mothers on their knees, crawling all the way through from, like, I'm from Guadalajara. They go from let's say Colonia Miravalle all the way down to downtown San Diego. Los voladores yeah, that's it, brother. That's it. And Mexico, yeah. And see, I never knew this, man. I never knew. Wait a minute, voladores in India, that they used to have that. Oh, it's crazy stuff, man. So all I'm doing is doing a connection between who Abraham was, how he was in those regions, and we have a lot of similarities in those costumbres and names of that region. So you put the 2 and 2 together, and he says they look more like him. And if you look at us, there's a lot of people in Mexico that look Arab, a lot of people in Mexico that look like him, a lot of people that look dark skin, light skin. We have it all. And all over the Americas, in Puerto Rico, in Aruba, in Mexico, in South America, in Peru, in Chile, Bolivia, Argentina, everywhere.
You can see that is when it digressed. And God was so angry that he split their languages. You read about in Genesis chapter 11, the Tower of Babel, the Tower of Babel. Well, go look up where it is. So as I said, that you got to stop this chapter of ignorance, and you got to stop this cursing down, white people and calling them sons of Edomites, etc. They are not Edomites. Most of the white folks that you see in America and Europe, they are the sons of Japheth. What they got to do with Edom? Yes, if they had married into the ancient Edomites, then you could say, yes, some of them could be, but not all of them. So therefore, once again, you only demonstrate your ignorance of ancient history.
Damn. Hold on a second, sis.
And your arrogance of today by calling yourself what you're not and then putting other people down. That, by the way, is not permitted.
Okay, so let me show you some stuff real quick that at least you guys can get understanding of, like, you know, because we're talking about Abraham. Well, I'm gonna show you some videos on Abraham. In case you don't understand who Abraham is, you have to really know and go through this verse, go through the scriptures, man, because you know what? A lot of times, a lot of people like want to, hold on a second. Out of here. A lot of people claim to know Abraham. They don't know Abraham. Y'all don't know Abraham, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know Abraham. At least I think I know him. Hold on a second. Let me show you some shit. Hold on. Let's get to the point of the video. Let's go.
Last night. So anyhow, let's start off with the video. And we're going to go through, let's say we'll start at 3 minutes. Like 3 to 5 minutes. 2 minutes. We'll start at the third minute.
That's your
Give me a second. And again, it's not necessarily this school. I'm not targeting IUIC. I sincerely was looking for any other school that would talk about this subject, and I didn't find any. Okay, so I'm not trying to be dismissive or luring somebody, or I'm being deceptive and trying to create hate. No, I like I said, I looked for it, no, couldn't find it, and I was not going to go to the so-called white man because I already know they're not explaining anything. So I thought, well, let me see if these guys maybe might be able to. So I listened to them, and here's their explanation of things, okay? So let me be quiet. We'll run to the 5th minute. It's regarding Abraham.
Knowledge of God. So this class is going to increase y'all in the knowledge of God. All right, so let's go to Genesis 11 and 27. The seed of Abraham.
The book of Genesis, chapter 11 and verse 27. Now these are the generations of Terah. Terah begat Abram.
Right, so Terah begat Abram. We will later know him as Abraham, but right here he's Abram. All right, the son of Terah. Read.
Nahor in Haran. And Haran begat Lot.
Read.
And Haran died before his father Terah in the land of his nativity, in Ur of the Chaldees.
So it says the land of the nativity was Ur of the Chaldees. So where was Abram at first? In Ur of the Chaldees. Let's get Judith chapter 5 and verse 1.
So now the question is, why? Okay, it's mentioned, but why was he there in the first place? Why wasn't he in Africa? Or in Europe? Or up in Russia, or up in China? Why was he sojourning in the Ur of the Chaldees? Let's continue.
Judith chapter 5 and verse 1. Make sure y'all follow. This is one of them classes where you can't pop in and pop out and expect to know what the hell going on. Everything gonna tie in together throughout the full course of the class. Judith 5 and 1.
The book of Judith, chapter 5 and verse 1. Then was it declared to Holofernes, the chief captain of the army of Assur.
Holofernes. Go ahead.
Holofernes, the chief captain of the army of Assur.
Hey, shalom, fam. I again, let me remind y'all, you two both that are listening, appreciate y'all being here. The topic is Abraham, the friend of God. I was trying to find a different, like any kind of school that would teach this subject regarding Abraham. I wasn't going to go to the white man. so-called white man and listen to their Christian doctrine on them. They don't really know. They don't know what they're talking about. Not really. So I figured, let me see who I can find. I only found IOIC. Okay, GMS, ISUPK, Zakari. I couldn't find anything. So I'm like, okay, well, I'm not targeting them. Okay, just again, it's a topic. This is their breakdown. This is what they're saying regarding Abraham and all of that stuff. Okay, well, let's find out what they're saying. Where they're reading Judith, which we're going to touch eventually.
Sir, that the children of Israel had prepared for war and had shut up the passages of the hill country and had fortified all the tops of the high hills and had laid impediments in the campaign countries.
Right. So this chief captain is in charge of this army that's going through and conquering and defeating all these lands, all these nations. But he come up on Israel and he sees all type of.
So basically, Judith 5 is just talking about there's some other nation. Like, wait a minute, who are you guys? What they're about? They're inquiring about our people. Okay.
Hills fortified and protected, and he's like, man, what the hell are these damn hills? You know what I'm saying? What's up?
Verse 2.
Come on, bro. Let me fast forward this because they're gonna go through the story here. Let me see.
Country. And what are the cities that they inhabit? Yeah. Inhabited
no creed.
Out of the mouth of the
history of the Israelites. Read.
And there shall no lie come out of the mouth of thy servant.
Read.
This people are descendant of the Chaldeans.
I remember that. Descendant of the.
Is that out of Africa? Is that out of Africa? Somebody explain it to me. You West Africans, is that out of Africa? Please let me know.
The Chaldean. These words matter. Descendant. Why descendant? Why? And then why just walk over that? Watch this.
What?
Of the Chaldeans.
They are descendant of the Chaldeans. Why did he say that? Eliakim.
Because he is he's a descendant of those people, right?
Check. Shalom, leadership. He said that because Abraham, Abram, his father was Terah in Haran and died before his father Terah in the land of his nativity in Ur of the Chaldees. So he was saying that was the lineage that we came from.
He said that's the lineage that we came from, and watch how he responds to it.
So he says like, no, we're not fucking Arabic. We're Africans. You understand what I'm saying? We're Africans, damn it. Don't say that.
It's just going back to Abram.
Okay, was it that was a.
No, we're not Arabic, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you got to put us in a fucking African shit.
What that we came from?
I'm sorry.
That was the what that we came from?
The lineage.
Lineage. They confirmed it right now, bro. It's not the lineage. Look, watch.
That ain't quite the word.
Or the.
See, it ain't quite the word, bro. It's like Jewish motherfuckers. Bro, it's so funny that you guys always make fun of those Jewish people, but you don't make fun of your fucking Jewishness. You understand what I'm saying, bro? Straight up, bro. Look.
Okay, I don't know the psychological word for this, but that's leading. I know that in law, it's leading the witness. Okay, so if you are lawyers of the law, then you are leading the witness here. All right, you asked a question and it wasn't defined properly. It says descendants of the Chaldees. So the question is why. Now they walk over it. I'm only going to show a few more seconds, a few more, and then I said we're going to move on.
The land. Remember, he said that's the land of their nativity. Right. That's where they was dwelling at in Chaldee, in the land of the Chaldees. Right. Go back to Genesis.
I gotta ask you, brothers and sisters that read the Bible. I gotta ask you real quick, okay? So you let me know, okay? Deuteronomy 28:26, it says that, and thy carcasses shall be meat unto all fowls of the air, and unto the beasts of the earth, and no man shall fray them away. So then when did Negros here in the Americas die so much of excessiveness that they couldn't bury them? So they just fucking let them sit on the ground. I'm waiting. I'm fucking honestly waiting. When? When the Negros die so much, so excessively, so much like our people, that they couldn't even bury them, that the fucking, vultures had to eat them up. When did that happen to Negros here in the Americas, bro? When? I'm trying to wonder, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not trying to be angry. I'm just trying to be sane. Look, what the fuck are we doing here? Thy carcasses shall be meat unto all the fowls of the air. When the fuck did you Negros die like that massively? And just a bunch of fucking you Negros were all over the floor, and you had birds eating you and fucking shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're saying you're the people of this Bible, or even you motherfucking goddamn Christmas Christians, or you Khazarian bastards, when the fuck or when have you, any of you, gone through this shit right here? I'll wait. Look, listen, I'll even do it like this.
Fuck that puto.
I'm waiting. I'm seriously waiting. When the fuck have you guys ever gone through that shit? Never, not one time, not even one fucking minute. You see, in this channel, bro, I am so hardcore that I mean, I don't know, Brent. I don't know. I have to slice you guys in pieces. And then the verse 27 says, the Lord will smite thee with the botch of Egypt. When did white people get the botch of Egypt? Or when did black people get the botch of Egypt? With emeralds and scabs and all that shit and itch and shit. When the fuck did white people or black people get that shit when they were here in the Americas?
¡Viva México, cabrones!
I don't remember that. Come on, somebody tell me, bro. Like, seriously, man, I'm waiting here. I'll just wait here and just kind of sit on that for a moment. When the fuck did white people claiming to be from here, or black people claiming to be from here, y'all got that shit? Come on, somebody tell me, bro. Come on, man. I know that you guys have to have some fucking scholar, some knowledgeable individual that will tell me, yeah, you're right. No, you're wrong. You're just a dumb Mexican.
All
right, now he's going to Genesis 11. All right, cool. Sounds good. All right, so we're clear on that. So that's their interpretation of the scriptures. Now, hey, by the way, guys, I want to show you this background. All right. Me personally, this is my thorn in the flesh. I need this reminder every day, because I know that I have a lot at stake. And if I submit myself ever to this again, then I'm locked in, and God knows what would happen. I'll become a reprobate. Who knows? He's already given me enough warnings. I don't have time to play around. So that's what you see in the background. It's not the class, okay? So in case I go back and forth and you come in late, hopefully they understand. Hopefully people listen. Anyhow, so let's go ahead and continue. Let's go to Proverbs. Let's start the class, all right? So let's go to Proverbs chapter 1 and verse 1. It says, the Proverbs of Solomon, the son of David, king of Israel, to know wisdom and instruction, to perceive the words of understanding, to receive the instruction of wisdom. Let me repeat that again. Verse 2 and 3 say instruction twice. To know wisdom and instruction, to perceive the words of understanding, to receive the instruction of wisdom, justice and judgment and equity, meaning being fair, being firm, being just, being wise, being disciplined, being well instructed, to give subtlety to the simple. So to the Jew, I'm a Jew. You know the law, I'm going to talk to you like somebody that knows the law. To the Greek, to the Gentile, so to speak, in the Gentile state of mind, I'm going to be subtle. Subtlety to the simple. To the young man, knowledge and discretion. Why? Because he needs to know the example of what a man is supposed to be like. A wise man will hear and will increase learning. So you brother, you sister, or you brethren that are listening, whatever we're listening to you today, you are supposed to increase the learning that you get from me today. It's of the Most High, obviously. I'm only an instrument, all praises. If I can even be that, man, believe me, better than what I used to be. A wise man will hear, meaning he did not just listen and not apply. He will hear and will increase learning, meaning he'll listen and apply. And a man of understanding shall. Oh, I lost my thought. Where am I at? I need my glasses, guys. My apologies. Let me go back. A wise man will hear and will increase learning, and a man of understanding shall attain unto wise counsel. Now, is this wise counsel? Yeah. Verse 6. To understand a proverb and the interpretation, the words of the wise in their dark sayings. The only way this happens is the fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge, but fools despise wisdom and instruction. So the only way you get this is by instructions, meaning by discipline, meaning that you are supposed to be what? Meek. That's why the scriptures talk about Moses being the most meek man, meaning that he was the most disciplined. He listened. He listened to the Most High, regardless of what his personal thoughts were. Okay? For now, we go to Revelations chapter 3, verse 10. And it reads, because thou hast kept the word of my patience, I will also keep thee from the hour of temptation. So that's something that always stood out to me. Why the hour of temptation? If we've had the so-called white image for more than 500 years, it says here, I will also keep you from the hour of temptation, which shall come upon all the world to try them that dwell upon the earth. So are you saying, One West, that 5 minutes or 1 hour is 500 years? Where does the Bible say that? So my question is more of, what's this last hour, which shall be upon the whole world? And we're starting to see it. We're starting to see it because we already dealt with one. We dealt with one Jesus. Now we're dealing with another one. Matthew 24. Then, if any man shall say unto you, lo, here's Christ, or there, believe it not. IUIC, ISUPK, Sakari, GMS. I believe Sakari is a little more neutral than all of them. The main ones, right? And OGC. I don't know those other ones. Or House of David or House of Israel, whatever.
They were the mas putos.
HOI or HOD. But I do know that they claim that they have the truth. I know IUCPK says that they have 100% truth. No doubt about it. That's what they say. But the Bible says otherwise. The Bible says, if there be any man, verse 23, if there be any man that say to you or say unto you, lo, here's Christ, or there, believe it not. That is contrary to what they're saying. We have the 100% truth. I sometimes wonder if they really read the Bible for what it is. Verse 24. For there shall arise false Christ and false prophets, meaning false teachers, telling y'all that Abraham doesn't really matter. Isaac, Jacob is what matters, because that's when Israel became Israel, or Israelites. Because Jacob's name was changed to Israel, so to speak. But yeah, they forget that they call themselves Hebrews, and that came from Eber. For there shall arise false Christs and false prophets, and show great signs and wonders, in so much that if it were possible, they shall deceive the very elect. How are these great signs and wonders? They're able to break down the scripture. So our people are like, oh my God, they must be Hebrew to be Christ. Yeah, you're right, brother. The white man did this to us. That's what we knew. So I don't blame y'all for saying that, for assuming that at first. Excuse me real quick. As well. But then as you start studying the Bible for what it really truly is asking for, then you find out, why are you guys running to the Messiah? Which I understand you could, you should, right? But not in this sense. Because the scriptures don't ask you to do that. It says, Isaiah 51 says this, exactly like this. Excuse me. Exactly like this it says, hearken to me, ye that follow after righteousness. Okay, so listen to me, you that want to keep the laws of the Most High, ye that seek the Most High. You see that? He's literally saying, listen to me, guys. Hearken, meaning hold on to what I'm about to tell you. Like me grabbing your shirt. Hearken to me, bro. Listen. You that follow after righteousness, you that seek the Lord. That's kind of what he's saying, right? Look unto the rock whence ye are hewn. So me telling you, all right, you want to know where God is, you want to do his laws, look unto the rock that I built. Like what? Yeah. Look unto the rock which ye are hewn, meaning cut, and to the hole of the pit whence ye are digged, meaning he took Abraham out of some pit, some rock, and he polished it and cut it perfectly to what he wanted because he saw something in Abraham. Why? Because Abraham was always a Hebrew, first of all. Then it says, look unto Abraham your father. That's an instruction. The wise man will take the interpretation and add on to counsel. Look unto Abraham your father, and unto Sarah that bare you. It's Noah, Shem, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob. Okay? And then it says, for I called him alone and blessed him and increased him. And the verse before says, if you want to listen to me, hearken unto me, ye that follow after righteousness, ye that seek the Lord, look unto the rock when ye are hewn, and to the hole of the pit when ye are digged. That's basic black and white instructions. It is not complicated to see. Hey, Shalom, Eastside 115. Oh, thanks to the Most High that I never joined a camp. Always felt that they were false in their teachings. Yes, sir. Shalom, hermano. All praises to the Most High. And you know what? Some of us had to walk that way. You know what I'm saying? So there's some brethren that had to walk that way, and Lord willing, they're starting to wake up. There's some that did walk that way and they lost the spirit, man. So that's the scary part. So yeah, you're right. All praises that you didn't go through it. But you know, some of our brothers make it, some of us don't. You know what I'm saying? So anyhow, let me continue. All right, so far so good. We're understanding now that Isaiah 51 is literally saying, if you want to follow me, you want to look at the Most High, well, look at what Abraham is about. Wait a minute. Okay, well, shoot, those are instructions. I'm going to follow that. So look unto Abraham your father, and unto Sarah that bare you. For I called him alone, and blessed him, and increased him. Now, there is a reason why this is in there. Because the Most High knew that there was going to be false for Christ, false prophets, false teachers, claiming to say the Messiah is here, the Messiah is there. And he says, don't believe them. He's literally saying, don't believe them about the Messiah. Don't believe them. So anything that has to do with the Messiah, don't believe them. Now, it says in John 7:38, let's clear this up for you One West camps, because you're going to probably say, you're the devil teacher. Okay, cool. Sounds good. Look at this. John 7:38, he that believeth on me, as the scriptures had said, out of his belly shall flow rivers of living water. What does this have to do with how he looks like? So Revelation 1:14 is everything. So if that's the case, if your doctrine is based on Genesis 2:7 and Revelation 1:14 and Jeremiah 14:2, then guess what? John 3:16 is a legitimate doctrine. That is a legitimate doctrine then. So now we can twist the words, because listen, brothers, this is what I've been hearing, okay? So Deuteronomy 28:49 now. It has nothing to do with being so far away, like in another continent. No, they're telling me now, okay? And then sending me messages saying, well, brother, you know, the other land and from far away or whatever it is could also be like the next city or your neighbor's house. Let the Most High strike me if I'm lying to you guys. They literally said to me, one brother from this camp said, well, it could also be your neighbor's house. What? So in that case, man, then John 3:16 all day, every day, baby. Shoot, man, I might as well be Christian now. You see what I'm saying? He that believeth on me. What is it that you believe on him? He is a representation of the Most High. So if the Most High says, you that looks unto me, that wants to follow righteousness, look unto the rock that I cut from, then it says, if anybody says, hey, if there's Christ is here, Christ is there, don't believe him. Those are simple instructions, but we're believing a black Jesus and a white Jesus. Let me show y'all something. This is their king. This is One West's king right here. This guy. They say that this is the Messiah and this is the Most High. Okay? This is what they're saying. They put a face on the Most High. I'm going to go just to Exodus, but there's other scriptures that say don't do this. But Exodus is pretty plain. Apparently, they're going to say, well, that means to bow down. Yeah, well, you know what? Your mind is a photogenic mind. The moment you open your eyes and you see an image for the first time, you're always going to remember that image, okay? It's just like if let's say you're looking at a fan and then you close your eyes, you see the shape of the fan, dummies. So that's why the Most High said this. Exodus 20:3. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Before me. Before me, meaning anything that has to do with an image or even soccer. World Cup is coming. You guys are all obligating yourselves to like wake up in the morning and get drunk and all this. That says, thou shalt have no other gods before me. Just like Ecclesiastes 12:13, the whole conclusion of the matter is what? Keep the commandments. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Verse 4, thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image. Any, okay? Not some, not a few, not maybe, any. Not to represent me. No. Why? Because look, it says, or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the waters under the earth. So you see that it says, thou shalt not make any image. So why are you doing this? Huh? I'm going to play something real quick for you. Look, listen to this. I recorded this just for this because listen, the devil has tricked us so bad that we're going to desconocidos to ask for advice on who we are according to the Bible. Watch this.
Lo sé, Señor, quizás hable sin sentido, pero al malvado hay que darle su merecido. Mira al diablo en que me ha convertido, pidiéndole consejos a un desconocido. No verá cómo va. You
see what I'm saying? We're asking these men for advice on who we are according to the Bible. And it says here, thou shalt not make any graven image unto thee. Thou shalt not make unto thee, any graven image or any likeness of anything that is in the heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the waters under the earth. So you know what I'm saying? I'm kind of wondering. Give me a second. Let me close this up. I don't want to do this right now. Let me close this. Let me go back to the scripture. All right. So it's very clear. It's very clear. All right. So now let's go to Genesis 11 because that's what the kid was going to jump on. Right. All right. So now let's go through the descendants. Genesis 11. I'm going to read just a few things, but as you can see, I'm going to give you the lineage of Shem. All right. So Genesis 11:10 starts with the descendants of Shem. These are the generations of Shem. Shem was 100 years old and begat Arphaxad 2 years after the flood. All right. And Shem lived and begot Arphaxad 500 years and begot sons and daughters. Okay. So if you go down all the way, then it says verse 14, and Salah lived 30 years and begot Eber. And Salah lived after he begot Eber 400 years and begot sons and daughters. Then it goes Eber, Peleg, Serog, Nahor, verse 24. Nahor lived 9 and 20 years, so 29, and begat Terah. And Nahor lived after he begot Terah 119 years and begot sons and daughters. And Terah lived 70 years and begot Abram, Nahor, and Haran. So Terah had more. Nahor had more than just one kid. Terah, he had begot sons and daughters, but they're mentioning Terah only. So why Terah? Yeah, you see that? Why Terah if Nahor had sons and daughters? He didn't pick a woman, and he didn't pick any other brother. He picked Terah. Lived 70 years and begot Abram, Nahor, and Haran. So he named this kid again. All right. Like his grandpa. Like his dad, I'm sorry. So that's Nahor's descendants. Now Terah. Verse 27 and 28. This should be easy. And now these are the generations of Terah. Terah begot Abram, Nahor, and Haran. And Haran begat Lot. All right. And Haram died before his father Terah in the land of his nativity. Of whose nativity? And Haran died before his father Terah in the land of his nativity, of the Ur of the Chaldees. So this man was born here. Okay. So now we're seeing that they sojourn, Haran and all of them were sojourning in the Ur of the Chaldees, because this is now they're mentioning the nativity where they were born. Okay. And Abram and Nahor took them wives. And the name of Abram's wife was Sarai, or Sarai, like they say it in Spanish. And the name of Nahor's wife, Milcah, the daughter of Haran, the father of Milcah, the father of Iscah. Now they're all related. And Sarah was barren, and she had no child, so she couldn't have babies. Okay. So now let's go to Abraham and marry Sarah. So now let's go to verse 31. And Terah took Abram his son, and Lot the son of Haran his son's son, and Sarai or Sarai his daughter-in-law, and his son's Abram's wife, and they went forth with them from the Ur of the Chaldees to go into the land of Canaan, and they came unto Haran and dwelt there. So now, why? And Terah took Abram his son. So Terah took Abram his son, and Lot, the son of Haran, his sons, and Sarai, the daughter-in-law, right? And went forth from the Ur of the Chaldees into the land of Canaan. And they came into Haran and dwelt there. So he took them young. And the days of Terah were 200, and Terah died in Haran. Okay? So now, so far, we see the descendants of Shem. We see Terah. We see Abraham. Abraham was born in the Ur of the Chaldees, and so was Sarai, right? Now, in verse 12, it's when I'm going kind of quick so I can kind of get my point, because the other class I did was very extensive, and I don't want to take too long on this. I just want to kind of skim through it because there's a point here. I'm just establishing the lineage and where they came from, okay? So now, Abram is called, and in its Genesis 12:1, it says, now the Lord said unto Abram, get thee out of thy country and from thy kindred and from thy father's house unto a land that I will show thee. And I will make thee a great nation, and I will bless thee and make thy name great, and thou shalt be a blessing. And I will, let's see. No, that's enough. I think that's enough. But Abram. So he's being called at this time Abram. He's still Abram, not Abraham. Okay. Now Nehemiah 9:7. Let's go to Genesis 17, and then we'll go back to Nehemiah 7. You know what? Let's just go there first. Nehemiah 9:7. Watch what he reads. It says, thou art the Lord, the God, who did choose Abram and brought him forth out of the Ur of the Chaldees and gave him the name of Abraham. So now we're seeing that Abraham was called out of the Ur of the Chaldees again. All right. We're re-emphasizing where Abram and his family were living at a time. All right. Now let's go to Genesis 17. I hope I'm not going too fast, but go back to the class. I have an extensive one on this, so I would suggest to go to that one too. But here we're just trying to get to the point. Genesis 17:5, it says, neither shall thy name or more be called Abram, but thy name shall be called Abraham. For the father of many nations have I made thee, and I will make thee exceedingly fruitful, and I will make nations of thee, and the kings shall come out of thee. The kings, meaning the 12 tribes of Israel. Okay? So now we see Abram. Now he's being called Abraham. Now let's go to Isaac's birth. It says here, verse 19. It says, and God said, Sarah, thy wife shall bear. Oh, and then Sarah's name was changed from Sarai to Sarah. Okay. Then it says here, and God said, Sarah, thy wife shall bear thy son indeed, and thou shalt call his name Isaac, and I will establish my covenant with him for an everlasting covenant, and with his seed after him. Okay. So now you see here, and then it mentions, and as for Ishmael, I have heard thee. Behold, I have blessed him. I will make him fruitful, and I will multiply him exceedingly. 12 princes shall he beget, and I will make him a great nation. But my covenant will I establish with Isaac, which Sarah shall bear unto thee at this set time in the next year. Okay? So now we're seeing the birth of Isaac. Okay, so now let's go to Isaac and Rebekah. So Isaac and Rebekah. So now, so far we see Abraham marries Sarah. Then Abraham and Sarah have Isaac. Okay. So now we're going to see Isaac meet Rebekah. Genesis 24:2, it says, and Abraham said unto his eldest servant of his house, that ruled over all he had. Put, I pray thee, thy hand under thy thigh. So he's like, grabbing him right there, right? I will make thee swear by the Lord, the God of heaven and the God of earth, that thou shalt not take a wife unto my son of the daughters of the Canaanites, among whom I dwell. Here we see a very important distinction, between Abraham's lineage and basically every other image. Isaiah 44:9. Let me get that for you real quick. Let me see that real quick. All right, he said Isaiah 44:9. It says, they that make a graven image are all, that's the one. Yeah, that's right. They that make, I think it was you that put that one, man. I appreciate you. I don't have my Bible open. I'm actually going through my notes. They that make thee a graven image are all of them vanity. Ooh. And they are, and their delectable things shall not profit. They are their own witnesses. They see not nor know, that they may be ashamed. You know what? Give me a second. I'm going to write it down now. That is an excellent scripture, man. I appreciate you, brother. Give me a second here. All right, so Isaiah 44. Appreciate you very much, fam. Appreciate you very much, man. That's a beautiful scripture right there. Never too late. Anyhow, let me continue. All right, so then we got this here. All right, so far we're back to Isaac, Genesis 24, 2 and 4. So Isaac, in this case, here's where Isaac meets his wife. Okay, so we know now that his father doesn't want him to take any daughters of Canaan. Okay, but thou shalt go into my country, into my kindred, and take a wife unto my son. Huh? So where's that? My country, my kindred. Is that in Africa? The question is that in Africa? It's not. I think it says it here. And you know what? Let me go to 25. Women will not be willing to follow me. And Abraham said, beware, thou bring my son thither, then to the father's house. Okay, here goes. Verse 7 says, the Lord God of heaven, which took me from my father's house and from the land of my kindred, which spake unto me, and that swear unto me, saying, unto thy seed will I give this land. He shall send his angels before thee, and thou shalt take a wife unto my son from thence. And if the woman will not be willing to follow thee, then thou shalt be clear from this oath. Only bring not my son thither again. And the servant put his hand under the thigh of Abraham his master, and swore unto him concerning the matter. And the servant took 10 camels of his masters, and departed, for all the goods of his masters were in his hand. And he arose and went to Mesopotamia, into the city of Nahor. Okay. Then it says, and he made his camels to kneel down without the city, by where a well of water at the evening, even the time that woman go out to draw water. Even like in the evening, the time that women go out to draw water. And he said, O Lord, God of my master Abraham, I pray thee, send me good speed this day, and show thy kindness unto my master Abram. Okay. So now you start seeing, behold, and there comes, let's say, and behold, I stand here by the well of water, and the daughter of the men of the city come out to draw water. So as you can see, where you at? I want to get to the point. And it came to pass before, verse 15, came to pass before that he had done speaking, that behold, Rebekah came out, who was born of Bethuel, son of Milcah, the wife of Nahor, Abram's brother, which her pitcher upon her shoulder. So they're relatives. They're relatives. So now we see Isaac and Rebekah. We don't got to read more. We know that they met. We know that they had Jacob. Okay. So now let's go to verse 25 and 20. It says here, and Isaac was 40 years old when he took Rebekah to wife, right? The daughter of Bethuel, the Syrian of Padam Aram. Remember that word. And the sister of Laban, the Syrian. Remember, the daughter of Bethuel, the Syrian of Padam Aram. And Isaac entreated the Lord for his wife because she was barren. You understand now? So she was barren, and the Lord was entreated of him, and Rebekah, his wife, conceived. So here we see now of Jacob. All right. So now we see verse 24 and 25. It talks about the Esau and Jacob, yada, yada, yada. We already know that. We know that. Okay. That's not a main issue here right now. So now let's go to Genesis 28, because then Jacob meets Rachel. Okay. Remember, I'm showing the lineage here. The lineage never went to no African. All right. Because he met this woman. Watch this. Genesis 28 and 1, it reads, and Isaac called Jacob, blessed him, and charged him, and said unto him, thou shalt not take a wife from the daughters of Canaan. He said it again. And by the way, he didn't even say Esau, for that matter. He said Canaan. Arise and go to Padan Aram, to the house of Bethuel, thy mother's father, and take thee a wife from thence of the daughters of Laban, thy mother's brother. Relatives. Yes. Yes, Mr. So-called black man. Yes, cousins did marry each other in those eras and those times. That was not awkward for them. It was not awkward for them at all. Okay, so let's continue. Let's continue. So now we see Jacob. What does Jacob do? He ain't going to marry no Canaan, but he's told to go to Padam Aram. So now let's go to Genesis 20. Let's Genesis 28 to, let's go to Genesis 48. Let's go there real quick. I'm gonna show y'all something. Well, no, actually, you know what? Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do this. Let me see if I can bring a little. I'm gonna use the Blue Letter Bible. Blue Letter Bible. Okay, now we're gonna go to Genesis 28. I'm gonna show y'all something. Let's find out what this means. Genesis 28. It says, and Isaac called Jacob and blessed him and charged him and said unto him, thou shalt not take a wife of thy daughters of Canaan. Arise and go to Padam Aram. Why there? Now, this is a Blue Letter Bible website. You guys can use this. It's a very, very good resource. It helps you with giving the root definition of the word. Okay. So the root definition of Padam Aram is H6307 from the Concordance. Here's what it says.
Strong's H6307. Padan.
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 Padan Aram. And it says Padan or Padan Aram is a field. So Padan, a plain tableland in North Mesopotamia, in Aram. Okay, so it's a region. So Padam is basically a region. You see that? Padam, the table of Aram, Padam or Padam Aram, the region of Syria. So it's a region, a plateau. Okay. All right. So follow me here because I'm going to show you something. Now let's go to Genesis 48. Genesis 48 and verse 7. Watch what it reads. And as for me, I came from Padam. Rachel died by me in the land of Canaan in the way when yet there was but a little way to come unto Ephrath. And I buried her there the way of Ephrath, the same as Bethlehem. So we see here that Rachel had already passed. But look at this. No, I'm sorry, not 48, verse 22. Oh God, what a dummy. Genesis 22. Genesis 22 and 20. Sorry, I was reading the backwards notes. It says, and it came to pass that after these things that I was told that I was told that it was told Abraham, saying, behold, Milcah, she had also borne children unto thy brother Nahor, Huz his firstborn, and Buz his brother, and Camille the father of Aram. Okay, so the father of Aram. Pay attention to that. And Ches, I believe, and Hazo, and Pildash, and Jidloth, and Bethuel. And Bethuel begot Rebekah. These 8 Milcah did bear unto Nahor, Abraham's brother, and his concubine, whose name was Remiel. She bare also Teba and Graham and Trahab. I don't know why I put all that in there, to be honest with you, but my point was this right here. Okay, it was regarding and Bethuel beget Rebekah. Bethuel beget Rebekah. Okay, so who's this Bethuel? Right, and then you're talking about this city here. Where is it at? See, Aram, right? H758. Aram means Aramaean. Aram, exalted. First son of Shem. So Padam Aram, if you really look at the translation, it basically means place of Aram or field of Aram. And in case y'all don't know this, Aram is the area where you get the Aramaic language. Okay. Now there are some areas in Pakistan where they speak square script Hebrew. They call it Urdu, I believe. So again, Padam Aram is in Iraq. H758. It's an Aramaic language. Let me show y'all something. Oh, that's not it yet. Let me see a second here. Oh, here it goes. Okay. What's that about? Here it goes. So as you can see, this is the whole land, and then you see Aram right there. So this is like the Ur of the Chaldees is here. You see Arphaxad. You see Joktan. These are all relatives of Abraham. Okay, so they're sojourning in Aram, Padam Aram. You see the Ur of the Chaldees right there. The Chaldees is somewhere here. Now, the Persians basically conquered this whole continent. Okay, so like here in America, if you're in California, that doesn't stop you from going to New York and living in Florida. So there are basic migrations, which is something that awkwardly strikes me, that they don't mention the migrations of the potential mixing. They just say, oh, yeah, he went to Ur Chaldees, then he went here, and then he went to Africa, and all of a sudden now he looks African. Well, what about all these people here in this area? What about the Arab-looking people, the dark-skinned Arab-looking people? What about the people from India? They didn't look African. They don't have woolly hair. Not all of them. They have dark skin, yeah. We're not denying that. But what I'm saying is why even ignore all of this sojourning here? They're born here. They're being sent back to marry the women of their nativity, of their land, of their people. Why is that not important? And then we see that Padam Aram means basically the land of the Aramaics. So they spoke Aramaic. They had to speak Aramaic, or for sure they had to speak Hebrew, right? And Aramaic sounds like a lot like Hebrew. Aramaic, Hebrew, and Veda Veda language, I believe, which is a branch of, Sanskrit is a branch of Veda. Something to that effect. I'm not too well knowledgeable on that language. But that's basically very clear. So why the so-called mystery regarding, let's forget about Abraham. When we see in Genesis 29, watch this real quick. Ten 11. It says, and it came to pass when Jacob saw Rachel, the daughter of Laban, his mother's brother, and the sheep of Laban, his mother's brother, that Jacob went near and rolled the stone from the well's mouth and watered the flock of Laban, his mother's brother. And Jacob kissed Rachel and lifted up his voice and wept. She was that beautiful. He couldn't hold it in. Like, wow, she's beautiful. She's my relative. He was happy because she was attractive and it was family. So far we've seen, we're watching that Abraham married Sarah. Isaac married Rebecca. Jacob married Rachel. All from their nativity. All of the land of the Aramaics or Aramea or Aram, Padam Aram. That's not in Africa. That's not in Africa. Let me repeat that. That is not in Africa. Okay? That's far from Africa. Africa's over here, which there's no point of even showing you the map. You know what that map is. This is where they were sojourning. Okay? This area here. They were first here, and then they came up here. So even if they were in Canaan, like here in Canaan, he was saying, I don't want you to marry any of my daughters to these heathens. Send them back to where I'm from, the nativity, this bloodline. And again, I'm going to say it. If you live in California, I know many people that have moved from Florida to California and from California to Florida, from New York to California, to New York, to New England, all of that. So you telling me that we wouldn't have migrated at one point? After Shem, Noah, and Ham, what happened? You see, this is not something that they want to talk about. This is why when I started reading the scriptures on my own, not being influenced by anybody, then I'm like, okay, now I got some serious questions. Why does it say this here? Judith 5:6. These people are descendant of the Chaldeans. And they sojourned, meaning they lived before in Mesopotamia, in the Chaldees, because they would not follow the gods of their fathers. The gods of their fathers, meaning their descendants, which were in the land of Chaldea. So in this particular region, right, you had a massive amount of gods. We know about Krishna. We know about Buddha. We know about all sorts of things. Zoroastrianism. We know about all of that, okay? And it says here, they sojourn here in Mesopotamia because they would not follow the God of their fathers. Hold on, let me see if I have any notes. Real quick. Let me see real quick. Let me put your post up real quick, Meshiachan. Shalom, brother. In the past, I listened to them as I did Christianity lessons in the Bible precepts and how they break down but never accept their interpretation agendas, measure their lessons on precepts and history. Yeah, man, it's true. Like, it's all biblical. It's all historical. They don't want to actually look at the map and say, wait. You got to remember, we're very quick to say that the so-called Hispanics, that we migrated up north and went down south until we found the eagle in Tenochtitlan. That's what we were taught, right? That's what we were taught. So the migration aspect, look, listen, we even migrate now. Do you not see a bunch of our gente coming up to the Americas? I'm from Guadalajara. That's on a flight that's 3 hours away. Mary Mountainous Range, okay? I'm here in California. I was all the way up in Sacramento. Are you telling me that we don't migrate that way? And if you migrate that way, then you also pick up other religions, other customs, and you also pick up other, unfortunately, you mix. When Abraham, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, we're going to read it. They bugged out. So what happened? Do you think we mixed with them? I don't know. But it says here very clearly, don't marry the daughters of Canaan. Canaan specifically. Canaan. These people are descendants of the Chaldeans. Remember that. Now let's go to verse 8. For they left the way of their ancestors and worshiped the God of heaven, the God whom they knew. So they knew the Most High. So they cast them out from the face of their gods and fled into Mesopotamia and sojourned there many days. Okay? So they cast them out from the faces of their gods. All right? So now at this point, we're seeing now that they're like, you know what? We're going to worship the Most High. And they went to Mesopotamia and lived there many, many days. Okay? And there God commanded them to depart from the place where they sojourned and go into the land of Canaan, where they dwelt and were increased with gold, silver, and very much cattle. But even then, Abraham said, nope, I don't want you to marry no Canaanite. You need to go back to the land of my nativity with my people, my kindred, my cousins. That's family. So if they're very strict on keeping the bloodline intact, right? Why would you go off and assume that they're all of a sudden Africans? Where you look, okay, so what are you saying? That everybody looked like a Hamite? You see, then you're going back to white science, the evolution of man. Supposedly, they were monkeys, and then they became black, and then we all became out of black people. If you're saying that, then you don't believe in the Bible. So now, I'm going to show you a book real quick. It's called it's by Higgins G. Anacalypsis. I showed it before. And I'm going to go to page, I'm going to skim through this rather quickly. I'm going to go to page 80. Yeah, I'll read a little bit of that. Why not? Watch this. Page 85. It says here, but Abraham was not merely the founder of the Persians. Okay, let me go up to 3. The Persians also claim Ibrahim, an example, Abraham, for their founder, as well as the Jews. Thus, we see that according to all ancient history, the Persians, the Jews, and the Arabians are descendants of Abraham. Really? Yeah. Check this out. But Abraham was not merely the founder of Persians, but various authors assert that he was a great magician at the head of the Magi. That is, he was the head of the priesthood, as our king is. As the Persian kings always were, and as the Roman emperors found it necessary to become later in the days. So we know that Abraham, his father, was worshiping other gods. Is this possible? Would he have been practicing their customs, their laws, their traditions when you were a child? I listened to my mother. I was a monaguillo. I was an altar boy. You think I wanted to be one? Hell no. But my mom said I better be one or I'm going to get my butt whooped. So guess what? I listened to my mama. You damn right I did. She was hardcore, man. Page 87. Dr. Hyde, after allowing that the religion of the Persians was originally the same with that of Abraham, and that it fell into Sabiism, says he thinks that it was reformed by him. You guys can continue reading. He adds that the ancient accounts call it the religion of Ibrahim or Abraham. The idea of reformation by Abraham seems to be without any proof. However, we may safely admit that this is consistent in the worship of one true God or of the Son merely as an emblem, and that it was really reformed and brought back to his spot from which it had been deviated, and from some great man, whether we were Abraham or Zoroaster, as that of the Jews was. You see what I'm saying? There's a lot involved in Abraham. There's a lot to be said in Abraham, but that's why we have to have a discerning spirit to understand what makes sense and what doesn't make sense. Watch this. This is page 94 from the same book. It says, the religion of Abraham was that of the Persians. They remember Nahor and Terah were worshiping other gods. This is not far-fetched. And whether he was a real or fictitious person, a matter of doubt, both the religions must have been derived from the same source. If Abraham really did live, then the evidence both Jewish and Persian show that he was the founder of both nations. You see pictures of the Persians. Never have you ever seen a so-called black man say Persians were black people. Now you see the movie, and supposedly they're black, but they're dark skinned. Now, were we dark skinned? Was everybody dark skinned? Well, the curse of Cain, I believe it's really the color of white skin. You know what I'm saying? That's what I believe. And again, I need to study it more. But that might be a class I would do. Anyhow, let's go to page 400. We're almost done with this book. Hold on a second, guys. Hey, let me duck my dog out real quick. He's a puppy, guys. Sorry about that, man. Let me play some music real quick. Hold on. At least in the meantime. I don't want him to. I'm trying to train him. So as soon as he like asks me to go outside to the bathroom, I definitely have to do that. You guys understand, I'm sure.
When we first arrived, just Claire and I.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Hay tiempo para pensar si hoy queda más que reír por lo que nos hizo sentir. Si la intuición no te deja seguir, no te vayas a rendir. No te quiero ver sufrir. Te escucho, te lucho, que mucho de tu fuerza nace de ti. Vas a ver que alimañas muerden tus entrañas, con sus artimañas extrañan tu fin. Sigue pues si tus pies tocan el suelo, el anzuelo no tira de ti. Grita fuerte si la vida te duele, que vuele el dolor, lo expulsamos de aquí. That me go. Mi llorar frío. Mira las nubes antes de perder las formas. Sé la luz del sol cuando no lo puedas ver. Cierra su boca cuando te hablen de más normas. Todo lo mal montado se ha de romper. Aunque que tú te rompas no hará más que estorbar. Si es bajo el castigo y mando de Lucifer, en verdad tú sabrás con lo que te conformas. Y yo con el super amor traer.
Hablan sin sentido y se enamoran, pero todo llega y solo te queda esperar. Pasan los segundos y las horas y sin darte cuenta todo vuelve a comenzar. Todo parece lógico en este mundo de plástico, hay que ver la fe cómo se va perdiendo. Quizás me quede afónico de ser mi propio médico y crecer sin ser un hombre que va muriendo. Tal vez me estoy volviendo loco.
All praises. I appreciate y'all waiting. Okay. Anyhow, all right. Let's continue real quick. Let me close this up real quick. Okay, we're on page 400. Let me look for it. All right, a little bit back. Yeah, man, come on, man. This should be it. All right, cool. Okay. Watch this. It says, right here. Let me see if I could magnify it a little bit. Magathanes, who was sent to India by Seleucus Nicator, about 300 years before Christ, whose account from new inquiries are every day inquiring additional credit. It is very remarkable manner confirms the hypothesis of the Jews coming from India. What? He says that they were an Indian tribe or sect called Kalani, and that their theology has a great resemblance to that of the Indians. Okay? Now, am I saying, or are they saying that they are of the India, like Indians, like the India? No, they're saying they're a tribe or a sect, meaning that they sojourn in that section. And as you continue reading about these guys, they were really looked down upon. Okay? But at the same time, they also saw them as just a particular type of people that just acted different and was different. Okay? And it's just like us here in the Americas, man. Like, for example, here where I grew up, right? I'm still here, even though I'm gonna move, but I'm still here. So we have a community, you know what I'm saying? And everybody outside of that community, like we call this place Pozole, because apparently they used to sell pozole here. And this used to be a crazy hood, right? So people come over here and they're kind of like that. Like, oh yeah, that's the east side. That's the east side. There's a pozoleros right there. You know what I'm saying? So it's like a sect of Kalani. All right. Then it says, in the discovery of this passage, after I had written in the reader has read respecting the Jews, gives me no little pleasure because it almost proves the truth of my theory and very different from founding my theory upon it. I will not produce another proof if records by unwillingly witness of proof, for Josephus is an unwilling witness. It says Aristotle gave an account of the Jews that they come from the Indian philosophers, and that they were called by the Indians Kalami or Kalani, and by the Syrians Judea. You see that? So the Indians called us Kalani, and the Assyrians called us Judaic or Jews. I think few persons will doubt that the Kalani or Kalami here are the Kalani of Magistracy. That's exactly it. One of those two being miscalled. We have seen a Kalani in Ceylon. We found a Zion, Adam's Foot, Mount Ararat, Colombo, Genesis 10, Amos, okay? And it says here, Amos 4:6-2, a colony or Kalani is also named. Let me see, Amos 6. Let's find out. You know what? I did not ever see that. That's why I like to read stuff over and over again, guys, because it says 6:2, right? It says, pass ye unto Kalni and see, and from thence go ye to Hamath the great, then go down to Gath of the Philistines. Be they better than these kingdoms? Man, I'm gonna have to read this. This is heavy duty right here, guys. Look at that right there. Wow. All right, now I'm really intrigued by this. All right, so now let's go to page 392, sorry. And then we're almost done with this book. Again, it's just evidence, man. Their assumption, remember, they're assuming that, oh yeah, Genesis 2:7. Okay. Well, then you know what? Like, you're giving us that breakdown. Well, this is what we're finding so far. And this is just evidence. You know what I'm saying? Watch this. It says here, I will now state another fact, which coming from quarters whence we have it, cannot be disputed on the account of the interest of system. The tribe of Krishna has had a name, noticed by one before, book 5, chapter 2, the sect, which is very remarkable. It says, the Yadus, his own tribe and nation, were doomed to destruction for their sins, like the descendants of the Yahuda or Judah, which is the true pronunciation of Judah. They all fell in general by the mutual wounds, and a few accepted, who led through Aim Boom Wapi, I guess, a miserable and wretched life. There are some to be found in Gujarat, but they're represented poor and wretched. And it says that Yadavas were the most venerable immigrants from India. They were the blameless and pious Ethiopians. Watch this. Whom honor mentions and calls the remotest of mankind. Part of them, says the old Hindu writes, remains in this country. You see this? Let me not pass it by. Part of them, says the old Hindu writer, remain in this country. And hence we read of two Ethiopian nations, the Western and Oriental. So now, you so-called black man that you're like, oh yeah, you know, like the Ethiopian. Well, here it says that the Ethiopians came from India. From India. That's why Ethiopians don't look like a lot of African people. Let me see this real quick. Let me read your Israel has always been nomads ever since we left Jerusalem. This is a Native American. Yeah, man, migrating. Yeah, you're right. We have. Remember, we're sheep men. We're men of sheep. We tend the sheep. We're men of the tents. We handle cattle. We move with our animals. Our animals have to travel, right? We find the migration. That's why our natives were chasing the buffaloes. We would migrate. Man, that's a heavy point, Meshiachan, man. That's a heavy point, bro. Matter of fact, you know, brother, I sent you an email, okay? Because I want to talk to you about something, man. So check your email. And if you responded to me, my apologies, man. I don't check that one much, so I'll check mine as well. Anyhow, all right. So we're going there. So that's interesting. Now, this is something that I want to bring up because, again, we don't hide nothing here. Because just like this guy said, oh man, my research led me to this and I really didn't want to. Hey man, if my research leads me to be that I'm not a Hebrew, then hey man, it is what it is. I can't I can't cry over it. I'm not no Esau. Ooh, no, the Most High didn't choose me. You see, this is the difference between the so-called Hispanics and the so-called Native Indians, right? Of the indigenous Americas. We live like that. We either are or we're not. We either are Hebrews or we're not Hebrews. We're not going to cry about it, beg our way through it. Oh, poor me, look at this. No, man. I straight up look at it like that. If we are, we are. All praises. If we're not, then we're not. There's nothing you can do. So the only thing you can do is find truth. That's it. So here we're seeing that Ethiopians, truthfully, were not originated in Africa. They were originating in India, which is why they look different than you guys. And which is why they don't look at you guys the same. I wonder why. Do your homework. A so-called Mexican, not an Arab, not a mixed Arab with African, a so-called Mexican is teaching you guys your own history. Okay? Wow. And this is not arrogance. This is confidence because I know now who I am. According to the Bible, I'm a Hebrew of the Hebrews. And according to the white man, I'm a Hebrew as well. Go figure. Because you guys run to him too. All right, let's continue. Let's get out of this page here. We're done with this book, I believe. We're done with this book. We'll probably come back to that map. Let's see. Let's go back to Judith 5:6 so now we can kind of like figure out the point. And then we're going to move on. Give me a second here. Oh, I'm going to show you that later. Okay, hold on. Where you at? Where you at? Judith 5:6. Judith 5:6. Judith 5:6. It says then, these people are descendant of the Chaldeans. So as you can see in the Chaldees, there was a lot going on, man. There was a lot of movement. There was a lot of migration. There was a lot of bad customs that we picked up, just like Meshiachan. You know about this, man. You know your history regarding our people here. We basically picked up sacrifices from the Toltecs, right? If you can post that up there, I'll post it for them. Well, some little history on that, man. Because I remember listening to you saying that. That's why I was like, man, that's really weird. That why would we have those heads? And even if we might have looked like that, we might have had mixed as well. I always had that feeling. And guess what? A lot of it is true. Then it says, and they sojourned here for two in Mesopotamia, because they would not follow the gods of their fathers, which were in the land of the Chaldees. So these guys were worshiping who? Krishna, maybe? Zoroastrianism? You know what I'm saying? You don't know. Because at that time, it's been so long. For they left the way of their ancestors and worshiped the God of heaven, the God whom they knew. So they cast them out from the face of their gods, and they fled into Mesopotamia. Now, the way I'm reading this, I'm actually reading it in a slight difference here. So they cast them out from the face of their gods. What I'm seeing here is that wherever they were sojourning, they were also being told to leave because they didn't want to worship the gods of their fathers anymore. And you know how it is, man. If you look, let's say you grew up here in the hood and you don't agree with their ways anymore, they're like, hey man, you better get out of here. They're gonna beat you up. I mean, again, but we see though that they sojourned their ancestors and they were out of Mesopotamia all of a sudden now, and then they end up in Haran and then they go to Canaan. But never did he tell never did Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, never did they marry women of Canaan. You know who did? Esau. Esau married women of Canaan. That was one of the first things he did because he wanted to piss off his family. Joshua 9. And then we'll move off from this topic. I think I've already hit it enough. It says in Joshua 24:2. It says, and Joshua gathered all the tribes of Israel to Shechem and called for the elders of Israel and for their heads and for their judges and for their officers and for their and they presented themselves before God. And it says, and Joshua said unto all the people, thus say the Lord God of Israel, your fathers dwelt on the other side of the flood in the old time, meaning in the Chaldees, in that area, that region, even Terah, the father of Abram, the father of Nahor, and they served other gods. And I took your father Abram from the other side and led him throughout all the land of Canaan and multiplied his seed and gave him Isaac. And I gave unto Isaac Jacob and Esau. And I gave unto Esau Mount Seir to possess it, but Jacob and his children went down to Egypt. Okay? So now we're seeing that what? that they served other gods. All right, so that's my point on that particular part. Let me move on. I got this to show you real quick. So now we're going to move on. Now, what is the point? Why am I even bringing this up? I'm going to show y'all that we have a very, very unique connection with Abraham and his people and in that region. Watch. So now this video. And again, let me play the hold on, let me see. Again, just in case. Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles does not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of the United States copyright law states material and use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principle material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law. All right, perfect. Okay, so let's go.
Why do you wish to sail west?
To open a new route to Asia. Asia is the richest kingdom, the land of spices and gold. At the moment, there are only two ways of reaching it. By sea, sailing around the African continent.
And by the way, Asia isn't Asia like China. They're talking about like India, that area, Asia, because all that used to be called Asia, from India, Asia, all of that. Where let's say, because where the Persians ruled, not all the way back there. Like let's say halfway through from where India is and all the way to Asia and a little bit up north. It's called Euro-Asia as well, that particular northern part of Russia. So it's a very vast area at that time. All right, so let's go.
The journey takes a year, or by land, but the Turks have closed this route to all Christians. There is a third way. By sailing west across the ocean sea.
The distance is unknown. It's said to be infinite.
Superstition. I believe the Indies are no more than 750 leagues west of the Canary Islands.
Can you be so certain?
The calculations of Toscanelli, Marin de Tir, Esdras.
Esdras is a Jew.
So what's worse?
2 minutes, and already you're a dead man.
For telling the truth?
Yes. We are burning people for less. The men you're about to confront have no emotion.
So if you remember that, that was a famous video that we were, told, right? It was a famous one. Okay. So now this is from interpretation. So example here. If they were supposedly going to Asia, why would they not have like some kind of other language? Instead, they didn't. We'll go like this. In 1492, Christopher Columbus landing in the Bahamas changed the whole world forever. It helped establish trade routes between North America, Europe, and ushered a new age voyage to discovery. You see that? Let me tell you again, it helped establish trade routes between North America and Europe. It didn't say Africa, did it? Then it says, and ushered a new age of voyage and discovery. Columbus brought Luis de Torres, an interpreter, with him during the first voyage. De Torres spoke Hebrew, Aramaic, Spanish, Portuguese, French, Latin, and some Arabic. Why didn't he speak, what do you call that? Mandarin. If he was going to Asia. He knew where he was going. And you see, when I did my so-called DNA, those two actually came up, Hebrew, Aramaic. Because he expected to encounter Asians. Why? Why Asians if they don't speak? Do Asians speak Hebrew? You see the trickery? Columbus felt that Torres' proficiency in Hebrew and Aramaic would be particularly useful. Why? 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 So why in the world are we listening to camps tell us who we are according to the Bible? We see it very, very clearly that there was never even mention of Africa here. At the end of the first voyage, Columbus brought back native Indians with him to Spain. This is from our brethren. This is a book called La Historia de México. Watch what it says. The descendants of Arsaphat es la siguiente, is the second, is the following. De Eber, nieto de Arphaxad, proceden los hebreos. Jactán, hijo de Eber, dio origen al pueblo indio. Una vez más. This is a Spanish bilingual class, so I'm going to read it in Spanish, guys. I don't know why I'm translating. La descendencia de Arphaxad es la siguiente. De Eber, nieto de Arphaxad, proceden los hebreos. Jactán, hijo de Eber, dio origen al pueblo indio. ¿Se acuerdan del mapa? Ahora, les voy a decir algo. Jactán, ¿por qué tenemos ese nombre Yucatán? So entonces, I'm speaking Spanish, my bad. So if we're technically, Yucatán, right? Here we see Jactán. Jactán is right here. So if we migrated to Africa, why do we have Yucatán? That means we had been over here. We would have known these people as much as possible. Look, Arphaxad, Jactán. And we see la descendencia de Arphaxad es la siguiente. De Eber, nieto de Arphaxad, proceden los hebreos. Jactán, hijo de Eber, dio origen al pueblo indio. Ustedes son, you guys are the Hebrews of the Bible. And no, we didn't have woolly hair. Now, all of this, again, this is going back to the relationship. Watch this, guys. I found this website, very interesting, right? And it was translated. So watch what it says here on the bottom. It says, let me see if I can, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Watch. Avesta is the book of Zoroastrians, which literally means foundation, basis in the scripture. This book has been written in Avestan language, which belongs to the ancient Persia. Shares the same root as Pahlavi and Sanskrit. In addition to the Avasti, Zoroastrian has a Tarsis by the name of Zand Avesta, in another holy book written in the Pahlavi language. Sanskrit is the language in India. Who are the Magis? The term Magus, which is used to denote Zoroastrians in Arabic, derives from Magush or Magu, the ancient Persian language. This is why, look, watch this. After entering the Arabic language, it changed to Magus. Zoroastrianism, which is a religion of the Magi, is related to the Torah and Bible. The Bible doesn't directly mention this term, but but in 8 of the books of Torah, the kingdom of Persia has been mentioned. Okay? Well, now, remember those Magi guys that went to see the Messiah? Guess why? Because they were Hebrews. And they knew that when the Messiah would come, he would open the doors again to all the people, because remember, under Torah, a lot of us sin. That's why Abraham, when he was called, he still circumcised himself and he circumcised his son. He had faith and he applied the laws. So we're seeing Abraham sojourning in that area, not Africa. So why are we doing this?
Lo sé, Señor, quizás hable sin sentido, pero al malvado hay que darle su merecido. Mira al diablo en que me ha convertido, pidiéndole consejos a un desconocido.
Why are we doing that? I recorded that because that stood out to me, man. Why are we going to these other nations telling them oh, who we are according to the Bible? Oh my God, we're going to sit back and just listen to them. No, man, you got to study yourself. Because I've been doing that. And this is why I'm finding these things. Watch. This is from the Great Migration. All right. Let's see if I have it here. Give me a second. Great Migration. Maybe I have it in my Facebook account. I'll find it after. Let me at least skip it because I don't want to waste too much time. Okay, this is a long class. Watch this real quick. All right. Nah, you know what? I need to find it because it relates. So watch this real quick. Watch this, okay? This is from a book called let me see. Give me a second. I believe it's the one called India once ruled America. I think this is it. Let me see. Chapter 1. No, it's not it. No, not this. Yeah, I think it's this one. It's from Heber Pass to Grand Kivara, MH, New Mexico, and Bobo Kabiri. It's from Gene Matlock. So look up the word When India Ruled the World. When India Ruled the World by Gene Matlock, okay? Then it says here, watch what it reads. Again, I'm making a connection. The history of the Jews, the Jewish scholar, theologian Flavius Josephus wrote that the Greek philosopher Aristotle said these Jews derived from the Indian philosophers. They are named Indian Kalani. Solis wrote, the Jews descended from the philosophers of India. The philosophers are called India Kalanians. The Syrians, Jews. So the Indians called us Kalanians. The Syrians called us Jews. Okay. Then it says here, the name of their capital is very difficult to pronounce. It is called Jerusalem. It's because it was spelled like H J or Harazalium, something like that. Okay. So look at this. The Jews were Indian tribe or sect called Kalani, and that their theology has a great resemblance to that of the Indians. That's why you have a lot of people from India. They're pretty good philosophers, man. They have a lot of good philosophy. If you just listen to philosophy in its own, on its bare ways. Let's see. On medieval maps, you'll see India superior on this side of the world. Wow. No, actually, man, you know what? You on point with me, brother. I appreciate you. Because you always mention stuff that I'm about to touch. Watch this. I'm gonna show you this real quick. Hold on. Watch. Let's see. Hold on. Where are you? Is it here? Yeah. This is it. Watch this, man. This blew my mind. Remember, I'm making a connection to Abraham. It says Hindus reached America first. This is what the official historians of the Mexican government says in general outlines of the history of Mexico. What is called the discovery of America is the meeting of two great current of races of people who, after separation extending over many centuries, were again joined after going right around the earth. Wow. Then it says on the bottom part, and those who arrived first on the continent, later to be known as America, were groups of men driven by the mighty current set out from India towards the east. Hindu in America. That's the book. All right, let's see what we got here. Now I'm going to show you something. This is why when he said that he found India, or he thought he was in India, is because we resemble them a lot. And the people over there. Okay, watch this. I don't know why it's taking. There it goes, right here. Look at this. Joven India Gallón de El Cerrito. You see, black people here with that. Oh, you see, she's a so-called black woman. No, dummies. She's not. Why? Because she has dark skin, her hair straight. This is what my niece looks like. A few of my nieces. A few are dark skin, a few are light skin, a few are really light skin. Some even look Arabic on my brother's side. You never know. Let's see. Mysteries of the Mexican pyramids. Watch. This is also why they had to destroy a lot of our material. Watch this. Hold on a second. Let me turn this down. I don't know why there's an echo sound. Look. Look at that. Renditions of Maya reliefs are strikingly similar to the motifs of the Buddhist countries. The sun, the tree, the serpent are the three most sacred symbols of the Buddhist. Let's see where else I'm looking at. I'm looking for a picture. Let me see. Watch this. This is from the mysteries of the Mexican pyramids. Cabrera adds that Amagumecan was in the province of Chiapas, where the Indians carefully preserved the remembrance of their origin and of their ancestors' early progress from voluntary or enforced abandonment of Palestinians on the ingress of the Hebrews. You see that? Voltan says to have declared himself a snake descendant of Emos of the line of Cam and said that he came to America from a distant place, blah, blah, blah. Remember, you got to discern information. Discern information. Okay? And again, we're reading everything. Look, this is a custom from India. And here in Mexico, they have the thing called voladores. Okay? Where are you at? Even from back in the days. It's our gente right there. Look, this is what I want to show you. Look at that. That was in the temple here. The mysteries of the Mexican pyramids. That was inside the temples. So why would they not want to destroy who we are? Look, this is from the book Hindu America. The Mayas, Nahuas of Yucatan and Mexico were immigrants of the Maga and Nahusha tribe, whose pertained to the race of the navigators known by the Greeks as the Phoenicians, supposedly, and who continued in their own new land, America, and worshiped the rain god, in whom their fathers in Central Asia, they dedicated the signs of the cross, supposedly. Supposedly. Look, the snake, the common deity, the worship of the snake in India and in Mexico is one of the important links between Hindus, Mayas, and Aztecs. It says the name of their culture, hero Kukulkan or Quetzalcoatl, incorporates the word serpent, Maya, and Nahuatl. And I believe, Mexican, you had mentioned something. Let me see if you have something to say about this. Nope, not yet. Let's see. All right. So, anyways, I'm just making a connection. You know, some similarities. That's all. That's all I'm doing. Making a connection that we were descending in that area. That we actually look. I've seen people where people from that region look like him. Arab, Indian, Pakistani. Pictures don't lie, guys. Pictures don't lie. I'm almost done. Oh, they blocked that one? That's crazy. Watch this. I have two more to show you, and then that's pretty much it. Oh, and then I'm going to do something real quick at the end, guys. I'm going to play a video because I have something to show you, okay? So you guys can stick around. It says here, so I have another maybe 30 minutes. Most people think that Phoenicians, as a tribe of sailor traders, inhabited what's called now Lebanon, right? Okay, so let's continue. Watch this. The Spaniards called the land of Ram Uri Chihuahua, pronounced as Shivava by the natives themselves. In Sanskrit, Shivava, Shiva's temple, according to Hindu religion scholars, Ram and God Shiva were once the same deity. So Shivava, okay? Now watch this. The Ramuri of Chihuahua. See the Raramuri of Chihuahua? In India, they have the Ramamuri of Shivava. You see what I'm saying? The similarities, the customs. Watch this. Tlolacan, okay? What is Tlolacan? Tlolacan. Tlolacan is described as several Aztec codices in the paradise, right? So watch this. Tlo is a word being used where? America, South America. Here and here. A lot in India. Tlo. Now watch. Tlolocan. Locan. Is that it? Yeah. Locan. Where you at? How come it's not showing it? Oh, it's still spinning. Hold on. I know why it's not showing it. Let me see. I'll do it this way. There goes. Locan. Surname. Surname distribution map. You see that? Look at that. The majority is there. Tlalocan. Tlalocan. I already showed y'all books regarding our and remember, keep in mind that we migrated that way. I did a class on Arsarith. So I have a very I can sincerely tell you that because of the customs that we picked up, that we definitely migrated that route instead of what we were told that we went on ships and somehow floated for years. That's ridiculous. I don't even think that, and because verse 46 and 47 and 48 on 2nd Ezra 13 basically destroy that doctrine. Okay, so now why am I doing this class? Why am I aiming at Abraham? Because even here, watch this. Isaiah 51 told us already, and then look at what James said. Ain't no one else saying. There's no one else in the Bible being called this. It says, James 2:23, and the scriptures had fulfilled, which saith, Abraham believed God, and was imputed unto him for righteousness, and he was called the friend of God. I want to be called the friend of God. Why wouldn't you want to be called the friend of God? So it says, look unto Abraham, who I who I hewed, right? Okay. Well, I want to be called a friend of God. So Second Chronicles chapter 20, verse 7, and it reads, art not thou our God, who did drive out the inhabitants of this land before thee, before thy people Israel, and gave it to the seed of Abraham, thy friend, forever? Thy friend. Thy friend. Wisdom of Solomon 7. Watch what it reads. Verse 14. For she is a treasure unto men that never faileth, meaning wisdom, discipline, instructions, which they that use become the friends of God, being commanded by the gift for the gifts that come from learning. Verse 27. And being but one, she can do all things and remain it in herself, and she make it all things new, and in all ages entering into holy souls. She maketh them friends of God and prophets. You don't think I want to be a friend of God? You damn right I want to be a friend of God. I don't want to be his enemy. Isaiah 51 and 1. Let me remind you, hearken unto me, ye that follow after righteousness, ye that seek the Lord, look unto the rock when ye are hewn, to the hole of the pit whence ye are digged. Now we know what hole they came out of, the areas of those times, all those religions. He cut us from there. And Terah had many children, sons and daughters, but he picked Abraham. Why? Because he knew Abraham would have faith and apply the law, statutes, and commandments. And that's what we're doing today. And we're going to the source. Let me read some of this info, brothers. Let's see. Some of it's not popping up. Let's see. Oh, no, that's good. Okay, cool. Hearken unto me, that ye that follow after righteousness, ye that seek the Lord, look unto the rock when ye are hewn, and unto the hole of the pit where ye are digged. Meaning, look into that. Look into that. What does that say? What happened? What was the migration like? When you start looking at that, when you start seeing that for what it is, Let me see. Why is that still showing up? When you start seeing that for what it is, then you realize, I got to look at him. Okay, well, he was taken out of the pit. Aren't we taken out of the pit? Isn't this the pit? Look unto Abraham your father and unto Sarah that bare you. For I called him alone and blessed him and increased him. So he's going to call you alone as well. Out of the pit. Out of these doctrines. Out of this wickedness. Okay? But you got to look into him to know what happened to him. And he picked him out of all the brothers and sisters. And he fell off and he went into idolatry. And he didn't circumcise himself in 8 days. But when he was 99 years old, he did. And he circumcised his son. So you Christians that say, oh, well, Abraham was called. Okay, why aren't you circumcising? Why aren't you keeping the laws of God? Why aren't you circumcising your children? You're not keeping them. You see, that's why James 2:23 said, faith without works is dead, which is why God called Abraham his friend, because he has sincere faith, unbelievable faith. And he applies the laws, the moral, civil, ceremonial, and what? Dietary. Because he didn't sacrifice Isaac. He gave him a sheep for it. You know what I'm saying? Or a lamb. So for all of you that are still, debating whether, we should look into Abraham or not. No, I'm not being like those Pharisees, like, oh, well, we have Abraham, our father. I already know Romans 9. But what I'm saying is the instructions are there, which is why the scripture said, if anybody tells you Christ is here, Christ is there, believe him not. So I'm not going to believe any of y'all fools with the image of the Negro or the image of the white man. Speaking of which, this is the class that I'm going to finish up with, and then I'm going to show you the map of Arami. Okay? Stick around. This is 18 minutes.
It's your brother. It's your brother.
All right, listen.
Emmanuel again. Okay. I'm gonna do a quick class today. It's a review of what I have done before, just trimmed out because I think it's important to go over these scriptures more than anything. Okay. So with that being said, I'm not gonna take too long in regards to the start. The class is called "The Treachery of the Black Adam." Now, that may hurt somebody's feelings.
Hey guys, listen, if you guys watch this class, not a problem. But look, I have something to show you at the end, okay? It's the map that's gonna seal the deal. I want to seal the deal today. Enough of this treachery of the Hamitic race. I'm tired of it. Y'all are not our people if you're saying that we were Africans, that we look like a Hamite. No, we're not. We're not. We're very clear as to who Abraham is, who he came from, that his sons and his daughters all married their own kindred. And they came out of the Ur of the Chaldees. And we have a lot of similarities in their customs and the ways that they lived in those areas where they sojourned. So basically, we are proving who we are according to the Bible. That's right. Let them know, Ak. Let them know. So now it's your job to do your part, because we're doing a thorough investigation. We're not going to Genesis 2:7 and saying, see, brother, the darker you go, the redder it gets. No, Genesis 2:7 doesn't say that. We're going to prove it right now again. 18 minutes. This is about 15 minutes, and then I'm going to show y'all a map, and then we're done.
Maybe several, but I could care less, okay? This is not about emotions. This is about truth. This is not about hate. This is about truth. It's about proper doctrine and proper revelation. That is the job of the so-called elders to teach us those things, okay? But anyways, I'm going to use the Blue Letter Bible for the most part, but for now, I want to read a scripture just to get started. So let's see. Let's go to Sirach, chapter 14, verse 20. Okay, let's start. It says, blessed is the man that doth meditate good things in wisdom. You hear that? Blessed is the man that thinks continually in the good things, meaning the commandments that brings wisdom. Okay, let me read it again. Blessed is the man that doth meditate good things in wisdom. Right? Why? And that reasoneth of holy things by understanding, because through that wisdom you tend to reason with life situations, people, and even the studying habits, the discipline, right? Of holy things by his understanding. Meaning what? Of the Most High. Okay? So let's read it one more time. Blessed is the man that doth meditate good things in wisdom, and that reasoneth of holy things by his understanding. Excuse me, I misunderstood that. By his understanding, meaning that it's like you, for example. Okay, so correct that, slash that. Verse 21. He that considereth her ways. In the Bible, wisdom is used as a female, right? Because it wants you to consider it. Obviously, when you, obviously to our brothers here, when you love a woman, you're very firm love, you love a woman, you're going to obviously treat her well and take care of her, right? Because you want to make sure that, you get what you want, I guess, in that sense, right? At that time in that world. But the point being is that that's the same concept. He that considereth her ways in his heart, meaning his mind, shall also have understanding in her secrets. Okay. So let's start off with Genesis chapter 2, verse 7, because that's what I had touched on yesterday. And the reason why I think this is important is because we've been taught otherwise. We've been taught that Genesis 2:7 is where the so-called black man came from, right? They go to it. So let's go to it. Genesis 2:7, and it reads, this is exactly it. It says, and the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground, okay, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, right? So now, they'll go and say, and when I mean they is the One West doctrine, okay, that you see, it's a man from the ground. If you dig the dirt, it looks dark. The deeper you go, the darker it is in some areas. But anyways, for the sake of the scriptures, let's stick to it. So now let's use the tools that were given to us. So now if we look at what the word ground means, because man formed, and the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground. But if you click on dust, just for the sake of you guys understanding, let's click on that real quick. It really means more of like debris, earth, stuff, powder, things of that nature, ashes, gray, rubbish, right? But if you click on the word ground, H127.
Strong's H127. Adamah. Adamah.
Adamah. So Adamah is what? Go back again. It's ground. See that? And it means ground, land, ground, piece of ground. City of Naphtali. We'll touch on that in a little bit. And then it says redness, right? Now, you're going to see this, H119, H119. Hold your thought on that one, because we're going to come back to it. So as we know now, that Adamah is ground, or based on this, it just says redness, right? So let's dig a little deeper. Let me show you guys something real quick. I put this on last time. So as you can see, man from the earth, okay? That's what it means. I mean, you simple Google. Now, if you click on here, our baby namers, okay? Now, keep in mind that in One West doctrine, the One West indoctrination, you got these brothers who will use a classical baby Bible book. So they use you pick names from this book, right? Bible names. Like you see Esau, you see Edom, red and hairy. You see that? Okay, fine. And then that's pretty much it. So now, if you actually consider this here, is no different. Adamah, the meaning of Adamah is man from the earth. Didn't I just literally Google it just like that? Who does Adamah mean, right? Or what does Adamah mean? It's the same thing, right? Adamah, okay? Now, I'm going to show you something real quick here too. And I don't like to use references or name them, I'm sorry, because I would appreciate it if you guys actually watched the class and wrote them down. Adamah, again, it says red ground earth. Adamah again means red ground earth. So now, let me show you guys this real quick. Adamah, red earth again, right? And it's, I guess, fortified city of Naphtali. Again, remember that. So now I'm going to show you guys something real quick. From Zondervan Dictionary, Bible Dictionary. And I actually got an old one, okay? From 1960, I believe, 1969. That's what it says inside. Adamah, Hebrew. Adama, red ground, or Naphtali, place in Naphtali. Okay? And since we see it now, Joshua 19:36. Let's go to it. Let me close these real quick. Boom, boom, boom. Hold on. Why is it referencing that, right? Obviously, we're going to ask. And Joshua 19:36 reads, and Adamah and Ramah and Hazor, right? Adamah and Ramah and Hazor. What does Adamah mean? YH 128. It means Adamah, the earth, or red earth, or city in Naphtali. Okay? So now, why? Why would they call a place Adamah in the city of Naphtali? You got to wonder that, right? Those things are important. There's only one time they use this word. Look, Adamah, a place in Palestine, same as, there's really not much here. Really not much. But I'm going to show you guys something real quick. I like using maps a lot. And I'm going to show you this. Now, why am I showing you a map? Naphtali's right here, right? You see Naphtali. You see Asher is by the ocean. Zebulun is under Naphtali. Issachar below. Gad below. Manasseh to the right or to the left, however you look at it. Dan is north. But one thing about Naphtali is that it's by the sea of, and I cannot remember the name of that sea. I apologize. They call it sea. Well, I don't want to look for it because of time. Okay. The sea, can't read it. But all of Naphtali has a riverbank. Now, the reason I mention this is because since, as I've said before, since I was young, I've been using clay. A teacher of mine introduced it to me, and I guess it's just been a natural gift. So I'm very familiar with how clay works and where to find clay. Well, guess one of the things where you need to find clay. I'm gonna show you. Okay. You guys can look this up too. Ancient pottery, just check it out. It's a website. Look, watch what it says. I'll read this whole thing. It says, because they are the smallest particles of soil, clay particles stay suspended in water longer than sand or slit particles. This tendency to stay suspended in moving waters and to settle slowly in calm waters allows clay to form beds where water sat still at some time in the distant past. As a result of this, the best place to find clay are along flood plains of rivers and streams.
Just letting you know, family, I have the map. I'm going to show you the map of what I'm talking about, okay? So stick around. I didn't have the map at that time. I was only going by the interpretation of my experience. Sorry, let me turn this down. I was only going by the interpretation of my experience regarding clay and all of that, but I did not know. I did not have the map at that time, and now I do. We're going to show it, okay? So let's continue.
From the bottoms of ponds, lakes, and seas. All right. Now, when I was in high school, I think, a little after high school. I was already working. I think I was like 20 years old or something. There's this game that I used to play. And this game is called Caesar 3. Now, it's like a civilization. And as I'm reading these things, right, I'm like, Naphtali, wonder why it's calling it that. Now, looking at the map, and then that's why. You see, since this game here, you have an open land, and then you basically can create a city. And as more people live there, it develops into this. What do you see? It starts off like these huts over there. You obviously have to build cities and economic system, right? You see this right here? Those are clay pits. Now, the clay pit can never be next to the water, and the clay pit typically cannot be way inland where there's no water. It has to be by the water, not next to it, as it says. You may find them by them, but for the most part, it's not that close. Now, what I find interesting is Naphtali is literally running all across. So if you connect the two together, they call that place in the Adamah in Naphtali because it's red ground. I'm going somewhere with this, okay? I'm absolutely going somewhere with this. Hold that thought. Remember what I'm just saying. Let's go to Genesis 2:19 so we can connect it. Because that's where you first see the name of Adam. Genesis 2:19. It says, and out of the ground the Lord God formed every beast of the field and every fowl of the air and brought them unto Adam to see what he would call them, okay? We've been using this already, so let's just jump into it. Adam.
Strong's H120. Adam. Adam.
H120, Adam. Remember that right there? The H119 from before? Look what it says. Etymology, root word. Red, 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 red. Rudy, Rudy, red. Cause to show red. Glare. Grow red. Look red. Redness. There, I'm going to bring up another topic of another class. But we're going to answer exactly what Revelation 1:14 is really saying. Anyhow, you see that right there? H119. And Adam means what? Man, mankind, right? That's what it says. But check it out. It says Rudy right next to H119. Okay? But that's not all. Watch this real quick. What's behind the name? Behind the name means what? This is a Hebrew word for man. It could ultimately derive from Hebrew Adam, meaning to be red, referring to ruddy color of human skin. Okay? Let's go to Bible study now. Adam. Adam is both the proper name for first human and a designation of humankind. God himself gave the appellation to Adam and Eve. The color red lies behind the Hebrew root Adam. This may reflect the red soil from which he was made. Red soil, right? Red soil. All right. Let me continue to show you guys this real quick. I'm going to go back to the St. John Dictionary Bible. Watch what it says about Adam. Adam. Adam, red or made. This is the Zondervan Bible. You'll find it in your Zondervan Bible, One West Campers. You'll find it in it. I'll show you this too, right? This is on a who's who, right? Who's who? Adam. Adam. Derived from the Hebrew word for earth, Adamah. The root word for both may be connected with Hebrew word for red, that would imply reddish soil or clay in the area where Adam was created. The belief that the first man was created out of clay was by no means confined to Hebrew mythology. That's why I had mentioned that before. Okay? Because when you start looking at these things here, again, I'm using all the resources, all the sources that they provided for us. Classical Bible names. Never did they show us this. Adam. Red earth. Red earth. So now, remember the other link before, right? Let me not forget it. Let's go back to it. I want to make sure that we can clear this up real quick. It says here Adam, right? Hold on a second here. Let me go ahead and do this here. Hold on, where you at? Oh, here it goes right here. Here it goes right here. It says, derived from the Hebrew word earth, Adamah. The root of both words may be connected with the Hebrew word for red. That would imply a reddish soil or clay in the area where Adam was created. So the belief that the first man was created out of clay was by no means confined to the Hebrew mythology, right? By no means was it confined to it. Okay. Let me show you something. Isaiah 64.
All right, fam. My bad. I was trying to look for something. So I believe I ended it with Isaiah 64, and that's when the video cut off. Okay, and if I'm not mistaken, yeah, that's Isaiah 54. So let me go ahead and get off of this real quick. Isaiah 64. Sorry, Isaiah 64. Where are you at? Isaiah 64, and this is what I was trying to show you. Here goes right here. Isaiah 64. Verse 8, it says, "But now, O Lord, thou art our Father, we are the clay, thou art potter, and we all are work of thy hand." Okay? So now, here's what I want to show you. Watch this. Give me a second here. I gave this real quick. Let's see. Blue Letter Bible. Gen 2. Genesis 2:7. It reads, "From the dust of the ground, H127, Adamah." Right? Where are you at? Oh, it's not H127. It's, I believe it's H127 and man. Let's see. Adam. Give me a second. I'm looking for it here. Oh, it's not there. See H119. Oh, that me. Right. Where are you? Hold on a second. I just want to show you how the translation so that you won't think I'm misleading you guys. Let me go back to Genesis. Gen 2. 7. Give me a second. Let me try to find it. So I started here. Form man from the dust. Let's see. Clay, mud, rubbish, ground. Okay, that's not it. Breath, dust of the ground. Became, let's see, here, 127. And then it says, Adamah. Let me slow down. Adamah, Naphtali, okay? Non ground, land, compared to Arabic, skin smooth, covering. I'm looking for the word Adami. I saw it earlier. Maybe it's in this one. No, but it wouldn't be. Let's see. Here, Adam. Adam. Let's see. If not, I'm going to show you just what I have anyway. So either way, we understand now. Let me see something. Close this up. All right, here goes. I can't find that scripture, but Anyways, Adamah, Adami. So as I was saying, why is it in Naphtali? Well, Adamah is a city by the river. As I mentioned in the class, that the clay has to be by a river bank, cannot be too close. So Adamah is Adami, and it's by the river. So I wasn't far off. That's a spiritual thing, brothers and sisters. You know, all the praises to the Most High that He put me as a young kid to deal with clay, or else I would have never even bothered to have looked at, even considered what that meant. And see, this is why you have to exercise every single skill that the Most High has given us, every single one of them. Because if we don't exercise every single skill, then guess what? David and Solomon are ruddy red according to the text. Yeah, that's right. They are. So now we understand what they mean by ruddy. Basically, it's talking about like our people. I have a book, The Great Migration. You guys should get it. It's an interesting book, and it actually mentions us in that sense about how we were the red people. I don't agree entirely to it, but there are some good sections in it. Okay, and other than that, let me see what else I got. I think that's pretty much what I had. Yeah, that's pretty much what I had, brothers and sisters, man. I really appreciate y'all being here with me. Lord willing, we can do this again tomorrow. I did the class early, as I mentioned, because I don't have time later on today. So, but anyhow, I have something to play for y'all. I like this guy's message. He basically talks about like how he kind of went through struggles, and he's able to color pictures. Like, he's able to color now, right? He saw things that were really black or gray. All right. So anyhow, family, shalom. Appreciate y'all. Hey, by the way, you don't know, this is my thorn in the flesh. For me, I have to do this. So it's like a token. It's like a reminder of me, like what's at stake, what I can honestly lose if I pick up again. Okay. So I appreciate y'all being with me, man. I stay sober this way. All right. So I got something to play. Don't leave yet. All right. Here we go.
Quise dar el paso enfrente al dolor, donde había gris empecé a dibujar color. Quise dar el paso enfrente al dolor, donde había gris empecé a dibujar color. Empecé a dibujar color. No puedes rendirte, cargar a los demás con tu dolor. Debes vivir como un luchador, resistirte a perder lo bueno en tu interior, tratar de aportar algo, hacer del mundo algo mejor. Me dejé caer en tus pupilas, me gusta verte que vuelas cuando tú crees que caminas. Ando en los Perseidas, encerrado en la cabina, fabricando artefactos que no imaginan. Las esquinas de mi ser no me dejan ser más grande, pero no voy a caer y a rendirme como un cobarde. Tengo sueños que cumplir, el corazón dentro me arde. Puede que mañana sea tarde, te vi marchar. Cuando me enteré tú ya no estabas. No debí esperar, no debí buscar. No me encontraba, no. Quise dar el paso, me enfrenté al dolor. Donde había gris empecé a dibujar color. Empecé a dibujar color. No puedes rendirte, cargar a los demás con tu dolor. Debes vivir como un luchador, resistirte a perder lo bueno en tu interior, tratar de aportar algo, hacer del mundo algo mejor. Te gusta pensar que siempre podrás escapar de la tormenta, pero no puedes saber cuándo vendrá. Temes el dolor, pero alimentas las cosas que te hacen daño y crean inseguridad. Andas con la sensación de ser realidad inmensa, pero te sientes pequeña ante cualquier adversidad. Sigues tu criterio, crees saber lo que otros piensan, pero no eres capaz de comprender su complejidad. Pensar te hará dudar de lo que veas, lo que sientas. Serás la parte de ti que más alimentas. Tendrás que combatir el dolor con todas tus fuerzas para poder amar limpio y no dañar al que está cerca. cerca. ¿Cuántas veces me perdí por buscarme donde no era? ¿Cuántos momentos sentí ser de otra tierra, de otra era? Tanto tramo me perdí por correr tras quien no me espera, tan condicionado por el miedo a que no me quisieran. Cuando el alma vive hostil, el cuerpo busca la manera de fingir, pero no empiezan a surgir fronteras, barreras que no te dejan seguir, pero te hacen feliz si las superas. Me enfrenté al dolor, donde había gris empecé a dibujar color. Empecé a dibujar color. No puedes rendirte, cargar a los demás con tu dolor. Debes vivir como un luchador, resistirte a perder lo bueno en tu interior, tratar de aportar algo, hacer del mundo algo mejor. Dar el paso, me enfrenté al dolor, donde había gris empecé a dibujar color. Empecé a dibujar color. No puedes rendirte, pagar a los demás con tu dolor. Debes vivir como un luchador, resistirte a perder lo bueno en tu interior, tratar de aportar algo, hacer del mundo algo mejor.
Ical, hijo, abre los ojos. Tu cuerpo se queda con nosotros, pero tu espíritu debe seguir. Busca la luz. Aléjate de las sombras. Deja que nuestro dolor sea tu fuerza. Desde aquí iluminamos tu camino. Lucha como nosotros ante esta pena tan grande. Yo soy tú. Tú eres yo. La muerte que hoy nos separa, mañana volverá a unirnos. Eres libre.